epigenéticos. Esto es muy importante porque por primera vez, a nivel de la biología molecular, ya podemos entender que lo físico, lo más físico, el ADN, y lo más mental, tu estado afectivo, tu estado mental, están tremendamente interrelacionados. Por eso, por ejemplo, sabemos que una práctica que nosotros desde luego enseñamos a los estudiantes en el IE y al staff, la práctica del mindfulness, el estar en el aquí y en el ahora, no es una práctica esotérica, etérica, difusa, no. Sabemos que cuando una persona aprende a estar en el aquí y en el ahora, se bloquea la red neuronal por defecto, que es causa de sufrimiento humano y enfermedad. Si os habéis dado cuenta, estamos constantemente distraídos. Y no penséis que no pagamos un precio. No solo es que no nos estemos enterando de verdad de lo que ocurre, es que biológicamente empezamos a empeorar. Y como se dice en el mundo en el que me muevo, a wandering mind is an unhappy mind. La mente que divaga es una mente infeliz. Pero si yo estoy en el aquí y en el ahora, se activa una red completamente distinta, la red ejecutiva central, que no solo mejora la salud, sino que además aumenta mi capacidad de procesar datos, y estamos en un mundo de datos, de una forma mucho más efectiva. Fijaros cómo, cuando hablamos de health and well-being, ya no hablamos solo de salud física, de naturaleza física, estamos hablando también de naturaleza mental. Y nos queda el último ángulo, la parte del alma, en un sentido muy amplio. La doctora Elizabeth Blackburn, junto con un equipo, Carol Dweck, de forma independiente, ganaron en el 2009 el Premio Nobel de Medicina por el descubrimiento de la telomerasa. La telomerasa es una enzima que recupera el telómero está en el extremo del cromosoma, del telos griego en el extremo, y que se encarga de que la célula se pueda reproducir sin que envejezca demasiado. Se había visto que conforme la célula se va reproduciendo, el telómero se hace más chiquito, con lo cual la célula va envejeciendo. Pero sorprendentemente, de repente el telómero aumentaba de tamaño. ¿Esto cómo es posible? ¿Qué está recuperando el telómero? Y fue el equipo de Dweck en Nueva York y Elizabeth Blackburn en Pasadena, en el Caltech, los que demostraron que era la telomerasa. Muy bien. Elizabeth Blackburn ha demostrado que la relación humana, que es la forma más belleza de espiritualidad, porque sin amor no hay espiritualidad, sin encuentro no hay espiritualidad, sin que te importe la otra persona no hay espiritualidad, sin gratitud no hay espiritualidad, que esa forma de encuentro tiene la capacidad de subir los niveles de telomerasa en la sangre. Por eso, ya os podéis imaginar que en una universidad donde tenemos 140 nacionalidades, uno de nuestros valores fundamentales no es tolerar la diversidad, sino celebrarla. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mario. That was extremely insightful and interesting. And we look forward to hearing more from him. And next up, we have a panel on unleashing the power of data in healthcare. And the focus is how we can leverage data to improve quality of life for patients, treatments, processes, and go-to-market strategies. And joining me on stage is Alberto Esterado Broncalo, who is CIO and Digital Transformation Director at HM Hospitales. Welcome.
Yes, thank you.
And next up we have Sergio Cortes Abad, who is Digital Business Unit Director at FEDER. Welcome, Sergio. And joining us remotely, hopefully, Rafael Figueroa, who is CEO at Telemedicina, company based in Brazil. So I'm hoping he's going to be joining us. And I will be moderating this session. So, we're waiting. Oh, there you are. Nice to see you, Rafael. How is everything?
Hello.
Good? Yes?
I'll say. Nice
Thank you for joining us today. So I'm going to ask each of you just to introduce yourselves and just tell us about your role and currently what, you know, a little bit about the company that you're working at. So over to you.
Well, thank you very much for inviting us. I'm Alberto Estirado. I'm the CIO and Digital Transformation Manager of HN Hospitals. HN Hospital is one of the largest private hospital groups of Spain, and we dedicate to provide health services to the population.
Okay.
Sergio.
Yeah, my name is Sergio Cortés. I'm leading the digital business strategy on Ferrer, Spain. Ferrer is quite unusual pharma company, very purpose-driven due to our president vision. So we can talk about that later. And we are developing a strong strategy in digital context from the last year and a half especially. And we can talk about that related to data.
Wonderful, thank you. And Rafael, explain a little bit about your company, Telemedicina, and what you're doing at the moment, what you're achieving.
Sure, thanks for having me here. So Portal is a telehealth platform. We connect clinics and hospitals in remote areas, such as the Brazilian rainforest and Africa, to medical specialists like neurology and cardiology. We enable this by a proprietary technology that integrates directly with medical devices. So the main bottleneck that we have to solve is the lack of interoperability. So the devices don't talk between them. The electronic health records also are kind of in silos of data. And by solving that, by enabling this integration, we're now connecting around 600 cities. We have more than 1,000 hospitals as customers and about 30 million patients in our platform in these 8 years of operations.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Rafael. So, you know, we're going to talk about, you know, how we can leverage data to improve quality of life for patients and treatments. And, you know, how we do this. You know, we talk about, at a time like this, researchers and leaders have to look beyond time-intensive, expansive, you know, randomized control trials in order to find the answers to questions. So, you know, it's always evolving. The industry will need to examine information that is similarly ever-changing. And so we look to real-world data. So, you know, by sharing real-world data, what results are we achieving? Can I sort of talk to you, actually, Sergio? I'll go ahead with that question.
Yeah, actually, we have always been working with data from a long time ago, but what we have changed in the last times is our vision of what are we doing with that data, no? As I said before, we are strongly focused on our purpose, that it's making a positive impact in society. So you can see in our logo, Ferrer for Good. So we have been thinking about what we could do with this data for this purpose, right? So we are working in two different kind of areas when we manage our data. First of all is how we can deliver to our customers that are the healthcare professionals, how can deliver them value in order to make them easy to work with their patients, so make better life quality for their patients, etc. And here we have different kind of projects and initiatives, all related and how we are extracting value from this data for them, for these doctors. The second one is how we can customize our customer experience with these doctors, no? How we can deliver them the best content, the best action that we can do with them, how we can train them in health issues, etc. So we are collecting data in order to know them better and how we can relate as a company with them to add value in this customer experience.
Okay,
so
good.
We have these two different dimensions for data for us. Extracting data from patients to make better decisions for the doctors with them, and make better decisions as a company and how we relate with these doctors.
Okay, good. Well, we'll talk a little bit more about this.
Yeah.
And can you explain a little bit about, Alberto, can you explain how during COVID you came up with these data sets that you shared with other hospitals to, get results in terms of, helping with COVID cases.
Right. Well, it was the worst part of COVID. We had the hospitals full of people sick with a lot of problems. And we decided to provide the data sets from all 20 hospitals, over 2,300 medical records, with all the data set included, prescription, radiology, laboratory results, everything in a full data set that we provided to the scientific world, and we received requests from over 30 countries and more than 300 universities worldwide. So we put the data set available to all the scientific community, and it was a very important project because we were the first institution in the world to do this. After us, many others has continued to do the same, but today we are the first ones to do it.
Okay, so can you talk about, in terms of being collaborative with data, why is it so important now, Raphael? Well, I'll come back to that point, but in terms of sharing data, and how do you do this?
Great question. So in our case, we use data and AI in 3 main points. The first one is to triage medical emergencies. So as we do thousands of daily encounters, someone that is having a heart attack or a stroke cannot wait in the line. So what we do, we train AI models that detect those diseases, time-sensitive diseases, such as a stroke. And every time an exam passes in our platform, you will receive a risk score based on this AI detection. And this moves up in the queue of emergencies in the way that a stroke will arrive to the doctor, a neurologist, for example, in about 30 seconds, while a normal electroencephalogram or a normal CT scan can wait like an hour or 2. So this prioritization is the first way that we use that. The second way is to double check for medical errors. So imagine that we do a chest X-ray for COVID. You have to do a lot of those. And the doctor is looking for COVID, is looking for pneumonia. So sometimes you will not see a stage 1 nodule, which is like 3 millimeters, a very small nodule. So if the doctor clicks normal and the AI detects a nodule, if they disagree, the system sends to 2 other doctors and create a board of consensus between them. And this is the second way. So triaging, double check. And the third way, it's real world evidence where we follow and trace those exams in each patient and create a timeline. And this is the baseline per patient. And every time its exams are out of this baseline, we detect as an anomaly, and then this create alerts so the nurses and the doctors can pay attention to that specific patient. And sharing data is key to enable all these types of tools. We first identify the data, then we ask the consentment of the patient, and then we can collaborate with universities and hospitals training those types of algorithms. So it's the work that the colleagues did here for sharing the data during COVID was key. We are one of the companies that were able to learn with that data that they share, so thanks for that. And one thing that is important to keep in mind here is the ethical behavior when we are working with patient data. So you need to de-identify the data, you need to have explainability, so the doctors can understand what is going on under the hood. And we also need to think about fairness. Are these AI models that we're training inclusive? Are they working for different genders, different races and ethnicities? Brazil is very diverse. So you really need to think about these details like bias in the data before you run these in productions for the patients.
Okay, great. So you're thinking about how to be ethical and sustainable and also, getting quick results, basically. My one question is, how can we be sure that the data, I'm going to turn over to these guys, the data that we're sharing is, is for real? I mean, obviously there's so much data out there. How can we know that this data is secure and the right data? Sorry,
okay.
Alberto, I can see you both want to talk. Yeah, it's good, yeah.
Well, the good part of it is that you can see what the data gives us back, okay? We obtained a lot of results. We done a lot of investigation. We started 2 projects with MIT and other top universities in the world. Later on, we won Age 2020 project for over 15 countries to do a cohort, a European data cohort. This project has been working for 1.5 years, and only 2 institutions has been able to do the data sets. So it's not as easy as it appears, especially when the data set is powerful, because it must include too many characteristics of the patient life, right? So this is what we get back.
Okay, Sergio?
Yeah, in our case, we always work with real data. I can share with you a couple of examples.
Yes, please.
For example, today we are partnering with about 4 hospitals because we identified with them a great challenge regarding clinical stories of the patients. They had a huge amount of not structured data in these clinical stories. And we were trying to find with them some patterns and some knowledge about that not structured data. So we are developing with them a project based on machine learning and natural language processing with the objective of getting knowledge from this data that was not delivered to the specialist before. And the results are really amazing, and they are really based on real data, but like 1 year ago, we were not using this data to have some knowledge about that.
Okay, so what changed? I mean, was it due to the pandemic that it sped things up? What?
Yeah, of course. Before pandemic, this was not really possible, but today the IT solutions are different, the mindset is different. Everything is different. So in the last year, we have been accelerating all that. Yeah.
Okay. So what tools are we using to find this data? I mean, we talked. Raphael, you mentioned about using, Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. Can you sort of expand on that? Sort of how this helps collecting data?
Yeah, sure. I think, at least for us, we do use machine learning, big data, all these fancy words. They are in the hype of the moment, but the key thing was integration or interoperability, as we say in healthcare, because by receiving the raw data from the medical devices, we then can trust this data, which is hard to do when we're working with only open data sets. Like open source data sets are good for benchmarking, are good for comparing different university sets and hospital sets, but when you get one of those data sets that is created in another part of the globe, and you try to apply in the Brazilian population, usually the precision, the accuracy will suffer, because mainly these academic papers, the publications, they are created in a very restricted set. So we follow all Stanford Hospital publications, for example. When they release something, they train these AI models on top of a very restricted set of data on the Stanford Hospital with a last GE device with high resolution. And if you get AI model trained on that specific data and you deploy in the real world, where you're going to have devices from Siemens, GE, Philips, several different brands, different resolutions of device, even the acquisition protocols, they change from country to country, the way that the technician will perform the exam. Usually the AI model will not generalize for that more broad population, because it just saw a very restricted set of data. And this is something that whoever is working in data for healthcare needs to think about. Are my data set representative of the real population that we're going to find and apply this data upon it? Otherwise, you probably will have some type of bias. For example, during COVID, we had our AI models that detect regular pneumonia. So we specialize to detect COVID in a way that we can help small facilities that do not have 24/7 radiology, for example, to at least prioritize the cases. But what we notice is that if we train these models on the regular data sets that we are available to, we have way more older people with CT scans than we have for a child, for example. So we were able to reach about 95% accuracy in 40 to 60-year-old people in this detection. But if I apply the same model on a 15-year-old teenager, this will decrease, at least in our case, to 75%. So I went from 95 to 75, when I compare older people and younger people. And this is purely because I have very few cases of child with heavy COVID in their lungs. So very few child in ICU units. And so the population, the data set is not representative of these kids. And so this is important to convene to our partners, telling the hospitals and being transparent about that and showing the gaps in the models so we can either search for data in that specific cohorts, so we need more trial data, or we can be transparent and say the model will have a lot of false positives if we're applying kids. So let's work with our older cohort for that specific data set. And it's important to have this transparency with the partners.
Great. Thank you, Raphael. And you know, in terms of results, Sergio, you were sort of, you know, with COVID, for example, you know, you were sharing these data sets, and the kind of information that you share is very restricted data.
Yes, well, we have an ethical committee. Every institution can apply to the data. We have already released three data sets because we still upgrade the data set with continuous records. We have published, I mean, other institutions have published around 25 papers already. We have a lot of benefits.
Okay.
And this is in HN hospitals, we believe that to be part of the innovation process, we had to put our side also.
Yes.
Even though many companies have sold records, we had dedicated to provide to the scientific world a base to continue with the development.
Okay, so and obviously helping with develop the vaccine, that was, yeah, that being having open data, that helped a lot in terms of, you know, what the results were and how the patients were treated.
Yes.
And, you know, using data, you know, real-time data, where are we going with this in terms of health in the future? Yeah.
Well, for example, for the future, it's very important for us. We have been building this year our data office. We are hiring data scientists, data engineers, and all skills related with data, because, for example, from our business point of view, our go-to-market strategy is going to be very data-driven in the future, more even than today. Due to the COVID situation, we have been developing our multi-channel strategy a lot, related to what we were doing before COVID-19. So here, making more intelligent decisions, being more efficient, customizing our customer experience is very important for us. So data is very important in this area for us, especially for our go-to-market strategy. But if we look from the medical side or from medical point of view, it's also very important because we are going to be able to predict early the illness, how we are delivering our drugs to make better the life of the patient. So here data is going to be very, very important as we are talking.
Okay, and you know, what are the challenges that, you know, in terms of using data, what sort of challenges do we come across when we're sort of looking at data?
Well, in the clinical side, of course, is clinical decision support. Today, we have very little number of physicians and experts, so providing these expert systems can give out knowledge to other specialists, and we receive the knowledge from all of our doctors in different hospitals to provide data-driven decisions for the clinical side. And for the resource planning, it's also important because in the case of another pandemic or whatever, we now have the experience to be able to produce statistical data and decision based on that data very fast and without doing all these crazy things we have done last year.
Okay, so you know, in the future we will be more collaborative in terms of sharing data.
Yeah.
And everybody is opening up to that.
Well, that's a huge challenge, no? Interoperating with this data, with all the stakeholders in the system, it's going to be a great challenge for sharing data. Yeah.
And also with the patients as well.
Yeah.
They've got to volunteer. No?
Yeah.
So, but it will, you know, bring a better future in terms of health if we're more collaborative and sort of, you know, actually learning from each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a regulatory issue there because the transportation that law is very restrictive with this, so it's more complicated to give the data than what every people think. So especially in Europe and US, in other countries, they had to do it by law.
Yes.
Here it's even complicated to anonymize everything and be able to provide that information that could save lives every day.
Yes, so everybody has, different countries have different regulations.
Yes.
And what is it like in Brazil? You know, you're dealing with the rest of the world.
Yes, here, up to last year, telemedicine direct to patients were not allowed. So only doctor to doctor were allowed. So a general physician asking the help for cardiology and neurology, for example. But only March 2020 that the Brazilian legislation changed, and now a patient can call directly to a doctor, which is already a reality in Europe, in the US, for example. We needed a pandemic to change this state and change the legal framework to allow this type of result, which now is awesome because we are seeing so many results in less than a year. When I evaluate our operation before now, let me give you 2 examples of results that we have. So we are doing thousands of teleconsultations per month. And what we're seeing is 85% of the problems can be solved with a video call plus a digital prescription. So only 15% of the people actually need to go in the health facility in person. So 85% of the problems. And another key KPI that we saw, when we deploy this tool on top of a whole city, so 100% of the population is covered. We train the nurses in the health facilities, the primary care, through e-learning. They learn how to do electroencephalograms, electrocardiograms. They do the exams on the patients, AI detect a heart attack, and this prioritize the emergence to a cardiology. The results after running 12 months in the entire city is a reduction of 45% in the mortality rate by cardiovascular diseases. And we are doing this by about $1 per patient. So we can really both reduce mortality rate and reduce the price point by dropping these geographical barriers. We're now connecting facilities and doctors from different places, and the legislation change was what allowed this type of KPIs to be reached. And I think what we can do now is really sharing this type of success, showing KPIs, publishing papers that now will be the foundation for our next paradigm in healthcare, where the digital is more present, because we're seeing a lot of good results coming from that.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all. I mean, it's quick. It's a quick time to discuss data, but very insightful from all of you. And thank you, Alberto, Sergio, and Rafael from Brazil. And we can look for a better future and also time saving when it comes to operations and research, and it can do so much. So we hope for a better future using better ways of sharing data and being more collaborative. So thank you all for joining us on stage today.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. So I'm going to move on to our next panel, if I could invite you. But thanks, give a big round of applause. Okay, so moving on to our next talk, we're going to be talking about innovating towards a healthy society. And we will learn about perspective of how they're trying to develop treatment, new tools and applications, digital solutions to improve quality of life. And on our panel talking about this, we've got Paul Hubers, who is Chief Business Development Officer at Bowhead Health. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you.
You know where you're sitting? Okay, and then we have Jesus Geronimo, who's Head of New Products in Digital Services. Welcome. At Sanitas. And Nitida Pastor, who is Medical Affairs Director Europe from Reckitt. Welcome, Nitida. Thank you. Okay, so I'll hand over the stage to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good morning, everyone. Of course, first of all, I would like to thank Maria and the wonderful South Summit team to hosting this in this wonderful city of Valencia. Let me just first introduce ourselves. I'm Paul Hubers from Bowhead. I'm the Chief Business Development Officer. Then we have Jesus Geronimo, who is the innovation lead for digital services at Sanitas. And Nitida Pastor, who is the medical affairs director for Europe for Reckitt. So kicking it off, yesterday I was fortunate to be here at the Leadership Forum, and one thing that really came through is that innovation in healthcare is maybe a little bit different than innovation in tech or logistics or whatever, just because here we're dealing with real people, with patients and real lives. So innovation needs to be very patient-centric. It needs to take into account the human experience, and that obviously leads innovation to be a bit different, because that has to be front and center of everything that we do as we innovate. So with that in mind, Nitida, I know you have your interesting thoughts about patient centricity and how this personalized journey should be managed almost as if it was managing a business. Could you share your thoughts, please?
Yes, thank you so much. Exciting topic, because all what we have had now is customizing habits, personalized nutrition, and which is the role that we can play with ourselves when we talk about wellness, when we talk about having a healthy and quality style of life or lifestyle. That's very interesting, because a few years ago, I did a study with MBAs and entrepreneurs, trying to understand the behavior that we have in a stressful situation. And what I found at that moment was that pattern of sleep, nutrition, quality of life in general, and exercise were the key pillars that were affected under this stress situation. But what got me attention at that moment was that if I compare MBA's behavior and patterns versus entrepreneur, I found differences. Because the general behavior came back to the initial place in MBAs, students. However, when you are an entrepreneur, is that whatever you do that change your pattern, your behaviors, have a side effect. It's like you have your backpack. Then you never sleep as well as you sleep before. You never eat as good or as bad as you eat before you started your company. And makes sense. I have my entrepreneur experience also, and the company is yours. You have everything on your back. Then for me, the point here is how we can prevent, this deviation, and how this can be support. Because what we have learned over the last couple of years is also that technology is a tool, but also it's a partner to us. Then how can we take advantage of technologies, and how we take advantage of our professional background, of our way of managing business on our behalf? We are great taking business decisions, preparing year plan. We do a lot on identifying corrected actions when we deviate from our plan. However, we are not managing strategically our health. Then for me, the point is, if I need to do a business plan, which are the conditions that I take into account? Obviously, I need to do a business plan first. I do that in advance. Then for me, linked with the health, this is a prevention strategy. And we have learned also that if we want to survive and if we want to have a really, really healthy immune system, we need to work in prevention. Then the first thing is to prevent, is to have a good entry barrier for virus. The second thing that I learned is when we have a solid pillars and balance and finance status, we are able to survive better to any type of crisis. We have learned a lot about that through all the McKinsey reports and consulting reports. why we don't do that with ourselves? Why don't take care of our pillars, saying pattern sleep, nutritional intake, exercises, and let's put some type of balanced activity that could be hobbies or could be whatever, increase our quality of life. Then for that purpose and for having these pillars, we need tools. Because without that, it's very difficult that we keep ourselves in a very constant way of behave the best for ourselves. Then having tools could be a beautiful initiative to move forward. And the last one is we need to have personalized solutions. Because maybe what it stresses me is if I lose my computer that I have left in the other room, and maybe what stresses you is that you haven't had your, let's say, coffee this morning, or you have not slept properly. Then for that purpose, we need to know exactly which are the areas. We need to know ourselves, but we need to personalize whatever we do. Saying that, I think that my colleague has beautiful ideas on how, with this tool, with this technology, we can help on shaping our quality of life, identifying our personalized way of behave, but also having supports that is not exclusively depends on our efforts. But never is late to start, isn't it?
Yeah. No, thank you, Nitida. So that's a great bridge. One quick question before I ask you the next one. How many lives does Sanitas cover?
Well, I'm here not only on behalf of Sanitas, which is the Spanish branch of Bupa, but of the whole of Bupa. So if we talk about Spain, we are talking about 2-3 million lives. But if we talk about the rest of the world in which we are present, we are in tens of millions of lives we cover. So we are everywhere, really. So.
Yeah, no, and that's the reason I ask, because Nitida is talking about, we're talking about patient centricity, we're talking about personalization, but you are managing millions, literally millions of people. So how do you ensure the democratization of these solutions, the democratization of innovation, so that really everybody has access to it? So could you tell us a little bit about some of your deployment strategies or how to ensure accessibility to your base?
Yep. Well, first thing I'd like to say, and this is something I've been saying very often in the last few months, is that I'm trying to move my brain from patient-centric to person-centric, because I think that probably for the first time in the history of humankind, technology is providing us a very good platform and lots of means in which we can help people to better manage their health. When we talk about managing health, normally the healthcare sector has ever been talking about curing people who are ill. But nowadays, I think there is a very big opportunity in terms of moving from that sick treatment perspective to a health managing approach, which is something that Nitida was mentioning earlier on. And that happens because technology is happening. Nowadays, we are having a very big project on wearables ourselves. So we are having many customers connecting their wearables to our platform. And we have a very big platform made of doctors, nutritionists, psychologists, physical trainers, and so on. Because basically, those 4 pillars that you were mentioning, exercise, sleep, nutrition, stress, are probably the most important and definitive conditions of your health. So people are already requesting from us a kind of, I would say, an interchange. I will share with you my data, and I want you to bring health back to me. So I think there is a very big opportunity in terms of helping the persons, again, not the patients, but rather the persons, to change the behavior. We all know that a healthy lifestyle will mean a better health in the future. But I think that technology is the great habilitator. I don't know if such a word exists in English, sorry. But it's the great habilitator in terms of helping people realize that this is an everyday basis effort, not a yearly visit to the doctor effort. So, to me, I'm very optimistic that the combination between the wearable technology plus artificial intelligence that was mentioned in the talk before ours, plus genomics, plus some other things that are happening will totally change the shape and the landscape of healthcare in the world. And hopefully we will live longer, we will live healthier, and I'm very optimistic that some illnesses will be eradicated much earlier than we really expect. Yes.
And talking about the interchange that you mentioned, I like that, where you say, look, you provide us data and we provide you health, right? Yeah. So can you maybe share an example of that, where you're providing tools that actually captures data and then...
Yeah, for instance, there is a very good example, which is something, by the way, that we have just realized because we are ingesting so much data nowadays, which is, at least here, the Spanish population is not sleeping well. Nobody's sleeping well. This is a trend, probably
a fact.
80% of the people who are here have not slept well. The other 20% probably slept well because they didn't sleep well the night before that one. So basically, because since we're ingesting all this data, we are able to provide customers with tips and programs and I wouldn't call them therapies rather than treatments, therapies, in terms of improving your sleep patterns, which is in many cases something as easy as don't use your mobile devices 1 hour prior to going to bed. That's the kind of approach, which is a very simple and very healthy, by the way, path you gotta take. And so again, it habilitates the opportunity to reach people with very simple, precise, and personalized tips in terms of how you improve your patterns.
It doesn't always need to be complicated.
No,
sophisticated.
It doesn't. If it is complicated, the engagement tends to be lower. So you need to find the magic spot between complexity and effectivity. Yeah, I would say.
Good, very good. Nitida, I know you wrote a book, and I know nutrition is very close to your heart, right? Could you tell us a little bit more how important? He has talked about sleep. Can you tell us a little bit more about nutrition and how important that is for our individualized journey?
Definitely. Obviously, a sleep pattern, it's critical, and it has been more critical and, let me put it that way, more dangerous over the last couple of years. And nutrition is, again, linked to pattern sleep too. I mean, if I look at the research that I did, I found that 70% of the people who participate in the interview, they didn't eat properly. But it was a mix. Some of them too much, others not enough, others disbalanced. What I found is extra caffeine and stimulants increased even over the last couple of years, or is linked again with pattern sleep. But at the same time, as we have evolved and we have grown in a society where when we have a problem, we try to solve instead of prevent. When we cannot sleep, we want to take something that works right away. And obviously, we have drugs who work right away. But this is not the way to educate our brain, our gut, and connect brain and gut for having a more healthy pattern sleep. Because again, pattern of sleep is so different from one person to another. This is just an example. I receive many calls from close people asking me I cannot sleep over pandemic. And my next question was, can you sleep and you wake up after 2 or 3 hours, or you cannot get sleep when you go to bed? Because there is a completely different behavior behind that. And obviously, if you want to use medicinal herbs or nutrition, the ingredients or the nutrients is going to be different. It is not the same if you wake up after 2 or 3 hours that if you cannot go and have a good sleep when you want it. Then again, it's coming to the personalized nutrition, but it's coming to the concept of what do I need to do to improve my pattern of sleep, whatever it is. Do I need to switch off my computer? Do I need to think on what has been stress over the day that cannot put in the car park? Should I consider if I need to have a tea, a chamomile tea or a melissa tea or passiflora tea? It's so different. Depends on what is behind the situation. That's on one hand. On the other hand, when we talk about nutrition, again, everything is connected. We talk about brain-gut axis. And we think that we manage brain, we manage gut. But recently, I have read a lot about the Finland approach that with your body, you can modify also your brain. Then maybe if you practice exercise, you exercise even when you don't want, this is helping on managing later on the way that you can proactively work on any of the prevention strategies. Then at the end, it's a combination of things, definitely. And having the right tools to monitor, it's key. Why I'm saying to monitor? Because we are able to have KPIs on whatever we do in life. In business, in our car, we check. I mean, everything is under KPIs. Should we have smart goals for our quality of life? My answer is yes and no. Why? Because not all of our objectives that we should have for quality of life or for improving pattern of sleep or nutrient intake or managing stress should be smart. Some of them cannot. And maybe that's the beauty of the life, isn't it? Then maybe...
And again, I guess the need for innovation, the need for tools, right? Because you mentioned a great example of, depending on what your sleeping problem is, your nutrition needs to be adapted. Well, not everybody has access to a nutritionist or a dietitian. And so there needs to be innovation, there need to be tools out there that people can basically, maybe artificial intelligence to determine Definitely. How to personalize some treatment, right?
Actually, the first thing you need in order for artificial intelligence to happen is to have data, to gather a lot of data.
I know you were going
to understand data, to have clear insights on data. So that is very important. So, and only because you are gathering data and you are extracting insights from data, and again, wearables are very useful, but they are not the only technology in which you can get data in order to know more about specific individuals or the general population health management. But just because you are gathering all those data, you are becoming more clever every second,
sure.
Because you're gathering those data. So I really envision that the health practitioners in the future, I always say this, they're going to be like the air controllers. They will have probably thousands of patients connected to them over data, and they will focus their attention on those specific customers or patients or persons needing attention right here, right now, as opposed to the model in which we are still managing appointments and treating people who became ill maybe 2 or 3 days ago and they've been feeling bad for a number of times. Actually, the society is already requiring that. We always talk about the emergency health rooms saturation. That's because people want to have attention right here, right now. So that's, I think it's very key that we become a part of their lives. Instead of being payers, we become carers, and we are there when we need them. When they need us, sorry.
Okay, so we only have 2 minutes left. Jesus, I want to ask you the last question. That's more getting back into the reason why we are here. It's all about innovation and entrepreneurships and startups. So a company like yours, obviously a big company, part of Bupa, which is a huge group. When you guys innovate, is it all done internally, developed internally, or do you look into the ecosystem, you look at startups, you look at technologies, sometimes license it in, sometimes buy a company? Yeah. How does that work?
Well, the best answer probably is that I'm here. This is a startup encounter, so that probably answers a bit of your question. No,
okay, we're done.
Innovation, innovation doesn't happen internally, actually. Most of the ideas, I'm in charge of innovation nowadays, and most of the ideas I get, they come from encounters like this one, from my meetings with the startups, with some other companies, my readings of blogs and so on. And this is only me, but there are many people working in the innovation space within my company. And obviously a very big part of that is the startup ecosystem. Actually, here in the audience, I have some startup contacts which I'm already working with, and I'm very proud of that, because I really think that particularly here in Spain, the startup ecosystem is very healthy, especially in health. And really, I think that both parts together, we are really, we have a very big opportunity of really inventing healthcare of the future. So I'm very optimistic on that as well.
Yeah. No, that's great.
And in my case, it's a partnership. I mean, we develop internal digital tools, but obviously you cannot go ahead and be quick, be fast, implementing as the market needs without any external partnership and with the startups included in our innovation plan. Then I would say that I don't think that, let me be a bit strong, but I don't think that we can survive without having partnership with young companies, with new ways to look at how the data is going to be built in meaningful actions that conduct to a final product.
Very good. I think our time is up, so thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Super, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
So next up, we have a panel discussion. How are we all feeling? We feeling good? Yes? Good. So next up, we have a panel discussion on transforming healthcare from the inside out. And they're going to be talking about specific initiatives launched by IBB to transform the healthcare industry in Spain, and what they've developed using several KPIs to measure health that put patients first. And I'm going to welcome Paris de Altres, who's the Managing Director of Venture Lab, i.e. Business School, who's going to be moderating this session. And Paris, do you want to come up to the stage? And then Javier Sanchez, La Cuesta, Director of Institute de Biomedica. Okay, and Juan Cartagena, CEO of Hearts Radiant, and Alfonso Rios, CEO of Tesoro Imaging. So welcome, everybody, and I'll hand it over to Paris.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Well, it's great to be here in Valencia. This is my first time here for a South Summit, but those of you that come to South Summit in Madrid know that I've had the fortune to be with Maria since the very beginning of South Summit, almost 10 years ago. So, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we're going to talk today about healthcare and well-being, but now in particular what we're going to talk about is, as you know, there's been a really big trend in the world over the last few years, and it's all around design thinking and a human-centric approach to everything that we do. Well, that trend is now also in the healthcare sector. And so Javier is going to start us off with his Centro Tecnológico. All three of these gentlemen. We have Javier, who's got a Centro Tecnológico that is involved in this, and he'll be talking to us about this. And then we have Alfonso and we have Juan as well. And they're also going to be talking to us because they both have startups that have a human-centric approach to healthcare. So let's get started, Javier. So why do you think we have this trend today?
I think we have this trend because it is a must for every product or every service to provide benefits to people. In the case of healthcare, there are two benefits. One of them is how to heal from a problem of health or how to protect your well-being state, your quality of life. But that needs engagement from the part of the user. So if you don't understand how the user behaves, what needs he or she has, and what expectations they find when they address one particular product or service, you will fail. And there is science behind that. There is science to address how people move, how people perform activity, how people think, how people have expectations, wishes, pains, fears. That needs to be part of the product. How can you get that if you create a new technology? The best way is to engage users from the beginning in your project. If you cannot do that for yourself, do it with one partner that can do it for you, which is the case of IBV, the center in which I am the director. And I think that is the key. Otherwise, you face a boost of technologies, all of them similar, all of them promising same kind of evolution to the patients. And what will make the difference? The ones that get the patients within the application, within the technology, participating, giving feedback, making it grow. I think that's one aspect very important if we want to improve healthcare and well-being, patient first, as is the slogan of this table.
You said something very interesting there, Javier. And you know, I run the accelerator at IE Business School, and one of the things that we're telling people a lot is that today the user experience is even more important than the product itself. Being able to engage the customer. I mean, I always give this example of the iPhone. How many of you have iPhones here? A lot of people have iPhones, right? Do you have a relationship with your iPhone? Think about it. If I came to you and said, I have this amazing, you know, Huawei or whatever, and I said, I'm going to give it to you for half the price and it's twice as fast, twice the functionality. No. This is like my dumb brother, mi hermano tonto. You know, he may not be the best phone, pero es mi hermano. So I'm not going to trade him in. And Apple has built that relationship with us, right? And that engagement. And so what you're telling us is that this is also happening in healthcare.
It happens in healthcare. You have a relationship with the services, with the hospitals, with the doctors, with your applications. You have a relationship. And there is a great competition in terms of user interaction with the world, a great competition. If you want to be useful for the user has to believe in that and be within that sort of ecosystem of innovative solutions in healthcare.
Okay, so Juan, you have an app, right?
Correct.
Tell us about the engagement you create.
So I think that when we think about medical products, the challenge is that, as Javier was saying, we usually think about the medical science behind it. The reality is that in most cases, there is a behavioral science that needs to be taken care of. We're seeing many technologies and startups that are being successful, and I'm thinking right now of Virta Health. Virta Health is an app, or it's a product based in the US. It's now a $2 billion company that is helping people deal with diabetes. And I think that this is the first time that their approach to behavioral science and helping people deal with their nutrition and their diets in general is more important than the medical science itself. We are doing something similar for the world of longevity. Longevity is a craft. You know, we come from a background of we have a longevity resort here in Valencia, where we help several thousand people optimize their longevity in an immersive course, in an immersive stay of about 10 nights. And that is very, very crafted. You cannot just optimize longevity like the same for everyone. And what we're doing with the app is precisely that. We're trying to bring that to the 99% of people who would not typically be able to afford a 10-night stay with a crafted plan for how to optimize your longevity. But even that needs to be personalized, and we need to focus on the behavioral science of how to make sure that people do what they are supposed to do. The example I usually give that is most clear is we don't need more science about smoking is bad for you. We just need more science about how to avoid smoking or how to stop smoking, right? That's what we need, is the behavioral part of it.
Okay, and what do you say to people? I mean, I meet a lot of people that come to Spain and they say, Spain has one of the longest longevities, or the highest longevities of humans now in the world. It used to be Japan, and now I think it's Spain, right?
Japan, I think that Spain will take the first place in about 20 years, is expected, but that's for lifespan. Lifespan meaning the moment that your expected life. But for health span, which is the life with good health, Spain is only average.
Okay.
In the European Union.
When you're talking about maybe going into a pueblo here in La Sierra and you find somebody living very simply and not watching their health, but they're living until they're 92, that is lifespan. But potentially you're saying is not the same as health span.
So yeah, that's exactly correct. I think that mammals die very quickly. As soon as they become sick, they die. Humans die very slowly. That's because our health systems are built in such a way that once we are in the 10th percentile of sickness, that's when our health systems start to apply, and we're extending death in a way. What we need to think about as a society is how to make sure that we continue to be on the 90th percentile. How to extend youth as opposed to extending death. And the problem is that the way that all health systems are built is mostly pathological. It's based on pathologies. Like your doctor specialization is you have the cardiologist, you have to it's always by pathology as opposed to by health.
Okay. All right. Alfonso, you're also in the business of extending lives?
Yeah, well, somehow, I mean, we are always in this health business that will be related to extending life, right? In our startup, we are focusing on, getting closer the health services to the patients, mainly in the sense that there are still some big devices that are extremely required, like they're mainly the MRIs, the medical devices to perform diagnosis. And so they are extremely used, as everybody knows, especially when you have some serious problem. But those devices, the MRI, is potentially one of the best techniques that we have as human beings to produce images inside of our body. The main drawback they have is that they are quite, let's say, big, so they quite expensive. They need a specific civil installation, so they are not accessible easily for the patients. So we took the challenge to develop low-cost, small iPhones that will, small MRIs that will be hopefully as small as a mobile phone, not as small, but quite smaller than the existing one. That will be a specific domain. So we are developing one for dentists. Dentists are currently, odontologist market is the biggest market talking about medical devices in the world, because there are more image devices being used by odontologists than for all the rest of specialties in the medical field. Especially if we focus on MRI devices, each MRI is extremely expensive, but there are very few in a country. If we compare with the number of dentist clinics that are available, you can even, of course, thinking on an extremely lower price, still the market will be huge, and the impact. MRI will allow to odontologists not only to see hard tissues, that is the case for X-ray, they will be able to use it as frequent as they wish, because X-rays are ionizing, so they cannot perform X-rays before to do an intervention, after to do the intervention, so they need to select, to pace the use of X-rays. So MRI will be used during the diagnosis, during the treatment. It has higher quality of image, and it could as well detect, screen other problems in your head. For instance, cancer. It will provide a lot of more information. So it happened the same, with ultrasounds. Ultrasounds was at the beginning very expensive, and then it becomes cheaper, and now it's extensively used in the health domain, not only by radiologists. It's only being used by physiotherapists, by every kind of specialty. So that will allow that whenever you have a problem, if those devices exist, whenever we produce those low-cost MRIs, you will go to your doctor, whatever specialty you need, the generic one or pediatric or whatever, and they will perform an MRI immediately there. You will not need to go to radiology and to go through the big one and to have that experience. So that will be a great advantage. Of course, those devices will not be performing the same quality than the big ones. So the radiology domain will be still necessary, especially for getting maybe a more precise diagnosis. So, but will replace, low-cost MRI will replace X-rays in every domain for the human being. So will be one of the next big things coming for patients, and to getting closer to the patients. And of course, we are thinking on the first world, but in developing countries, to have small MRIs will allow that they could use that, even if it's partial, and only for the head or for the arms or for whatever application, but they will have that access everywhere, so this is a little bit our approach.
And has the technology changed, or is it still the sort of thing that, gives radiation? No. And that you don't want to do it too many times?
No, MRI is, X-rays are based on ionizing radiation. MRI are like a mobile, so they have no secondary effects at all.
So you could take 10 MRIs?
You can have as many as you wish, during, after, whatever. So this is a great, leap for, it's a breakthrough, and that is a pure breakthrough. And of course, it's well known. This is not something new. MRI is existing. The question is, do it cheaper and smaller, and portable. That is our challenge. So we didn't discover a new physics. It's the same base physics, but it's more an engineering problem.
Okay. Okay, Juan, we've come out of COVID. Well, we're coming out of COVID. I still see a few masks out there. Yeah, everybody's got a mask on, but it's different. So this whole, now with COVID, everybody's talking more than than before about well-being and mental health. What have you seen with respect to your app and your service? How was it during COVID, and what do you think? Do you think people have changed for good now? Is it a different way of looking at their lives?
I think that, we are seeing changes in behavior, in the way we interact with other humans. We are going to be much more careful about certain things, not only how we say hi to one another, but many others. In our case, in particular, we are oriented to seniors. When I say seniors, don't think of the elderly. We're thinking about people 60 to 75. Those are very young seniors, people who are perfectly capable of using technologies and installing apps and playing with their grandchildren. They're active people. And one of the, what we have seen is that perhaps when we were starting just before the pandemic, some of the questions we were asked had to do with, will seniors want to use apps? That was a question we got, and now nobody's asking us that anymore. It feels it's taken as a given. I think that these 18 months have done a lot for the access to technology for senior people in particular. They were forced to use WhatsApp and other technologies that are simple or basic or common for all of us. But for them, they had to, or many of them had to do a leap, particularly perhaps more in the 80s. But I think that is a change that happens for good, that's for sure. Access to technology for the demographic that was not accessing it, that's for sure a big change.
Okay, well, that's the access to the technology, but what about our relationship with life? How we look at life, how we look at healthcare, how we look at our priorities in life?
So in terms of, I mean, I think that now that the metaverse is the big, after blockchain, we're talking about the metaverse, all of us have been living on Zoom the last few months, right? That has been our metaverse, right? I think that people want to get out of that. What I'm seeing is a lot of, feeling that these kind of events were necessary. Being in touch with your colleagues and employees was necessary. I think that for health, we will have that hybrid approach as well, where people, they want to have access to medical services from home, but they also want to have access to the physical services. I don't think that this will go from one place to another and just go meta for everything. I don't think that's realistic, and I also don't think that's good.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to play devil's advocate a bit here. Here we are in Valencia, health and well-being. Why? If I was an international investor, why should I look at Valencia as a center for, or a hub for health and well-being? And tell us about, especially you, Juan and Alfonso, you guys that have startups, how easy is it for a foreign, inventor or entrepreneur to come to Valencia and create their startup? I spend a lot of time with entrepreneurs, and a lot of them tell me that to be an emprendedor in Spain is very difficult. Tell us, because I mean, if I could be an emprendedor here with this sun in November, I mean, what else could I want in my life? Alfonso?
So, yeah, I mean, I've been living in several countries in Switzerland, I've been living in other, and of course that is a good reason to be an entrepreneur here. I mean, the quality of life and in this particular point of Europe, I mean, is quite good. This is a very good reason. Out of that, I mean, that is non-negligible, in the sense that I guess we have been doing a good historical track. I mean, there are several institutes. I mean, we have a very good support from academia, with some tradition. We have created, I mean, as Valencians, several startups. There are, and this is the starting point somehow, right? This is the starting point. We have some successes as well. And we cannot say that it's a big thing. I mean, we cannot, of course, say that this is one. We are not in Valencia, not yet, I mean, a reference in the world. But we are starting to build that way. So I guess for an external investor, I will say, for the average, we are starting to build that support, and of course we have that very good quality of life. So at the end, both things are sometimes in relation. About it's hard. It's always hard to be an entrepreneur somehow, and it's nice in some other. I mean, it's like I'm ready to. I mean, you have to be aware of what is this choice in your life whenever you became to be an entrepreneur. And I guess if you have that decision, will be very good experience.
So I got that we don't live in individual societies. We live in family societies. I do believe that when you are thinking about where you want to spend your life, you need to think about where you want your partners and your children to live. This is a truly wonderful place, and I'm saying that I'm from Madrid, and before living here, I was living in San Francisco. I would not go back to San Francisco. It's a horrible place. I really don't like it. I fully understand the exodus to Miami. It's just ridiculous, I mean, Valencia is not only, I think it was the #1 healthiest city in the world by Forbes a few months ago. The criminal rate is super low, super good schools. You mentioned the sun in November. Sun sounds like, oh, there is sun also in Malta and in many other places. Yeah, but connect that with an institute like the IBV and the University of Valencia, where they have a tremendous academia for health and for longevity. You cannot just build any ecosystem anywhere just because there is sun. Tunisia has sun, and so what? Are you going to? No, but here you can do that because you have the best of both worlds. And if you have not lived in San Francisco, I really don't recommend it.
I hope there's nobody from San Francisco or Tunisia here. No? Okay, good. All right. Javier, tell us.
I'm honest.
Yes, no, it's good. No, we don't need political correctness all the time, do we? Javier, tell us about the academic angle here. How important is Valencia? What's going on here?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would like just to connect what they have said before with credibility of the value proposal. Apart from the attraction that Valencia may show and the political support and all that and the ecosystem, there is a first banner when you show you are from Valencia. People believe Mediterranean quality of life. All that is an asset for starting up a business. From the academic viewpoint, in Valencian community, we have a network of 11 technology centers, 5 public universities, several private universities. The ecosystem is well nurtured in order to bring knowledge as needed to companies. But it is not only a local approach. They can go wherever they want to get that kind of support, as we also may serve other startup ecosystems elsewhere. I think the power here is lifestyle medicine, longevity. There are leaders in the academia. We have a tech university, which is very powerful, Polytechnic University of Valencia, which is where IBV, for instance, was born. IBV, in fact, is a spin-off of Polytechnic University of Valencia more than 40 years ago towards health sciences. It's not by hazard. It is not a random aspect. So there are ingredients and connections. But startups here not only have the support of capital, but also, of course, of knowledge and technology.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I think I'm not sure we need to convince too many more people here that Valencia is a destination when it comes to health and well-being. And you guys are 2 startups that are great success stories locally. And your center is leading the way also regionally. All right, well, thank you very much for your time today. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Perry.
Thank you very much, everyone. But that was great, and it's very interesting to learn about how Valencia is supporting the health and well-being here, and what ecosystems we have in doing so. Next up, we have, well, it's a fireside chat, but it's actually with 3 panelists. So I'm going to welcome, I'm going to explain. It's about healthy planet, healthy people. How do we live on a healthy planet? We need healthy people. So we're going to discuss the initiatives around this with Pedro Olazabal Herrero, who is co-founder of Hands-On Impact. He's going to be moderating the discussion. Welcome, Pedro, to the stage. Ika Makade, who is founder of Zubi Labs, and Amaya Rodriguez Sola, CEO of Gravity Wave. So a big round of applause for these guys, and looking forward to the discussion. Oh, there we go. Do you want to...
Yeah. Oh, we're there. Okay, yeah, so in this event and other events that we talk about health and well-being, most of the people are thinking about high-tech devices that are going to improve our health. But we already know that actually the health of us, of humans, depends much more on the environment in which we live. And we're going to talk about it, and these 2 enterprises, these 2 companies, are doing great things to improve our environment. So if Iker or Amaya can present what you're doing.
Would you like to?
Okay,
first?
I can start. My name is Amaya. I'm the co-founder of Gravity Wave, and it's a social enterprise that we founded 2 years ago. And we basically collect plastic from the Mediterranean Sea with traditional fishermen. We then recycle, separate well all that waste that we are collecting, especially plastic and fishing nets. We recycle and transform it into valuable products. We are right now focusing on furniture, public furniture for companies, also for cities, trying to make the most out of the waste that we are collecting, with the mindset of not being waste, but being a resource for us, right? So we already have more than 1,000 fishermen with us, involved in different parts of the Mediterranean Sea, in Greece, Italy, and especially in Spain. And we have already collected more than 200,000 kilograms of plastic from the sea. This is what we are doing right now.
And we're happy customers.
Yes.
We've actually, for one of our projects,
cooperation.
at La Pinada Fund, we were. So I run Zubilab, so essentially we have two areas of activity. So first, we're a venture builder focused on impact companies. So we create companies from scratch. We start thinking about what's the challenge, the environmental or social challenge. Then we think what's the right way to tackle it. And then we try to bolt on talent that kind of aligns their purpose with that specific opportunity. And then we fund them. So we cover kind of the initial stages of funding, and then we have other co-investors join. In particular, in this case, we started with a school. So imagine Montessori School, a school here locally. We have 2 schools in Valencia. Then we grew into city projects or real estate projects, so developing districts and communities. And here locally, we're developing La Pinada, which is a district on 30 hectares of land that aims to reinvent or contribute to the debate of reinventing cities. It has been chosen as a pioneer in fighting climate change by Europe. And then we have various other companies, Cocircula, for example, that tries to avoid the waste from construction processes to end up in landfills, for example. And last year saved 200,000 tons of waste to end up in landfills. And then the second area of activity within Zubilabs is Zubi Capital, where we essentially invest in companies from outside the group. We create impact investing vehicles with different strategies. The first one being the first pan-European impact venture debt fund, that is investing via debt in impact companies Europe-wise. And then we're developing various different strategies. So we try to see ourselves as catalytic capital, so that one that is willing to enter first. So in the funds that we create, we act as anchor investors. In the companies that we create, we take the initial risk on the teams. And then we essentially what we're into is mobilizing talent and mobilizing co-investors. We actually have here Marta, who's our head of investor relations as well, to create a better future.
Yeah, and how, Jacinta, I think it's like we're going to talk about seas, but then maybe about districts or cities. And how can you say, or how are you seeing that a healthy sea in your case, or a healthy district is affecting the health of the habitants? Yeah, what is the connection that, and how are you seeing that?
Yeah, it is quite interesting that before funding, creating Gravity Wave, I had no idea what was the importance of the sea or the oceans in our planet. I thought that the oxygen that we breathe comes from trees, from the Amazon, and as I got deeper into the project, and of course my passion for the sea and trying to recover and bring it to a healthy state again, I started to research, and we know now that more than 50% of the oxygen that we breathe comes from the oceans. They also absorb more than 30% of the CO2 that we produce. So they don't have enough importance in our world, right? We are focusing a lot on planting trees. CO2 is the main topic in companies for the sustainability projects, but nobody is caring enough for our oceans. And if we don't have healthy oceans, we are not going to have a healthy planet. So in Gravity Wave, we are trying to educate, inform about this, as we are also doing our impact on collecting the plastic, and also how plastic is affecting humans. Because, well, fish are eating plastic, humans, we are eating fish. They have reached to the number that we are eating more or less 1 credit card per week in microplastics. So how is this really affecting humans, and how is affecting health in general, not only humans, but the planet? So having healthy seas is our main focus right now for having a healthy planet and really living a sustainable life.
Shocked me. I don't know if how many of you guys have seen these documentary Bleaching Corals. It's actually on Netflix. Have you seen it? No? I was actually amazed when I thought, it's like, wow, so actually most of the temperature increase is actually absorbed by oceans.
Yeah.
And then, of course, that has consequences on the ecosystems. And then, at some point you mentioned, well, these communities in emerging countries that are living on fish, don't actually have now fish on corals. So now, like, the issue of poverty in emerging countries is actually linked through oceans to climate change. Like, wow, it was like an open, moment for me. It's like, wow, I underestimated. And I was invited to this event in Formentera to talk about Posidonia, which I had no idea about. And as a researcher, it's like, wow, per hectare, it actually embeds more carbon than Amazonian forest. It's like, wow, it's like all these, blue world that we kind of have forgotten. And I was actually going to throw a few data points, which I read recently, and I was like, wow. So the first one was, it was a study by Harvard that looked at the interaction between carbon, CO2 in the atmosphere, and how we think, right? And our mental abilities. And how as it increases, we essentially think, worst way or worst in solving challenges and problems. And so some guys said, well, that's interesting. Let's look at how the CO2 in the world is evolving as we are going, right? And how that can impact our cognitive abilities. And the conclusion was that in 80 years, so 2100, so in 80 years, there's going to be enough carbon in the air that we are going to lose 50% of our cognitive abilities to solve complex problems. This is like if you get in a room and in a meeting room, after 2 hours, it's like, okay, something's going on in my mind that I cannot concentrate, and I need to take a bit of air. And by the way, suggestion maybe a bit of ventilation is helpful. But of course, for example, in the school that we developed, we look at, monitor CO2 in the classrooms. We look at, volatile complex. We do, we use all this technology to optimize kind of that well-being, and then. It's like, well, that's great if actually the outside air doesn't have a lot of carbon, because otherwise it's not going to work. So, and the conclusion was 50% for complex cognitive tasks and 25% for basic. So here we are solving, world's most important challenges, and we're going to have half of our brain to do so in 80 years. It's like, wow, there's something going on here, right? If we think about healthy planet and healthy people. And then, as we jump into some projects, for example, with the Eco District, we start looking at green infrastructure, we start looking at mobility, circular economy, all these things, and you start looking at, wow, cities, how they're built, with people, working in one place, living in another, having fun here. It's like, and the whole day you're in traffic jams, and that's creating all this pollution. And the World Health Organization says, more than 90% of the people on the world are living on unacceptable pollution levels. It's like, wow, where are we, right? So when we think about, say, the district project, we say, okay, let's create a mixed use, let's pull all these things together, let's think about all the interaction of the biodiversity. So, for example, the World Health Organization recommends, I think, around 10 square meters per person of green infrastructure. So there are like certain metrics, by the way, very few places in the world actually meet that. So guidelines in terms of how we think about cities, how we think about creating planets, and linking to climate change, just maybe to end up there, that every year due to climate change, there are 20 million people that are becoming refugees. So they're moving, in different sorts of level, right? So they're moving, they're being forced to move from their homes due to climate change. Every year, 20 million. It's amazing, right? So now I say, like, how can we not think about that link between planet and people? And at least that's what some of the issues we're trying to tackle. Thinking locally, but with global ambitions. The school, the districts, all these different city projects. Also, how we take spaces that are underutilized and very degraded and turn them into, like here with La Pinada Fun, in places for social interaction. And by the way, I'm just going to launch there. There's this little town in Italy, and it was an outlier in terms of life expectancy. It was why people are living here so much more. And they started digging. It's like maybe it's what they're eating or no. And what they found out is because it's a town that people help each other. It's like if you have an issue, you have a neighbor or someone you can ask help. And that has a dramatic stuff. So going back to people and their role of community and some of the aspects we actually work, because it's not also having kind of a healthy environment, but how we actually interact among each other to contribute to that healthy lifestyle, healthy well-being, etc.
Yeah, and I also wanted to ask you, because we in Hands-on Impact are very focused on measuring social impact, environmental impact, and helping companies to develop a strategy and action plans to improve their social and environmental impact. And we also are seeing a wave of regulation that is going to come mainly from Europe. We probably are going to pay for externalities. We already see an increase in the carbon price that is important and will be higher. So we are now really amazed with the prices, but actually they have to be higher if we want to
energy, right? Energy, like people think energy, so the price that has skyrocketed directly related to gas, and the externalities that gas, which is fixing the price in the market, in the pool, in the energy. So all these, we're just kind of living how the negative externalities end up affecting each of us. Hopefully, I'm optimistic. It's like maybe the positive externalities can also be bolted into the price and maybe get benefit, right?
Yeah, and there are already some initiatives. Yeah, so the positive externalities that have to be included in the price. Yeah, and I think they will be, because if the externalities are not converted into prices, it's going to be really difficult to change, so to transform our societies. But then I wanted to ask you, if you are measuring your impact, how are you measuring it, how you are communicating it to your stakeholders, customers, or people that are interested in?
Yeah, we work with different parts of the process. So from the fishermen, we are measuring every single gram of plastic and waste that we are extracting and collecting from the sea. Of course, we pay the fishermen for every kilogram of waste they are cleaning. We believe that this must be compensating economically, because they are doing benefit for all, right? The waste is not from the fisherman, the waste comes from land, it comes from us, from all of us, and the benefit will also impact all of us. So we are measuring as well how many fishermen are benefiting from collecting plastic. We also did a trial in an island in Greece. Our main goal is that we can develop the profession of plastic fishermen, right? So they don't have to fish anymore, but only plastic. And we did this trial in Greece during summer for 2 months. More than 300 fishermen only fished for plastic. And they got enough income to live well at the end of the month. So that's something that we are looking forward to implementing in more parts. So there is the social impact for the fishermen. They are really endangered of their profession because of the industrial fishing as well. And so we want to really reinforce this sector, and also how much plastic we are reintroducing in the economy. That is something really important for Gravity Wave. Not only collect plastic from the sea, but see how much of that plastic we are revaluing and reintroducing into different products.
In our case, so when we think about kind of the companies that we create on the venture building side, we think about what is a systemic view, what the challenges are, what's the right way to solve them. Kind of we develop our theory of change, and then with actually the help of Hands-on Impact, which is a company, part of the group, it's doing an amazing job. But it's not only helping, say, projects in-house, but also helping companies outside and investors and so on. we start thinking about what are the externalities, what are the indicators, how should we measure about the things. And the same on the investment side. When we look at investments through our funds, we would typically do a scoring around ESG and impact, around short-term outcomes, about long-term outcomes, and that would also be kind of determined in terms of considering or approving the investment. And I would actually launch if we're thinking, I think there's a great opportunity in terms of linking impacts and our activities, also for the public sector, I would say, because as mentioned, for example, this benefit of trees, it's more than studied. There are hundreds of reports, but the question is like how that benefit, that maybe it's savings on health, are actually translated into funding new projects that address some of those things. And I think there is. And there is movement around, say, pay for performance, or what initially was called social impact bonds, as to think about, and of course you need to do that, you need to do a great job measuring and linking those different activities and outcomes, but the opportunity of like, how do we think about the negative and positive externalities? The negative, we can turn them into policies, say like, single plastic use, which doesn't depend on the company, depends on the regulations of the administrations. But then also on the positive side, how do we actually link into fostering and enhancing new projects that solve some of those issues? And the stakeholders that are benefiting from that can actually contribute and potentially fund some of those initiatives. And so I think it's a great future and area for measuring impact. And
this is a really good point, and we are working also with some public administrations in developing some innovation, because we usually focus on what is negative and then pay the polluter pays principle, what we call already that. But it's really important that we say, okay, we are doing something that the market is not valuing enough, but has more value, and people are benefiting of it, and someone should pay for it because otherwise it's not going to be done. And for that, there is really room for improvement. So the social impact bonds is a really good tool, but there are also some other public procurement innovation can also do something there, and there are also tools very important. I also want to end with about the oceans, because they are really, really forgotten always. So they are, if we talk about climate change, they absorb more carbon, but we don't talk about it. But it's also, there are many ecosystem issues, is what you said about the coral reefs, is the temperature, but also the bleaching has to do with the acidification of the ocean. If you increase the plastic area that is in the oceans, then you cannot reflect so much sunlight. So there are really, really many things there working as an ecosystem. And if we don't act there, it's going to be really, really hard to achieve our goals.
Yeah, especially work in prevention, because what Gravity Wave is doing right now is not the solution, right? We are just cleaning waste that is entering and keeps entering. So if we don't stop plastic from entering the seas, our work will not end, and that's what we don't want, right? So working on stopping that waste that is entering so we can have healthy seas and healthy planet.
Thank
Fantastic.
you very much. Do you
Thanks a
want
lot.
to round it off?
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone. That was fascinating to hear about what healthy initiatives can, connect people and planet and think about, our future. And so next up, we are going to be talking about natural therapies and nutrition and healthy and happy living. And joining us today on the stage, we have Kike Sarasola, who is the president and founder of Roommate Group. Welcome,
yes,
Kike.
Thank you.
And Alfredo Batella Pariti, who is CEO of Shah Wellness Clinic. So big round of applause for these two. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. How good to be here, how good to be in Valencia. Nice weather and a fantastic city. And I'm very happy to be here with Alfredo, which is, I'll introduce him a little bit and he can introduce me a little bit. Alfredo is one of the founders with his family of the Shah Wellness Spa, which is a dream come true for as me as a hotelier, as a user, and also thinking about wellness and well-being. They have a fantastic concept and personalized, and I think Alfredo before you introduce me, why don't you tell them a little bit about your story and what you guys, the wonderful thing, if you haven't been, I really recommend.
Kike, thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor to be here today. What an amazing city, and what a great initiative about South Summit. SHA, what I represent, it's a family-owned company, and our mission is to improve people's life to the full potential and longevity. So it's just like a dream to live longer and better, but we have the formula how to make it happen. And it's about a 360 program that science-based with a holistic approach. So we take the best of East and West. From one side, we have genetics, epigenetics, anti-aging, etc. And from the other side, we have shiatsu, Reiki, acupuncture, maxibustion, and all with top professionals from over 45 countries that works at SHA. And we are now in an expansion process. First location is Spain, and it's connected with what we do is a hotel clinic. So people come for a program. And health programs are from 1 week to 2 weeks. And we are now on construction in America, in Mexico, in Cancun, and in Emirates. So we are now in this beautiful journey of expansion. And let me introduce Kike Sarasola. Kike Sarasola is a dear friend, and everybody knows him as a hotelier, but I think he's a visionary. He's always thinking how to improve the guest experiences. So everything for him is about how we can make a hotel better for people. And this has made him bring to the market many news that he can probably explain better. What are the key factors why roommates, it's a special experience comparing with others.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Alfredo. I think it's very important that we understand that traveling has become part of our lives. Everybody likes to travel for work or for pleasure, and we've realized how part of our well-being is when you travel outside your comfort zone and you go to a new place, and how that makes you feel. That's why I say our industry is the one that's going to bring back the smiles to the country, to everybody who's been with the pandemic and everything. Now everybody is wanting to travel because we see that we've been stuck in our houses for so long, and now we really want to travel. But I think it's very important that we realize as well, and for your vertical of health, I think it's very important that you realize that health goes along with being taken care of, no? And for example, when in our hotels, the most important things are the 3 B's: bed, breakfast, and bathroom. In Spanish, it's these: dormir, ducharte, y desayunar. That's how we began our philosophy, no? Which a philosophy is very important. And when you do a company, I think it's very important that you have a philosophy. And for me, the most important thing is in the center of everything we do is a client. We have 2 types of client: the external client and the internal client. For me, that is the most important thing, that everything bounces around that. No, there must be a fantastic experience for the worker inside my hotels to be able to give that experience outside to the person who comes from outside. No, so I think that's something that we are very, very, very concerned of, and I know you guys are as well in that sense. No, Alfredo?
It is truth. It is truth. Everything is about people,
yeah.
The people we take care of, and the people that join us in the company. We are really concerned about make them happy, healthier, and to keep the enthusiasm of the first day during the journey. For this, we have created the SHA Academy. We really care for the progress to do career inside the company. And I mean, in the end, our team is the people that takes care of the guest. So we have to take care of our team. That's the beginning of everything.
I agree. I mean, I think that everybody's talking about sustainability right now, and I agree. Sustainability is very important. My uniforms are all from EcoAlf, completely recycled and everything. But I'm a bit fed up right now of everybody talking about sustainability and not really talking about what's important right now. It's human sustainability. Right now, we have to look at our teams. We have been 2 years in pandemic, we have been very bad. The people have really suffered. We have all suffered. I mean, the stress we have all been. It doesn't matter what part of the company you've been. So I think right now we should be talking a lot. I would like much more to hear people talking about human sustainability. For example, we're implementing in my company many new things to make the people happy. Because one thing, I don't know if you've noticed, but in Spain, nobody smiles lately. And that is something that we have to bring back, the smile. Okay, we've had rough times, but please, a smile. No, it's free. If you don't want the smile, go work in another company. But in my company, you have to smile. You have to be thinking. No? And one other idea that I had that I wanted to comment, that I promoted last year, I said, I cannot give more salary to my employees because I'm already paying so much. I don't have the money to be able to raise their salary. But when we did a survey inside our people have been, they've suffered so much, they want to be close to their families. They want family time. They want time for themselves to develop, to do classes or to do something. So I decided to give all my staff, all of them, 1 week extra paid vacation. And I give a challenge to the people who are in the audience. That has cost me less than 1% of my salary mass. And you would say, how is that? Because if we already give 4 weeks vacation paid, if you give 1 more week, you don't have to hire more people. You just have to play around the same as we do when you have somebody goes on vacation, somebody does extra time. You pay extra hours, but at the end of the day, it just costs me 1% more to give 1 week extra time. Mm-hmm. That 1 week average in all the countries I am in 7 different countries, has been an average of 28% more free time for my staff. So how can you, that is unbeatable, because for them to be that amount of satisfaction, I would have to take the salary up 15%, 18%, 20%. I can't. I just paid 1 more and they have 28% more free time. That is human sustainability. That is something that my team makes them feel that we are taking care of them, and that's why their smile is a true smile, no?
Yes, talking about sustainability, one of the things that has the biggest impact in sustainability is the nutrition. So eating healthy, we don't only take care of ourselves, we really take care of the planet. If we see the statistics, in the last 50 years, the progress as a society has been tremendous. Intelligence, artificial, big data, the way mobility, communications, everything. But there is one thing that we have not evolved. We have involved, that it's lifestyle, our habits, unfortunately. So just to give you an idea, the consumption of meat in these 50 years has increased 200%. Wow. If I ask you how many kilograms of sugar has, as average, a person today world, it's 40 kilos. Wow. Can you imagine 40 kilos of sugar a year? This is the average consumed by person today. 50 years ago was 3 kilos. So imagine. Yeah. So taking care of yourself with a good nutrition is key for the planet and for yourself. This is why this is a key pillar for SHA. When you arrive SHA, the first thing we do is a full diagnostic. But we do a beautiful experience of the full diagnostic. It's 1.5 hour tunnel with different technologies and different experts. After that, we personalize your nutrition for the stay. So we can have 150 guests like we have today, and each one is eating something specific, because not everybody needs the same.
But for example, you and I are that's something that is, you and I are in a horrible word, which is called hospitality. First of all, I hate hospitals. I don't know if somebody's from the hospital, but I'm sorry, I hate hospitals. And why should my industry be called hospitality, which I want to make my clients happy? So we call ourselves that we're not in hospitality, we are in happytality, because I want to make my clients happy. And that's something that I would like to give back to you guys who are in the health sector. You have to think a little bit more about the client. Who is your client? The patient and the people who go with the patient. An example, for example, why are all the waiting rooms in the hospitals with hard chairs, uncomfortable, and you're there for 2 or 3 hours, and nobody gives you any kind of a little magazine, or you have to go to a vending machine. That, I think the client experience in all the vertical of health is really not thought about. How can, when you go into a TAC and pam, 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 all those noises, when you go into a hospital and you're sitting there for hours and there's no information, chairs are uncomfortable, the rooms are horrible. That has to change. I mean, I really, yesterday we were in a conversation, very interesting, hearing about the new companies and the new companies that were coming along. There was not one, except one only, that was fantastic, Rosita, that was talking about the customer experience in their product. And I really, that's a challenge that I give to everybody who's in this sector and is thinking about new ideas. Put the client in the middle. Put yourself in. When I go to a hotel, the first thing I do is I feel, am I going to be comfortable in this room? Or when I'm building a hotel, am I going to like this hotel? Am I going to like this room? So I see that is lacking. The customer experience is lacking in this industry, and I really think you have a big niche. I mean, anybody who would do. Let me just tell you. With children in the oncologicals, they've realized that instead of having the white walls, they paint them, they make them a better time. The children recuperate better and with less stress from their health. So why don't we do that as well with the elders? Instead of having those horrible white rooms for everybody when we're sick, you put a little bit of decoration. Like I say, it costs the same money to do a pretty hotel or an ugly hotel. Why don't you also think it costs the same to do a nice hospital to a bad hospital?
Yes, let's talk, Kike, if you like, about tendencies that we are seeing today, and how we approach them. No? Today, what is the ultimate luxury? No? Ultimate luxury today is simplicity and is health. We see that some years ago, the luxury was to own things. Then it came the war of experiences. We all want to live experiences. Today, the Swift, it's about a life journey. People want something that creates an impact. So this is beautiful. This is beautiful, and we need to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a transformation. People are looking for transformations. So
life-changing experience.
I
think the people are, I believe in our sector, the people, Brian Chesky, the founder of Airbnb, he said, before the people would travel to 60 cities in the world, and now they travel to 6,000 because they have been seeing that when they were only could leave their region only, they found that in their own countries there were many places that they could see that the second-tier cities in Spain, Cáceres, Toledo, Salamanca, that many Spaniards had not visited. They couldn't leave Spain. It's gone up exponentially. No? So I think right now it's an experience. Everything has to be an experience. We want to feel locals. We don't want to feel foreigners. We want to come to lifestyle. Valencia, in this sense, is fantastic, and how everything is becoming a hub, an experience with everything they're doing with Lanzadera here, with these projects. I think this is how it's going to be and how we have to do it. But we have to come back. People, yesterday I was talking to somebody who said, no, I came to Valencia because I liked one of the schools that were here. So that makes me come here for my children. So at the end of the day, people want experience, want to lead a better life, a life that is more profound. And I think we have to do it between us in every stage of anything. Either it's health, it's hospitality, or it's with hotels. No?
One of the things we have created after COVID, it's a unit of cognitive improvement. So coming again, science from, in this case, University of California and University of Murcia. There is a lot of knowledge there, and probably no every time goes to the public. So we took this knowledge and we have created a unit to make people realize, first of all, to see what is the level of focus and memory that you have, and from there to improve it. And also
improve your memory. I'm losing my memory.
You have to come more often to me, and I have to come more often to you, of course.
Okay.
Tell me, Kike, what are your plans for future? What is your next dream?
Well, my next dream is, first of all, to finish all this pandemic, because we have been closed for 18 months, so we're still suffering with the banks, we're still suffering with all the debt and all the problems that we've had. It is true that the business is coming back very strongly. For example, Madrid is completely almost up to the 2019 standards. Malaga as well. There's places where I have Amsterdam, fantastic. Other cities are slower. Barcelona is going slower, but it's still recuperating. And the people really want to travel. People really want to feel good again. People really want to give themselves trips, no? Treats, no? To like, I'm going to go traveling. I'm happier. The happiest moment I am is when I go into the airport and I see big queues and big lines. Before I used to get angry, and now I'm like happy. Yes, people are traveling again, no? So we're thinking about expansion a lot again in Europe, basically, and also in South America. And you tell me, you guys are in Mexico and you're going to go to Dubai.
Yes, exactly. Yes,
with the same concept.
Same concept. We try to do 80% has to be the same everywhere where Sha is. So same treatments, same food, same experience. But there is a 20% that we like to call it local uniqueness. So we try to bring, for example, now we are opening in Mexico. Then we try to bring what Mexico has to offer to the world. Imagine all the ceremonies, treatments coming from Mayas. So we like that everywhere you are in the Sha, you feel the Sha experience, but you understand where you are. So you start loving the traditions and understanding better why what this country or this part of the world has to offer. Then another way of expanding, it's the residences. We created the Sha residences. So people can own, they can buy a villa with our services and our brands, always connected to the Sha hotel and clinic. And then the way that we are expanding also is, we see our guests leaving after 1-2 weeks program, and they say, wow, I feel like 10 years younger. But how can I keep these results when I'm back tomorrow to New York, to Dubai, to Moscow, to Madrid? So we've been thinking a lot about this, and we will launch next year a unit to keep connecting with you and coaching you in your lifestyle, in your nutrition, in your sports, in your treatments, and in your general health, because we don't want that people go to doctor when they are sick. We want to prevent, and this is our model about.
Are you seeing one trend that we are seeing is that the people are traveling more in groups and families, for example, and that's why, for example, our apartments, our brand of apartments, B-Mates, have sustained the crisis much better than the hotels, and they're very good.
Excellent, Kike. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Always a pleasure to guys. And are you going to do ayahuasca?
I'll tell you later about
it. Okay. Okay, listen, everybody, it's been a pleasure to be here in Valencia. Really keep it up, because you guys are really doing a great job. Every time I come to Valencia, it's prettier, it's cleaner, it's nicer.
That's true.
And this is a fantastic initiative done by Maria. And Maria, congratulations. Like everything you do, you will have my support, and I'm sure Alfredo's.
100%.
Because this is really fantastic. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you both. That was great. So it's important to think about the customer to create, happy experiences in hospitality and health. So thank you both. So on to our next talk. We're going to be talking about our body is a temple and the confidence to be. And what these two women have in common is their authenticity and freshness, which makes a real impact on their ecosystems. Are you ready for these two earthquakes on stage? I'm going to welcome Gemma Mancha Marino, who's a country manager at MERS Aesthetics Iberia. Gemma?
Bueno, pero mirarnos. Ya.
Hi, sorry. Here we go. Come up. Didn't know where you were, Gemma.
Hi.
And then Dr. Ana Maria Molina Ruiz, who's a dermatologist for the Fundación Jiménez Díaz and Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. So, looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We are really excited to be here in this beautiful place and beautiful day. And before I start when we start with the session, I'd like to say, I switched to Spanish, and me gustaría dar las gracias a personas que nos acompañan hoy, aparte de nuestro equipo de Merce Aesthetics, que vienen para dar ánimo y psicología, ¿cómo se dice? Y no me sale la palabra.
Acompañar el sentimiento.
Empezamos bien. Acompañamiento. También a nuestros doctores, a 2 doctores que son realmente personas muy innovadoras en el campo de la medicina estética en España, y a 2 periodistas de bellezas a las que tenemos muchísimo cariño, a Marta Boira, de La Razón, y a Mamen Ruiz, de Telva y de Woman. Así que un beso fuerte a todos por estar aquí, por ayudar, que casi soy la audiencia. Yo creo que quitando debe haber como 3 que no son de Mer. Y empezamos. We switch to English. So here I would like to start by asking you something, by asking you to take your mobile phones out. Can you? This is the opposite of any talk. Please take your mobile phones out and take a camera. Camera. The blonde man that is not taking any notes. Come on. Everyone has a mobile phone. Take a selfie. No posing. Just take a quick selfie. Quick. Anna, come
yes.
on. Okay, so now you have it. Just zoom it. Marisol, no posing, I said. So come on. Let's see. The question for you is, could you take that photo and upload it directly into your social network? How many people would just upload that photo? Okay, 1, the rest, and that's even much better than the normal situation, because usually we are much more ugly in reality without the mask. So imagine, I don't want to say anything. So Anna, would you take that photo into your social network?
I don't think I could. I think I will take like 1,000 more pictures, then spend like 30 minutes choosing which one to upload, and then finally I would apply a filter and maybe upload it.
Okay, well, so this is I wanted to tell you is a good example to explain what aesthetic medicine does. Aesthetic medicine takes all your photos and creates really the best version of yourself. That's what aesthetic medicine, for those who really don't know about this. So,
yes, I think this is true. Aesthetic medicine, I think that's the message. It's about creating the best version of yourself. I really like that message.
Okay. So before starting to talk about trends, about present, about future, let's talk about something that goes really together with aesthetics, and that's the taboos. Aesthetic is full of taboos. When you enter into this really exciting world, you realize that the people, the world, really think and has lots of prejudice of aesthetics. So what I've done is I've chosen the 3 main taboos that we think in our experience are the really top ones. And let's ask Anna, as a dermatologist, as a really key opinion leader, what she thinks. What are her insights? Okay, Anna?
Perfect, I'm ready.
Okay, first taboo. Aesthetic is only makes artificial faces. All the faces you see on the television, they do aesthetic and they all look the same. So what do you think?
Well, I think it's true, right? I mean, we've all seen these over-treated, over-filled faces sometimes around. But I think these faces, these unnatural faces, are not the norm. They are the exception, right? As a doctor who's been practicing aesthetic medicine for more than 15 years, I can tell you that aesthetic medicine is about natural results. Actually, when you get a aesthetic medicine treatment, I mean, people will tell you that you look younger, you look happier, you look healthier. But when aesthetic medicine is done correctly, people won't really notice you've done anything.
Okay. Okay, so that's one first destroy taboo. Second one is aesthetic is for women. Real men, of course, they don't do aesthetics.
Well, I think we could ask. I mean, we could respond this question with another question, right? Does health have a gender? Because I think aesthetic medicine is about health. I mean, and health obviously has no gender. So I think this doesn't have any sense of obviously.
Okay, so how we have 2 now, and let's go for the last one. And the last one is, if I do an aesthetic treatment, I cannot tell anybody because then I would be criticized.
Well, I mean, in the past, traditionally, I mean, patients who did aesthetic medicine treatments, they didn't really tell they had done those treatments because they were afraid of judgment, right? I mean, judgment by society. But I think this is fortunately changing nowadays, and people are sharing, right, more and more in social media, in dinner with friends, in family meetings. They're telling they've done aesthetic treatments, and I think this is because they see the impact aesthetic medicine have in their health, and they want to share health with the people they love.
Okay. Okay, so I think with this first introduction, we just are free of taboos, of stigma, and that's a good thing, I think, for the whole, of all the society, all the community. So let me, before we get into into the present of aesthetic, let me give the audience a little bit of context of what aesthetic medicine is. That for us is a common thing because it's our daily work. But for many people, they really they have some doubts of its surgery, what is aesthetic. And aesthetic medicine is all kind of minimally invasive or non-invasive procedures or treatments that they do in a very easy way. That may be fillers, toxin, lasers, energy-based devices. So you just go into the office, have your treatment done, and go. That's aesthetic medicine. And let me tell you that aesthetic medicine is a very high growth field. It has grown 2 digits for many years. In fact, according to the Millennium Report, which is our panel, the one we have as a benchmark, from 2017 to 2027, the procedures would duplicate. Imagine how fortunate we feel, the people who work in aesthetics. And in fact, even the crisis, even the 2008 crisis and this COVID-19 pandemic crisis didn't affect us at all. In fact, it was the opposite. There was like an effect of boosting the aesthetic treatments. Don't you think, Anna? And when the lockdown finishes for us, for the companies, we had our peak sales in July. So people were literally like in the rebajas del Corte Inglés, everybody's running, waiting to say, come on, let's go and have a treatment done. I don't know if for Anna, what do you think that the reasons behind this big boost of aesthetics? What is your opinion?
I think there are some key aspects, right, behind this exponential growth of aesthetic medicine nowadays. I think first of all is aging. I mean, we all age, and we all want to age the best way possible, right? Also is health. I mean, we are all here sharing all this knowledge and all this innovation about health because we've understood that health is, it's not a trend. I mean, health is not even a growing priority. I think it's the priority nowadays. So this is really important. And finally, I think the most important aspect of this exponential growth is aesthetic medicine itself. Because aesthetic medicine is easy, is practical, is convenient. I mean, most of the people, when they think of aesthetic medicine, they think of surgery. But surgery is just a tiny piece of what aesthetic medicine really represents. Most aesthetic treatments are minimally invasive procedures we can perform in the clinic. Actually, some people call them lunchtime treatments because you can literally escape the office. Well, not escape, but you can use your lunch break to get a treatment done, and then you can go back to work without marks and with people noticing, right? Mm-hmm. So I think it's important.
And I think there's something that you haven't mentioned that is also important, especially for this crisis, which is the Zoom effect. It even had a name, because before the pandemic, we were used to just look at ourselves in the mirror with our best pose and just very statically, and we saw, oh, that's fine. And then suddenly this horrible screen came in all the houses all the time, and we suddenly saw these wrinkles that we didn't know they existed, or maybe there were some shadows. And I remember even with my team going through a very serious meeting, and people saying, my God, I need a therapy more than anything. And it was like, oh, please concentrate on the meeting. So because people really, really were suddenly being much more aware of how all of us look, because I think we all think that we are more beautiful than we really are. I'm totally depressing you today with the mask, with this, but it's a real fact, so let's put the facts.
Yeah, that's completely true. We already knew about the selfie effect, but now after the pandemic, we have this Zoom effect. All these video calls are impacting aesthetic medicine for good, obviously.
Okay, so now we are in this innovation summit, And we are really like happy and proud because none of us had the opportunity in the past to be in such a really important thing. Especially we were talking to Kike and Alfredo before, and I said, I don't know how to say in English, so I said, why did this organization put the teloneros, these two? I mean, I know they think good of us, but it's not. So anyway, we're really, really happy, and we're going to talk about innovation. So let's start by talking about trends. Which are the trends? You are very, very... Anna is, you know, she's a very influencer. She's a great person, totally mad. I mean, the kind of people I love to be together with. She's always ahead. So let's ask you, what are the trends now that you are with so many people all the time?
I feel rare because I'm usually, whenever I speak or give a talk, I'm always the one who's, you know, doing all the jokes. But with Gemma, I'm the serious one for the first time in my life. No, not serious, you know what I mean. Yeah. No, I think the most important trend for me is preventive medicine. I mean, I think we finally understood that physicians, I mean, doctors, we are not here to keep you alive. We are here to improve your overall well-being. I think we finally understood that quality of life is much more important than longevity. I mean, who wants to live 1,000 years if you are not going to live with a good quality of life? So if we translate this to beauty, we have what I call responsive beauty as opposite to reactive beauty. Because we are being proactive, we are treating, I mean, we are not waiting to treat patients where wrinkles, for example, appear. We are preventing those wrinkles. We are treating before they appear, and this is being proactive. I think also a trend in aesthetic medicine is social. I mean, this is the era of sharing. We are all sharing our aesthetic treatments, and I think this is changing the world of aesthetics for good. And also, we are living the era of natural beauty, right? I mean, we are redefining what natural really means. But I think we all want to, as you said before, we all want to be the best version of ourselves. But we want to be ourselves. I mean, we don't want to look in the mirror and see a different person. You still want to look like a 50-year-old woman or man. So I think those are mostly the trends.
Okay, and if I have to tell you something from the company side, something that is also changing is that we as a company feel very proud because we are changing the way that aesthetic medicine is by introducing ultrasound in the treatment. And just let me tell you, maybe those who are not so familiar with what it means. I mean, you know ecography when a woman is pregnant, and it's the total normal, absolutely normal thing to do is to do it through an ecography. So imagine that, bringing that into the face, into the treatment, because doctors currently they know very much about anatomy, but obviously they cannot know variations in the people. So when they inject, they have a very high percentage of knowledge, but not 100% because underneath the skin, obviously, it's impossible to see without any technology. So what we're doing is we are trying to tell them and to help them to use ultrasound while they are injecting. So then they can see how the product is behaving, where they are really injecting, how it's interacting with the layers of the skin. So imagine they're seeing visualization on real time. So that's one thing we are doing. It's a very challenge for a company, because we don't sell ecographies and ultrasound machines. We only sell fillers or toxins. So it's something that it would have lots of good consequences for other industry. But the most important thing is that we put the patient in the center. And for example, if you had your mother or your friend or your son or your daughter wanted to have a treatment, probably the thing that you would really say that you wouldn't risk is the safety. And that's why we have a responsibility towards the patient, and we are really doing this big change of paradigm that I don't know how to say in English, and it's tough, but very, very rewarding for a company.
Yes, I'm actually really glad you invested in ultrasound as a company, because as you said, you don't really sell this kind of equipment, and it's an investment in patient safety. And I think as a doctor, patient safety for me and for all of us is the real innovation, right? So I think you're really going one step forward, and you're shaping how the future looks like.
Okay, and how does the future look like, Anna?
Well, I think the future looks like diversity. I think when we think of the typical aesthetic, the prototype of aesthetic patient, we all have in mind how it looks like, but I think it's going to be, I mean, we're going to break stereotypes. I mean, aesthetic medicine is global, so we're going to have all kinds of patients. It's going to go beyond race, beyond age, beyond sex, beyond everything. Also, it's about personalization. I think genetic studies and DNA testing is going to allow us to choose which products are more suitable for each kind of patient. And also, it's about what I call the new patient, right? That patient which is the new normal and which is so well informed. I mean, not intoxicated, with it, which is different, but informed. I mean, has all the knowledge and is going to make the decisions to, I mean, with you, with the doctor. So we're going to work as a team.
Okay.
What about you? What about the company point of view?
Well, I think the company, I have to move into tech. I mean, we are in a very technology-based event, and the technology will really have a great role for the future of aesthetics. I mean, talking about contactless beauty, so that's the artificial intelligence, augmented reality will help us to, even predictive analytics will help us to say what we need to put, or how we will look if we do the treatment, if we don't. I mean, I think even in the future, this is my only personal opinion, probably everything will be monitored and you will say, you will going to have this wrinkle in 2 years. So you have already an appointment with this doctor, which is the most specialist. This is how I see the future of aesthetics. And also wearables. Wearables, we're starting with wearables that maybe monitor KPIs in the body, but this, I think it will go much more further ahead, and probably has even smart fillers that will incorporate like biomarkers who will tell us what is happening inside the skin of the patients. So technology on one side, and on the other side, and everybody talks about it, and thank God that we do, companies and the rest of stakeholders, sustainability. At last, we really have a responsibility as company, as governments, and as stakeholders of this ecosystem, and we have to put that into our strategies to really make an impact in where we are living. I mean, it's not B2B, it's not B2C, it's B2S. It's business to society. And we have to have that clear as companies because we have this great responsibility. And I think I feel very proud to be in a company that is also put it in the big plans, strategical plans of the company.
I really like this final concept you introduced, business to society, because my final message, which I think is the most important, is that it's taking into account the psychological impact of aesthetic medicine. I think in the future, we will not measure the results of aesthetic medicine treatments on the changes they produce on our physical aspect. I think we will measure them on the changes they produce in our mood, in our quality of life, in our happiness, and I think that's the most important message.
Yeah. And I can tell you a little bit of my background. I started in aesthetic 10 years ago, more or less. And when I started, I really thought that was physical. I mean, I was the best friend forever, BFF of all my friends. And what do I do? And it was more physical. And through that, there has a very high evolution in me because suddenly when you talk to doctors, when you talk to their patients, and then you see how the treatment makes them feel, not make them look, make them feel, you realize how gratifying it is to work in aesthetics. So before people said, you do the Botox, you do the thing, and now, no, we make people happy. I mean, we use the aesthetic medicine to do it, but we make people who have little complex to go over that, or people who maybe don't see themselves anymore, then they recognize back again. So aesthetic medicine has a great psychological impact, and in fact, our claim, Master Aesthetic claim, is confidence to be. Because that's our mission, to make people look better, feel better, and live better. So that we totally understand that this is not physical, this is a feeling. So thank you for that. Because
actually, I really like that message to sum up, because confidence to be is a great example of what we are, because, we are surrounded by young and innovative people here, but I am 96 years old. She's 85. I know we don't look our age, but we have our grandchildren waiting in the park, and we have to go. So I'm glad you were listening to us, such young audience, and thank you so much.
Thank you both. Thank you. Great. So, yeah, very interesting to learn about aesthetic medicine, so, and the future of and how to be preventative. So thank you both.
Thank you so much. Bye.
So next up, we have another panel discussion, and we're going to be talking about what's on your plate will dictate the quality of your life. So back to nutrition again. And, you know, what we put on our plates will directly affect your body, and what we put on our plates has an impact also on society. So we need companies who are more conscious, contributing to our food and society. And today, I'm going to welcome, we're going to be talking with Beatrice Jacost, who is Director of KM0 Food Innovation Hub. Welcome, Beatrice.
Thank you.
Who will be moderating the discussion. And then we have Irene Moreno Gomez, who is External Relations and CSR Director. Welcome. From Importaco, and then Guillermo Milans del Bosch, who is co-CEO of Biofoods. Welcome. And then Joano Escobar, founder and CEO of Coma Bioactive. So welcome everybody to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be presenting and moderating this amazing panel with these three guest speakers who will cover very well the topic of our conversation today. So let me introduce you to each one of them. We have Irene Moreno with us, who is the Director of External Relations at Importaco, which is one of the leading companies in the nut sector in Spain and worldwide. Then we have Guillermo Milans, who is the co-CEO of Biofood, a company who is trying to reshape the way in which we are eating. So he will be sharing with us very interesting developments and ingredients that are going to revolutionize the way we eat. And finally, we have Juancho Escobar, who is the founder and CEO of Comer, and he is specialized in bioactive ingredients that will improve our health and well-being. So to kick off this conversation, I would like to start speaking about this interconnection between what we eat and the quality of our life. So how the food that is on our plate impacts our health and well-being. So I want to ask each one of you what your companies is doing to provide to consumers this improved well-being through these new foods and ingredients. Please, Irene.
Thank you. Thank you, Beatriz. So for Importaco, our purpose as a company is to improving the health and well-being of our consumers through our responsible consumption and responsible sourcing. So based on that, we create all our management model, including the innovation model of the group. And based on that, we create solutions for our customers. Our solutions are based in three types of work. The first is quality products for all, because we think that affordable products, it's our right, no? Quality products and healthy products, it's our right for our consumers. And based on that, we designed products for different targets, senior, people with allergens, to ensure that our products are ready to eat for them. Other is scientific projects. We collaborate with our stakeholders, like startups as Darwin Bioprospecting. We work with them to create the macrobiota of nuts in order to enrich nuts with probiotics to improve the health of our consumers. And the third way that we work to develop our products is to combine health with tasty. No, because we think that if you would like to eat healthy food, it should be indulgent also. So based on neuroscience, we detect what type of attributes are interesting for our consumers based on different researches, and we design our products according to that. Based on these three characteristics, we have two types of innovation strategy. One is the innovation tree that is based in sustainability and health, and based on three basic processes, that is natural foods like raw materials, roasted and fried the products. We develop the category of nuts. What is this? For example, we are creating paste, creating flour or molding nuts to introduce all this natural, this nutritional value in different products more than a snack. And the other one is all the scientific projects that I explain after.
Okay, thank you, Bea, first for the presentation, and also thank you to the event for giving us the chance to come here and enjoy this amazing city and this amazing event also. So yeah, first of all, I would like to say that food is probably one of the only things that we can control as humans in order to impact or influence positively our health. They are strictly connected. Of course, there are many other things like sport, sleep, being like in a social surrounding, but food is something that we can really control. And in this sense, Baya Food as a startup has really the opportunity to innovate, but I think that we must innovate taking into account health and sustainability. So we saw that there is a problem with the ingredients that we are taking, that most of the foods have, and we really don't see on the labels. And one of them is sugar. So in Baya Food, we've been developing for the last 8 years a novel food based on a red berry, an African berry, that has on the pulp a protein called miraculin, which transforms sour into sweet. And this makes us the capacity to perceive the sweetness without taking sugar and any other artificial sweeteners. Many people can benefit from this ingredient, not only the huge mass of consumers that are looking for maybe a tool to decrease the consumption of those ingredients, but also collectives like diabetics or even people undergoing chemotherapy, which have a secondary effect called dysphagia that affects directly the palatability of the food. They have a metallic aftertaste on the tongue. And yeah, we realize that with miraculin we can help these people because it's very important to address problems that don't have a solution nowadays, no? So yeah, we consider that we have to take care about the health of consumers, patients, and also like communities and the people who are taking care of those cultivation process. So that's why we work hand to hand with Ghana, with smallholders, in order to impact directly the quality of life of these three groups of people.
Nice. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Bea, for the presentation. Definitely, as Guillermo has commented, the most important thing that we have under control in order to impact our health, it's our food. Like Hippocrates says several years ago, then the food is your medicine, something like that. For Comer Bioactive, which is my company, Comer was born in the media of the Amazonian and the Andean region in Peru, where we figured out that the natural ingredients that the peasants, the natives and local communities has access to will be really worthy and interesting in order to produce end products for the food, pharma, and cosmetics. In this case, our work is based on a scientifically based, where we provide the scientifically proven and the ingredients that we produce and we develop and trade with, they provide these healthy properties, and they can pass through the legislation and the regulation, as Guillermo has said previously, that the European community has a really strong regulation in this case. For Comer, it's a B2B company, we are like a partner in order to provide the best ingredients that coming from the nature for your end products in order to impact the health and the well-being. And our work is based in the supply chain, and as I mentioned before, is based in the scientifically proven that these ingredients are able to produce this kind of healthy properties at the end consumer.
Thank you very much. So as you have all mentioned, the connection between health and food is evident, but the impact of our food system is also very strong in the environment. So we believe the food industry has a very important role in turning over the current situation of our ecosystems. So how do you believe, as a food industry as a whole and also your individual companies, how can we help and create a positive impact through the foods we are producing?
Well, in Importaco, we think that through our business we can change the relationship with our stakeholders and also with the planet. So based on that, we have a sustainability strategy that including all the impacts that our products have, because we think that sometimes companies are making many things in sustainability, but it's not a transfer to the product, no? In terms of the communication to the consumer, not to change the decision when you buy the product. So based on that, for example, we use a methodology that is life cycle assessment. That can use you to measure the impact of all the stages of our supply chain. For example, this methodology is very useful when you work with agricultural sector, because you can measure in this process what type of impact you have, and you can improve it, and then in the future you can label it, not to communicate your value to the consumer. For example, in the agricultural sector, we have our feed program, where we collaborate with more than 400 agricultors around the world to improve the agricultural practices of our products. For example, we collaborate with farmers here in Spain to grow almonds, caring for the biodiversity or reducing the consumption of water, or in Argentina to improve the cultivation of peanuts, because our peanuts are from Argentina. And also, I think collaboration, not only between companies, also with other type of institutions like you, no? Like Kilómetro Cero, is fantastic. For example, we are members of Sustainable Agriculture Initiative, and this is a very good platform because you can collaborate with clients, with other institutions around the world to improve the programs that you have to cultivate your products. So one part is the agricultural project, and other goal is improving the development of our factories, now in terms of reducing the emissions of our factories through the consumption of renewable energy, reducing and reutilize the consumption of water, and all of these could be used to communicate that your product is sustainable and to influence the decision of a consumer, and then you can change, no, the market.
Definitely.
So yeah, I think the consumer is the one who has the power to change things, is the one who chooses, and we as companies need to face this reality, and we need to be doing things in the proper way. So in our case, in a context where resources and soil depletion, also like with a very huge increase of population, we need to find production models that are more sustainable. There are organic, ethical, waste zero as possible also. And yeah, that's the reason why we work with a Swiss company who has been established in Ghana for more than 15 years, working locally and working locally in multi-cropping cultivation model. So we combine our Syncephalum dulcificum species with the cultivation on many other endemic species like mango, papaya, banana, coconut, and many others, in order to avoid these intense monoculture models that affect directly to the biodiversity and to our planet. So yeah, I guess for us is key. We have born with this value, and that's why, for example, we are very committed to the Nagoya Protocol, which is also like saying that companies that are making profits from some genetics resources need to share the benefits with the communities and also like the countries where they come from. So yeah, I think we have the challenge, but the responsibility to act in this way.
What can I say? Just like Ian has told, for example, the sustainability based on the life cycle assessment methodology is one of the methodologies that from Comer we used to work with in order to evaluate our value chains or supply chains, how the peasants, the farmers, the producers, the exporters are working directly with the products and the natural ingredients that we are trading for. And obviously, the Nagoya Protocol is one of the most important legal frames in order to work with natives items, natives organisms. And for Comer, we have been a trade member of the Union for Ethical Biotrade. The Union for Ethical Biotrade, the UBT, is based in Switzerland, but the offices are in Paris. And they join us in order to provide or to produce a methodology in order to guarantee and evaluate that all the activities into the supply chain of a kind of ingredient is sustainable in a social, economical, and environmental way. That's one of the activities that Comer has been developing in the last 7 years. And in this moment, we are working in order to be audited by the B Corp as a B Corporation. A B Corp is not only talking about an ingredient, it's not only talking about an organic ingredient or a ecological ingredient, it's talking about the company and how the company behaves regarding all the stakeholders in your supply chain or in your manner in order to develop the business. In this case, it's a voluntary methodology, it's a voluntary certification and audition and audit process and so on. But it's quite interesting for us in order to develop these methodologies and the way that we work with all the stakeholders. And the first step that we made at the beginning, at the early beginning of Comer, it's like a milestone for some companies, but it's a really few steps that you can do it really easily, which is to sync in the Global Compact Initiative of United Nations, that it's only to keep a big margin and a big way how to develop business, and from that start point to start developing sustainable business, in this case, all around the world. Obviously, in food, in seeds, in natural ingredients that we work with, it's quite difficult to work with the international, the commercialization and all these kind of stuff. But definitely we need to do it in a sustainable way, and we can do it. But the first step is to measure the impact, to measure how are you doing in this moment, and what do you need to improve in order that in the near future we can live a better planet and a better community for all of us. Mm-hmm.
So all of your companies are doing an outstanding job and effort in creating this better world through your practices. But as Guillermo said, in the end, it's the consumer who can create the impact with their decisions. So I would like to ask you, how can we influence the consumer, or what should be on their plate? Because I think there's very little consensus on what is a healthy diet, what is a healthy diet for people on the planet. So what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, the plate is what we eat now every day. But we prefer to speak about diet, no? In terms of what type of food you can include in your diet. It's obviously that the food that you should include on this are vegetables, no? Fruit, pulse, because this is a source of proteins, very, very nice, and also obviously nuts. For us, no, we have a dream. No, we said this internally, no, to make this type of projects that are possible for everybody. And for us, we think in terms of our product, we think that nuts, our dream is to include nuts in all the dishes that you eat. No, because we think that it is a complement for the dishes that we eat every day. For example, with the probiotics, this product is a prebiotic because the nutrients that are included in nuts are beneficial for our gut, and also with the probiotics you can improve the impact of this product in your health. So, for example, this product is designed to have the quantity of probiotics that you should eat to have these benefits in your health. So our dream is to include in the plate of our consumers this product to benefit their health.
Yeah, so I see that we don't have much time more, so I'll be very, very quick. So I think what's mattered the most is to eat whole food and not that much ultra-processed foods. That would be my first conclusion. And this is why, because I think that technology and industry has evolved very quick, and we have made a lot of progresses in many ways, but our genetics are the same as the ones 70,000 years ago. So we and our bodies cannot process all the ingredients that are outside there, no? So, for example, sweetness, artificial sweetness, sugars, our microbiome doesn't know how to process them. So I think that we have to go to the nature and see what nature can provide, and there's the solution. So I guess that we need to go a little bit more to 100 years ago and see what they used to eat, and yeah, eat in this way. But of course, taking advantage of technologies and new ingredients like algae, I don't know, new proteins, alternatives. Yeah, that would be my answer.
And obviously, from our point of view, I think that the most interesting thing that we have in the plate, or that we need, or we suggest to have in the plate, it's seasonal products, locally produced products. But at the end, the industry has become enormous, has been really huge developments in order to provide any product, any kind of flavor or taste or experience in your mouth from all around the world. So in this case, we as consumers, we need to act and to be really strict in order to ask for really food, natural food, locally and seasoned products from the season. And at the end, if we need to go to products that are coming from abroad and so on, we have the certifications and we have the methodologies in order to provide then which products or which provide products or industrialized products are coming from and how is it made. So to access as a consumer to have real food in our dish every day.
Yeah, so as we saw, we have big challenges ahead, but I believe after listening to your conversations and to all the efforts you're doing, that we are really in good hands. So hopefully there are more people like you out there, more companies with that mission of transforming the world and the well-being of people. So thank you very much for being with us today. We have to close for now the conversation, but it has been amazing listening to what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bea.
Thank you very much.
It was great hearing from all of you how you're contributing to society and our food, and to be more conscious, whilst thinking about what we eat and where we grow it. Going back to our roots. So now we're going to be, having spoken about food, we're now going to talk about fitness. And we have a panel where we'll be talking about what applications, platforms that are being developed to help us live a more healthy life and routine. And joining us today, I'm going to invite Clara Pombo, Chief Institutional Relations Officer from Clark Modet, who'll be moderating the discussion. Santiago Rico, PSM FitJeff, welcome Santiago, and Federico De Vicente, CEO of Iberia Gympass. So looking forward to this, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you, South Summit and Maria and the whole South Summit team for this incredible event. I think the quality is excellent, and it's such a pleasure to be here in Valencia today and with such an incredible panel. So let me introduce you to our guests today. We're going to talk about health and wellness and really how you're putting patients in the center and how you're helping develop patient and people-centric solutions to improve your health and to have a better life and well-being. Let me introduce you first to Santiago Rico. Santiago Rico is a Chief Growth Officer with Jeff. Jeff is a company, a startup started in Spain that is developing omni-channel solutions for day-to-day well-being activities. And then on the other hand, we also have today Federico De Vicente. He's the CEO for Iberia for Gympass. It's a unicorn for corporate wellness solutions as well. So I'm very happy to be here. Let me first just let you introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about your current trends and in the well-being and health areas.
Thank you so much, Clara, and also the organization of South Summit. In the first place, okay, now our trend is to help the fit entrepreneurs to build successful enterprises and projects, and also in the second way to take care about the people who trust then help to us. So it's incredible, and I'm very happy to work in there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. First of all, many thanks to Maria and all the South Summit team. For us, it's a super honor to be here with all you guys. And yeah, Gympass, I would say we are the leader of the corporate wellness area, and we've got a clear mission. It's to make well-being universal. We are super eager to help the employees of every single company that's partnering with us to bring them to a healthier and bring them to a much more wellness activity. Absolutely, that's our mission and our goal.
So in terms of the key trends around healthcare and well-being, how has technology and innovation really helped with, or how key is technology and innovation to reach the consumer and to reach these goals?
Okay, I can kick off. First, regarding the keys of the trends that we are facing right now in well-being, I would say first, it's about the corporate thing, about how companies are beginning to look to the employees in a different way. I'm pretty sure that you all know that today we are living in a world of talent. Companies try to retain and try to attract the best elements for their team, and wellness is beginning to be one of the keys for those talented guys to choose us. Because remember that good talent will always choose us rather than we choose them. Okay? That would be the first one. The second one is hyper-personalization. Wellness, it's not this super Spanish saying that it's café para todos. It's not, and it's not going to be in the future. We have to have the ability to give all the elements to the employees of the companies and to the users so they can choose which is the part of the well-being that they need in the moment of life that they are living, right? So this hyper-personalization is super important, and data, that it's something that we will comment afterwards, It's super critical to understand this personalization. Third trend, or maybe it's not a trend, it's wellness it's been a habit, right? And now it's not even a habit, it's a lifestyle. If a lifestyle we want it to be durable in time, we need to work on the basis. We need to work on the base of the pyramid. And I would like to send here a kind of message in which we should stop talking about physical education or sports as a subject in schools. We should begin to talk about wellness or well-being as a subject in schools. If we want to make this on the long run, we need to train our kids, not only in running or playing soccer, that's fine, but in well-being.
Yeah, I totally agree with Federico, and I think due to the pandemic situation has helped, the technology has helped a lot, because in the first way, now a lot of people that, even thought about to attend to a fitness club, discovered the physical activity thanks to the streaming platforms, YouTube, or also a lot of channels. And now these people are looking for continued training, but they want to live an experience. So technology is, in my opinion, is key for give an experience to live to the customers. In the first thing, and also in the second one, helping the fitness clubs that are open in this moment and has suffered a lot the effects of the pandemic situation. And technology is helping a lot in the retention of the customers. Okay, we are experimenting on increasing the range of retention, and also for people. For example, if you travel a lot, okay, maybe this month I am going to stay out of my house like 20 days, and I am going to quit of my gym. And thanks to the technology, these people is not quitting of the gyms, and is continuing practicing exercise. So in my opinion, it's a very good news.
And this takes us to very, very interesting points, what you both made. Well, first of all, putting the person at the center and personalizing a very specific routine, both in health and in other activities around their day. But also teaching children at school to have this better lifestyle from an early on here. And this takes us to the topic as well of other adjacent services that you can be launching linked to, for instance, nutrition, wearables, etc. At the end, if we're going to be people that are going to be living more than 100 years, or even longevity forever, then we'll need to have a number of tools to help us control our diseases, control our cholesterol levels, have the right nutrition, and also measure how the different things that we do are affecting our body. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you're introducing that into your businesses?
Yeah. It's pretty important, in my opinion.
And wellness, of course. So well-being, which is part of the topic of the panel, mental health, etc. How is this helping, and how are you measuring this data from your clients?
Okay. In the first way, regarding to helping to control the diseases, I have one of my little child, it's diabetic, and thanks to the technology I can control. Not also, we're making a study how physical activity is helping the sugar control in his body. So the technology is a very powerful tool in this sector. Okay, it's a little bit weird because we are investing in technology and we are not investing in investigation to maybe solve the problems, but thanks God we have the technology, and it's helps a lot in and also the data. If you know a lot about your customers, okay. In our case, we are an omnichannel ecosystem, so we know things about how many days he's cleaning the clothes and what kind of massages they are making in the relax centers, and we have a lot of knowledge about the customers thanks to the technology. So we can apply this knowledge in personalize the activity and also in improve better services.
Yep, totally agree, Santi. And going back to your point, Clara, I totally agree with you. two aspects you mentioned. One is nutrition, and the other one absolutely is mental health. And I can give you some data. So as I told you, we work with the companies to create these well-being plans for the employees, right? As of today, 60% of our clients, they have told us that they just want to focus in the mental health piece in the next 6 months of 2022. That's their main concern, working on how can they help employees to overcome this mental situation that we are having. And it's sad to say that in Spain, for the moment, we are not so prepared to listen to your employees when they raise their hand and say, guys, I'm not facing this very nice moment, how can your company help me, right? So, yeah, absolutely, mental health is going to be a key. And there are digital tools that can really help people not to be shy and try to address these tough situations, right? And the other one is nutrition. And again, I'm going to give you an example. The other day, we did a webinar for the gym passers. It was related to, I don't know the word in English, it's called ayuno intermitente. And let me tell you that it has been the webinar with the highest number of attendees since the last 3 years. Myself, I went. Because we didn't know about it. Again, I go back to the training part. It's super important to train ourselves to understand which other areas of well-being are super helpful and can give us this holistic view of well-being that we've been talking the whole day.
Fantastic. So, keys to a better lifestyle, what would be some recommendations based on your experience that you can give people if you had to say 2 or 3 things that they would need to change, and how does technology help with this?
Okay, one of the things that, living in Valencia is usual to know people that is training for this and also training for the party. And my first recommendation is, to have a healthy lifestyle the whole year, and separate about the physical aspect and also the aesthetics one. And the technology can help us. For example, the other day I was talking with a friend, and he told me, how many steps did you had you today? Oh no, I don't know. I watched my smartwatch and 10,000. Okay, my goal is 15,000. We are gonna take a walk, and never in my life I talked with my friend walking by the street, and thanks to the technology is helping us to improve those things. Okay, doesn't matter if it's for gamification or whatever, but we have our goals present, and also
and
we can accomplish our goals thanks to the technology.
Yeah.
Good. Well, my advice would be that people should try, should test, not to be shy, not to. You have to test a yoga class, go there and do it. If you want to taste a new routine of, nutrition, go there and do it, right? We are super used to do always the same, and it's a little bit tiring. And now technology, we've got the ability to try to test things. It's not the first time that I've listened to one of the gym passers tell me, okay, Fede, I was so shy to go to the yoga class, but it started at home. I began to get some traction in the yoga, and I was super confident to go back to one of the Jeff centers, for instance, and begin to do again yoga, right? So test, try. It's fine to make mistakes. What it's not fine, it's not to try or to test.
I want to move on now a little bit to your story as a company. You're both parts of companies that have been a success story. In the case of a unicorn, 2.2 billion valuation. Your company is also having an incredible growth. Can you tell us a little bit about the origins of your companies, and how do you see internationalization, growth? What are the next things coming, and a bit of a story of how this all happened?
Yeah, sure. So Gympass was born in Brazil 10 years ago. 3 founders, basically. The story is super nice, actually, because they were studying in the MBA in the States, and they quit from the MBA to prepare or at least try to make the kick of the company. Our business model started as a B2C model. But as usual, something changed, and it was a discussion or a conversation that one of the founders had with a very big company, it's PricewaterhouseCoopers in Brazil, that he told them, okay, Cesar, okay, it's fine, let's go for the B2C side, but if you are able to close 3 or 4 or 6 or 10 fitness centers surrounding our office, I will give you the whole population of the PricewaterhouseCoopers. So then is when it switched to a B2B model, and that's why we are focusing extremely to a B2B corporate wellness model. Today we are present in 11 countries. We've had a super speedy track. Very well and super trust funds that have really helped us a lot in the scale up of the company, like General Atlantic or SoftBank. And for me, this has been one of the keys. This trust and this strong relationship with the funds, and this reliability that both sides had in the execution of the plans that we both had. We faced a super challenging situation in COVID. Imagine we are working with companies, suddenly all our supply is closed, super hard. And I still remember the day when our founder Cesar called us and said, guys, remember the MVP that we were doing in the office of New York and Sao Paulo, in which we're testing this kind of digital product to see if it could work? And he told us, guys, we're going to make a rollout worldwide in 4 months. And we did it, and we created a digital solution that it's been massive for us during the COVID situation, and of course it's going to be part of our value proposition for the next of the year. So maybe answering the other question also, Clara, I think innovation, it's an opportunity, and for us it was, to be honest.
Yes. Thank you.
So in our start is okay. The Jeff company is funded by 3 friends, okay? Eloy is from Galicia, and also there are Ruben and Adrian, and they created a platform, okay, for improve the daily services of everybody. We started with a laundry store, okay. We wanted to make a revolution in the laundry stores. We take your clothes from your house, and in 48 hours we wash your clothes, iron, and we return your clothes iron and washed. So in this phase, we experimented a very powerful growth. We are now in 40 countries, and we have more than 2,000 franchises already sold, and they're in the different stages of the openings. And after that, we decided to move for be a multi-channel ecosystem with the day-by-day services of the people. So we added the fitness. We want to be the biggest fitness club in the world. So with a small clubs and helping entrepreneurs to build those clubs. And also we have co-working spaces. We are launching Coffee Jeff, small cafeterias with grab and go, and we're going to have the first in Valencia in a few months. And okay, our goal is to be the omni-channel ecosystem of the day-by-day services. We are delivering the good life to a lot of people in the world.
Very nice. And let's just maybe finish with some ideas, some inspiration about the future. So what's in the future in terms of technologies? How do you see this market evolving? And then also, if you had to give some recommendation for the entrepreneurs in the audience, and also for companies that might use your services, what are the things you would tell them in terms of also focusing on some technologies and maybe looking for, in an open innovation model, looking for startups or for other companies that could help also bring in these new technologies in the future?
Sure. I can give some advice that for us, at least for Gympass, worked a lot. It was, I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of guys here that they've got amazing products, and they're right now building amazing products, and they want to go to international countries. And it's about scalability or make it local assumptions, right? And for us, at least, scalability was the key, was the game changer. to build a real scalable product, a really recognizable product, really a scalable internal process, that when we went to another country, we were able to implement all those three in a quick win. Okay? Said this, it was super important also to maintain this local flavor in each single country. Super important. There are cultural barriers, there are things of the country that we don't know, so this flavor was really, really another key. So my advice would be scalability, local flavor, and once you've got there, guys, recruit the best sellers you can. That will be my advice.
Well, I think we are totally aligned in this part because scalability is the key, but also the local flavor. We have a hyper local businesses, so we are attending not more than 400 people. So the knowledge that you have to implement in the businesses is quite important, and also with the sales team, I totally agree. you need the best sellers in the world.
That's the key, I would say, because we spend a lot of money in creating products, and it's fine, and we should and we must do that. But guys, if you find a good 3 or 4 sellers, spend time and money on them. It will change everything for you.
And listen to their feedback, because they are in contact with the people in the street, and this is a lot of you can have a lot of information, value information for your product.
Fantastic. And finally, just in terms of innovation, what do you think is the future in terms of augmented reality and some other technologies that could be used?
Yeah, we were discussing about that some minutes ago, and I think that the world is changing, right? So I don't know what's going to happen now when this meta thing and the metaverse comes, how it's going to impact the industry. It's going to impact the industry, I'm pretty sure, the fitness. And we need to begin at least to think what's going to happen there. No? If I'm going to be able to be in a spinning class at my house with a couple of colleagues in New York, and the sensation is that we're going to be all together. No, this is going to happen. So let's prepare our companies so what's coming there,
Yeah, and in my opinion, it's through that virtual reality and also all those things are going to impact in the industry. In my opinion, for good. It's going to be a good impact, but we have to be prepared on this, because 10 years ago, people doesn't think that we will change with the mobile phone, and okay, this is a stopper and it's not gonna work. So man, 10 years later, you were wrong, man, and it's fundamental for me to be prepared, and also to get the train, because maybe when the train leaves the station, it's very difficult to take it.
Yes, and you're digital native, both of you, so you were, even if COVID was hard and hit you hard, you were also prepared to have all these services and to access consumers directly, because you had this digitalization in your DNA, basically.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we have time for questions. I think we have 1 minute.
No.
Move rapidly to the next one, but
no problem.
Yeah, no, I think probably,
no
if there's any questions, please go and see them personally after this panel. I think that probably makes sense. But thank you all for a very interesting panel, and thinking about what the future holds in terms of apps and platforms, and what we're going to be seeing in the next 10 years. So it's exciting.
Yeah.
It is exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also important to educate, as you mentioned, in terms of why we're doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you all,
thank you
and
very much.
thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we're on to our final, but not, our final panel for the morning before we take a break for lunch at 2 o'clock. And we're going to be talking about from Valencia, where we are now, to the world. And it's about collaboration between private and public institutions that focus on health. And joining us on the stage, who will be moderating the conversation, is Sabrina Femenia, who is Managing Director of BioHub. Welcome, Sabrina, to the stage. Angela Perez, who's VP of Life Sciences, Health in Code, and President at BioVel. Welcome, Angela. Fernando Ibanez, who is General Manager of Etica. And Matthew Martino, who is CEO, Health in Code. So over to you guys, and give a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I'm Sabrina Femenia, the director of BioHub, and I will introduce you next session, from Valencia to the world. First, I'd like to introduce you in 1 minute BioHub, and then talk a little bit with our colleagues. BioHub is a business concept that connects innovation, social responsibility, and human health by creating a community around health and biotechnology, a place of connection between society and scientific advantages, and innovation and talent pool, all of them for human health. Placed really close to here, just in the other side of the bay, here in La Marina de Valencia, we represent the first private Spanish business center designed and specialized on health science companies. Our mission is to consolidate the regional BioCluster Club, attracting talent and companies, strengthen the Valencia brand on an international scale. We aim to agglutinate health initiatives from small and medium companies by creating necessary connections for share and exchange knowledge between companies and agents on the health sector. Of course, we are not isolated. There is a strategic plan to consolidate a cluster of entrepreneurship and innovation at La Marina de Valencia and the Valencian region. And we contribute to support it by spreading science among citizens, supporting the creation of local employment, and promoting the development of cloud services. By this way, we host and participate in the first Spanish think tank of life science that is based also in BioHub, and that also has been presented at this summit by some colleagues at parallel sessions. Of course, we are also negotiating agreements with main research centers, universities, and hospitals in order to promote national and international exchange meetings and events of the sector. By this way, also, we will have a conference hall and facilities for 500 people, and we aim the next Wellbeing and Health Summit will be placed there. Because in short, in March 2022, we will open our doors. At last, I'd like to highlight BioHub is an example of sustainability project. I could say someday we will explain it as a business case in some universities. It has been designed as a self-sustaining project from an economic, environmental, and social point of view. I could talk for hours about BioHub, but maybe it's more interesting you listen the opinion of some partners that can introduce you in the context. Here we have Fernando Ibanez, Director of Etica, Valencian financial consultant with strong values and passion for sustainability issues, and the main promoter of BioHub and also from BioCell, a specialized investment for biotech and health initiatives. Fernando, welcome.
Thank you.
I would like you to share with us first Etica background, and secondly, why BioHub and why BioCell.
Okay, thank you, Sabrina, and thank you to the South Summit to having us today. With this ambitious title, From Valencia to the World, we will try to be... so first, Etica, we are investors. We are asset managers, and we are focused in sectors from company sector that only work in activities that are good for the mankind, good for humanity. Energy, renewable energies, of course, health, and some others. So for us, it was natural to promote a project like BioHub that, as Sabrina said, you can maybe see from here, because it's behind this small boat that you can see there, the white one. And we will be open in March 22. So After the project is almost finished, it was natural for us to launch an investment vehicle for investors. And why we did that? Well, because here today we are talking about health, biotech, innovation, but of course we're talking about finance. Every startup, every company that is talking today is talking about the need for cash or for financing their activities. And from our point of view, there's one actor that is missing here, and is the family office, the small investor. Because we have the VCs, we have the private equity, we have, of course, the government, grants, whatever. But health is being always a difficult target for the small investor because it's technical. So we decided to design and launch this investment vehicle that's called BioCell, and it's aimed for this kind of investors that from small quantities of money can participate and invest in deals, in projects, in companies that are suitable to grow and to become scale-ups or even bigger companies. We detected as well a small fail in the market. There's, when a startup is created from a spin-off from the university, normally, after that, they have a really big difficulty to find money. And that limits its growth. So we have in Valencia a lot of small companies, startups, but we need really bigger companies to make the difference and to build this ecosystem and all we are creating here. In fact, Health in Code is one of our best examples. So that's our aim and our objectives. And of course, we are open to extend the details or the information that you may need.
Thank you, Fernando. Let me introduce Matthew Mitino, General Manager of Health in Code and a partner of BioHub. Matthew, I have similar questions to you. Please, could you explain us what is Health in Code and its purpose, and of course, why BioHub? What do you expect, and what can you bring to you?
Sure, thank you. And first, thanks for the invitation. I feel like the late party crasher, having been added to the program yesterday, so it's a great pleasure to be here with everyone. And I had an interesting thought last night as I had an opportunity to talk with a number of people that are attending the session. And whether we heard this morning or last night or we'll hear later, themes in healthcare and around entrepreneurship and innovation. There's a lot of talk around longevity. There's a lot of talk around preventative medicine, around predictive medicine, this idea of the ability to treat the individual, right? So my simplest way to explain what Health in Code does is we empower all that to happen. Without a company like Health in Code, that doesn't happen because what we do is we do the genetics. And so that's we have a really interesting role and have been at the forefront of these movements. Now, maybe we don't participate in every single one, but the concept is without companies like Health in Code, a lot of that stuff may struggle. So we empower a lot of this innovation that's happening, this idea, this hope for the individualized care and longevity. We can give life to that through what we do as a genetics company. And with the context of Valencia, I think it's interesting to think that in a market of today, or estimated $15 billion, forecast to be double that in the next 5 years, in a handful of companies, I say a handful in structural way, meaning maybe 5,000, 10,000 laboratories and companies that do this kind of work in the world. The largest company in Spain, which puts us as one of the top and largest companies in Europe, comes with great history and great raíces. Now I can't even think of the English word. Comes from, sorry, roots, thank you, look at, comes from, everybody said, you'll be great in English. No, comes from great roots in Valencia. So what we are is we are a company that plays in an enormous market with enormous interest from a global perspective, with roots here in Valencia, and that's what I think makes it remarkable for me to be part of this project, to have partners like Angela, who I've worked with the last years in this. So to bring that down a little bit and manage the time, so what do? We're a genetics company. So we are a company that will do the analytics from a genetics perspective on people, on tumors. To give an example, perhaps the most real, the most concrete, is if we think about the world of cancer and cancer treatments, a company like ours will be able to put at the, to help healthcare systems, to help physicians with our specialists in looking at, are people carriers of disease? Do they have a high risk for the future of developing a disease? Which allows us to look at preventative medicine and start looking at ways that we can be more conscientious of people who may be at higher risk of developing a disease based on their genetic profile. We can also look at people suffering from a disease to identify specifically what is the type of disease and what is the profile of that person. What does that allow us to do? That allows us to then, or at least the physicians treating a particular patient, to look at the appropriate pharmaceutical treatment that should be handled based on the tumor, based on the patient. So we look at preventative medicine and our ability to help physicians and other stakeholders, other healthcare providers, to treat and deliver this type of preventative medicine. So we're talking about identification of profiles down to treatment selection and management of a particular patient. We talk about when we talk about specific individualized care. So that's what we do. As I said earlier, we're the largest company in Spain, with 5 centers here in Spain, with 3 laboratories, nearly 200 employees. And again, this is a company leading in Spain, one of the largest in Europe, which we believe, and we have aspirations to look at being one of the largest, or at least the most competitive in the international space. That brings me back to the concept of BioHub. Why BioHub for a company like ours? You know, there's a lot of innovation, and I heard a lot last night at the session about the innovation, about the centers, about we're currently in another center of innovation, if you want to call that, with our offices here. But as we start to think about our aspiration, our vision of a company to continue to be a leader and to grow in our leadership identity, we certainly saw the BioHub as a next step for us. This is a center of reference. It's expected to be a shining star, if you will, of innovation and healthcare, and that's a natural thing for us to aspire to. It's a natural way for us to think about the type of identity we want to have with the company, and at the same time, put ourselves in a context of neighbors, of vecinos, that share a similar type of aspiration. So the BioHub for us was, I think, the natural extension of our vision of leadership, and to show that having strong roots in Valencia, why wouldn't we take that step and be one of the, I hope, anchor tenants, no?
Of course,
the anchor tenants of the BioHub with a company, with our current regional presence in Europe, but with aspirations to be certainly a global presence as we continue to grow and develop. So I hope that in some way answers a little your questions.
Yes, thank you very much. You are a really good seller. I will bring you next time with me again. Thank you, Matt. I'd like to introduce now Angela Pérez. Angela is VP Life Science of Health Incot, but also is the president of BioVal, the Valencian biotech cluster. Angela is a well-known woman, a referent in the region, in biotech, in entrepreneurship, in lots of areas, Angela. And recently, she represents the biotech cluster. Angela, please, could you shortly introduce us BioVal?
Of course. Thank you very much, Sabrina. It's a pleasure for me to be here today with all of you. Today I'm going to talk with the role of President of BioVal only. I want to thank South Summit to invite BioVal today. With this exciting title, From Valencia to the World, BioVal is the biotech cluster of the Comunitat Valenciana, we represent and connect the interest of the biotech companies, but not only biotech companies, also research centers and technological institutes. At this moment, we are about 100 of companies working on health, agricultural, bioeconomy, and also industrial companies. And more or less 20 hospitals, research centers, and technological institutes, all in Comunitat Valenciana. At this moment, I want to share with you the mission and the objectives of BioVal. Some examples of we work all days are we connect the interests of our associates to promote collaborative projects between us. To help, we help associates to obtain local and European funds, and in some cases we help little startups to look for investors. We bring the demands of the biotech sector to local and national government authorities, attract talent from our research centers in some cases, trying to bring these people to biotech companies. And collaborate with other clusters, with other regional clusters for bigger and innovative projects. I think we are one of the biggest associations, biotech associations clusters in Spain in terms of number of associates. And I'm very proud about the quality of the technology and of the projects from all these associates. BioHub is, under our point of view, the perfect destination for biotech companies that look for a singular place to establish in Valencia. So we are really proud, in this case, like Vice President of Health in Code, to be there in March of next year. So we invite from BioHub to all of you that have any project to know more about BioHub and to share this exciting next months. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. I always enjoy listening to you. We wanted to bring here a vision of some agents, a company, and the cluster we can include in our center. Of course, we are in Valencia, but our mission or scope is not local only. We aim to positionate BioHub and biotechnology cluster potential enterprise companies from here all over the world, not only en la contorna. Matt, Fernando, I would like to continue talking to you, but I think time is gone, so we must stop here, and maybe we could continue on backstage.
Well, I would say if we have 1 minute left, so 30 seconds. Well, we're talking about the BioHub, BioVal Health Code. Well, I would like to thank public the commitment of Health in Code with our project, and I think that's really make the difference for our project. And of course, it's a project that is open. It's not necessary to be there to establish there, but we have a big community, and our objective is to be this open house for all projects around biotech and health in Valencia, and to become something that you can touch and live every day. That is really important for the growth of the companies and to attract talent and investment. That was my speech. 1 minute. It's a pitch. Okay, let's start the pitch.
30 seconds.
See, wake up. Fantastic. Thank you very much, all of you. It's great to hear what you are doing here in Valencia and attracting, talent and innovation to Valencia in terms of health and well-being. So very interesting. Thank you all for joining us today. And I think it's time for lunch now. So we've had a great morning of these innovative talks and learning about the local ecosystem and how we can connect to the global ecosystem in terms of health and innovation. And we'll be back on this stage at 3:30 talking about scaling up in health success stories. So please join us back here at 3:30. And meanwhile, go and enjoy lunch. All right, see you later. Thank you.
vicios, ¿sabes?
Porque estás todo el día con ellos.
Claro, entonces tú al final vas...
Hola amigos, bienvenidos, welcome back to South Summit Valencia 2021. It's such a pleasure to be here, such a pleasure to see all of you after a very good lunch, myself very much included in that last sentence. My name is Oisín Lunny, I'm a podcast host for Fortune 500 companies, an event MC, a voiceover artist. I do a bunch of different things. I was a senior contributor to Forbes for a while. I've worked in a series of tech suppliers to Fortune 500 and Fortune 2000 companies. And so my connection with South Summit goes back many, many years, and it is great to be back once again. Now, South Summit, it's more than just an event. It's a state of mind, it's an ecosystem, it's a family, it's a network. And of course, an ecosystem, it needs strong roots, but it also needs branches. It needs us to reach out into the world to address some of the big concerns and some of the biggest opportunities. Now, we've gathered together the best investors, the best startups, the best corporations, and we're really bringing together folks to build this ecosystem and strengthen the root of the South Summit network. Now, South Summit grows through its branches, and this is why it's deployed strategic opportunities in key locations. So you've already seen a mobility South Summit in Malaga, you've seen a digital industry South Summit in Bilbao, and now we have a health care and well-being South Summit here in Valencia, and it is great to see you all. Now, first things first, you might ask yourself, why health and well-being? Well, healthcare, when you think about it, it affects all of us. It's about the quality of our lives. It's about the number of hours, days, and years that we have left on this planet. And it's about how good those hours, days, and years are. And we have brought together some of the world leaders in healthcare and wellness to discuss the key issues in this topic that touches absolutely everyone. It's a matter of life and death. Now, healthcare has always been one of the most important factors in determining the quality of life in an entire country, in any country. So you can see why this is an industry that's in a constant state of evolution and innovation. And it's really like constantly developing breakthroughs to try and make sure all of our lives evolve for the better. And I am constantly inspired by the people I've met today. I've seen so many great startup pitches this morning up on the Next Big Thing stage. And we're going to actually meet the winners of the South Summit Valencia Health and Wellbeing Startup Competition right here on this stage for the grand finale after our last brilliant keynote speaker, who's Teemu Arina, who is a gentleman who personifies biohacking. He's an absolutely fascinating guy. I've known him for years. I caught up with him yesterday, and he's the kind of guy that kind of mentions things in conversation that you wouldn't get from many people. We were talking about the medicinal properties of certain plants, shall we say, and he said, oh yeah, I don't know if I mentioned, I lived in the Amazon for 3 months to investigate medicinal plants. And I was like, what, seriously? And it's like, if you spend more than 5 minutes talking to Teemu, you're going to hear lots of things that just make you do a double take. He's an absolutely fascinating individual, well worth hanging around for. And that goes for all of yourselves tuning in, joining us via the live stream, which is live on southsummit.co. It's live on the South Summit app, and it's live on the South Summit YouTube channel. So bienvenidos, and great to see you all joining us virtually as well. So, you know, healthcare is an area of the world that's of keen interest to investors, keen interest to companies, but also to governments, because you're talking about the health of a nation, the health of a country. It's a big deal. It touches all of us. So things like mental health, happiness, purpose, and prosperity are becoming the most valuable metrics to take into consideration when you're looking at how successful a country is and how happy the people are who live in it. So South Summit Valencia was really put together and very brilliantly curated by Maria Benjumena and her amazing team to explore the various dimensions of innovation in healthcare and well-being. And it's been led by governments, startups, corporations, and of course, you know, the petrol in the tank, investors, the folks who get the money and put it into the innovation system to turbocharge it. So, and the other question is why Valencia? Well, because Valencia is, of course, the home of health and well-being. It's a blossoming ecosystem. It's bursting with enthusiastic talent and energy. And of course, you just look out the window here. We see these yachts. We see this beautiful Mediterranean city. It's really experimenting now. It's at a very interesting place. It's experimenting with fast-paced growth. And it's got a huge number of amazing startups. It's got increasing employment rates. It's got a wider community of investors. And it's got a solid health industry network. And this is why we're all here. We're here to help Valencia really become the innovation hub and the role model city in terms of health and well-being. And what I've seen today encourages me so much in terms of the future of Valencia and the future of the health and well-being sector in Spain and all over the planet. It's been absolutely inspiring. So, South Summit Valencia is really all about this. We've got this huge business potential. We've got this rich culture. And it means Valencia is the perfect location for the development and creation of the health and well-being business opportunities that are going to really supercharge all of our futures. And I'm so happy to see so many of you here today to join us. So we have a fantastic program. I just have a bit of a request. If you're feeling the love, if you're appreciating all of the months of hard work that have gone into curating this amazing program of speakers, all of the hard work that the startups have put in to kind of, get through all of the rounds, to reach you on the stage here and to come to the final, please do share the love online. Find South Summit, find Spain Startup, and use the hashtag South Summit VLC. South Summit Valencia, South Summit VLC. Please use that hashtag. And by the way, if we haven't met already, my name's Oisín Lunny. I am very, very happy to connect to all of you on LinkedIn. I like to build a network. Like I said before, South Summit, it's an event, it's an ecosystem, it's a state of mind, and it's also a family. And you are all in this family, and we're all here together to make the world a better place. So congratulations and welcome to South Summit Valencia. And we've got a fantastic afternoon program for you. Okay, so we are now going to kick off with our fantastic first panel. And it's a real honor to be joined by one of the key members of the South Summit family. She is the CEO of Spain Startup. And I know it's just after lunch, but I need your energy. I need you to kind of get us through the post-lunch energy and make sure we're on the right track. So give your loudest, biggest appreciation to the CEO of Spain Startup. Please welcome to the stage, Marta del Castillo. Thank you. Muy bien.
Thank
Gracias,
you,
Marta. Hey, good to see you.
That was so energetic, even after lunch. Thank you all, guys, that you put all of it. Welcome. I just want to join in stage one of our talented finalists of South Summit, Rocío Arroyo from Amadix. Welcome. Come and join me.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Great
Marta.
applause.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for
Please
coming.
take a seat. Then I want to introduce our other panelists here. If you see, there's no other chair. So we're going to have him right on the screen. Eduardo Jorgensen, are you there?
I am. Hello.
Applause to Eduardo. He is the CEO of Medicine. He's going to tell you a lot about it. He's other of our finalists and winners of South Summit. So thank you, guys. It's a real pleasure to have you all over here. I just want to refresh our audience here and in live streaming that Rocío and Eduardo, they were both, not so long ago, they were pitching in South Summit in the first steps as a startup. Rocío was, Rocío Amadix and Rocío leading Amadix were the winners of 2018, winners of the track of health and well-being and winners of the South Summit overall. And Eduardo, it was last year, he was pitching digitally because of the evident pandemics. And he was also winner of the health and well-being track. And also they were awarded with the most innovative team of South Summit. So welcome, guys. And I was just wondering, from those years that when you started at Rocío and when you came to South Summit, how do you see it's been the evolution for Amadix and also the evolution in the health and well-being ecosystem and more in Spain or whatever you're just approaching as a company?
Yeah, a lot of things happened since we were global winners of South Summit 2018. And after the South Summit, we were contacted by some venture capitalists, some private investors, also family offices affected somehow by cancer and wanting to help. So we have been able of funding almost 8 million euros since then.
Wow.
And yeah, we have the regulatory approval for our first product, Colofast, a blood test for detecting colorectal cancer in healthy individuals with no symptoms. And also we are moving forward with the FDA process for a prospective clinical trial there. And
in the States, in the United
States.
States.
Yeah, in the US. And we are also working with big data and artificial intelligence because we are developing algorithms for identify those individuals who are going to have cancer in the future, but they don't know today because they don't have symptoms. And we are combining molecular analysis of biomarkers in blood with the big data from their medical history, previous diseases, habits, and lifestyle.
Wow, it's been a short, it hasn't been many years, but it's been a long path that you've been walking through since 2018. And Eduardo, what about you? Because you were last year winner, but you've been working with medicine for a little while. How it's been your evolution during this time? Can you tell us a little bit what happened since we last see you?
Oh, yeah. It has been quite an interesting year. We were able to receive funding, and moreover, one of our investors came directly. He saw us on the South Summit event and for our algorithms. And now we are approaching the animal trials, the big animal trials with the device. This is R&D. We're every day, as I'm pretty sure Rocío knows, we're finding more challenges to overcome. But it's been an amazing journey this last year because we've been able to solidify our evidence. So very, very happy.
Wow, that's great. And I promise I didn't knew that an investor approached you in South Summit. It wasn't product placement, I promise, but it's a good learning for all the startups and all the investors and corporates that are here to know that these really things happen. It's not only a Disney movie. It really does happen that they get investment.
Absolutely, and let me tell you that in our case, the same thing that Eduardo explained happened to us. So after my pitch, somebody came to me and say, congrats, I really like your project, and he invested. So yeah, it was amazing, yeah.
Wow, that's great, and it really gives us a purpose of continuing really hard with this South Summit events. So what about the market and how it's been like the evolution of health and well-being? Because we know that pandemic has changed a lot, but I believe that it also have accelerated the market of health and well-being. But on the other hand, I believe that's been a lot of investment to the COVID, and I don't know how that is working in the sectors as you're working with cancer or diabetes, as Eduardo is. Like, how has it been for you? How do you feel the market evolution?
Well, we faced during a few months, I would say, a clear scenario of uncertainty, because we really didn't know what was going to happen, and we didn't know if venture capitals were going to invest in biotech companies or in healthcare, or they were going to support their participated companies. We didn't know. So I think, and probably Eduardo was in the same situation as us, we were very conservative, let's say, with the expenses, just in case. But I think now there are many opportunities for funding healthcare startups. I see the crowdfunding as a real alternative for funding startups in healthcare through platforms like Capital Cell, for example. And I also see in Euronext how the biotech companies are reaching maximum levels of investment last year, and many investors traditionally investing in retail. Now they are looking at the healthcare sector because maybe other sectors are not doing so well, or maybe COVID-19 make them realize that there are other benefits of investing in healthcare additional to the profitability. So I think there are many, many opportunities there, and yeah, healthcare startups need to go and take them.
That's great, because you see, like, we say like us entrepreneurs, we see like solutions where the others see problems, or we see opportunities where others see crises. So I think it's a great opportunity for health and well-being. And what about you, Eduardo? How did you felt like, how was your niche or sector with the devices and software and hardware devices for diabetes? How did you feel this last year or during the pandemic?
Well, we saw huge growth. We raised the same amount of funding since the pandemic started until today than all the years before combined. And I believe it drove a lot of investment towards COVID, but it also made certain things clear. For example, patients going to the hospital is a problem. So we need to sort that out. We need to make them be able to take care of their diseases at home at the maximum level possible. So in that scenario, solutions that allow telemedicine have been very good position out of the COVID situation. And on top of that, there's another thing in our particular case, which is that up to 10%, it is estimated that up to 10% of the global COVID vaccine rejections are due to fear with needles. Fear with needles, which means that we need alternative technology to be able to administer these kind of drugs to everyone. Because if people feel, I don't mind about COVID, what I mind is about a needle, that is unlikely to change. So we're gonna have to improve with the technology. And I think that the world is seeing all those little bits and pieces, and digital tech solutions like ours are being able to grow thanks to that. So yeah, we saw a lot of investment.
I think that's great what you're saying, because we see that through this pandemic, it was really hard for all of us, and there are a lot of people who really had a really tough time, even like people who lost lives, and also like even the healthcare system that it was really affected. But it's good to know that they're opening other markets, as you were saying, home care or diagnose or prevention or telemedicine. So that means that we are moving through a future that there's not a market for disease anymore. We are building bigger markets for prevention or for going against disease, which is great news for humanity. So it really makes me really happy to listen to both of you, because you have like similar perceptions that there was an opportunity for healthcare. And I was thinking also, because you were telling me, Rocío, that you were even like looking at the market, the US market, and I was wondering about geographically, how is the market of healthcare? Are there any difference within countries or regions? Do you see when you're thinking that maybe how will be the internationalization of Amadix? Are you wondering, or do you have some countries that are targeted, or regions, or you are just open to whatever opportunity come?
Well, when we think about precision medicine or personalized diagnostics, which is what we do at Amadix, I think the main market here is the US in terms of implementation of this type of test. And I think it is because the US market is mostly based on private healthcare, with insurance company more open to pay for innovation that European public health systems. But of course, we are looking at European markets just because of the proximity. But the reimbursement is an issue in Europe, you know, because every country has different reimbursement requirements, and the picture is more complex. But we read last week an amazing news about the inclusion of biomarkers this is an approval by the Spanish Senate to include biomarkers in the Spanish public health system. Wow. So this is a great step for the adoption of personalized medicine in our hospitals. But we are also negotiating right now with a Russian partner, also with a Chinese partner, because we file the patent applications worldwide, and sometimes we basically, I would say, we select the markets to approach based on, I would say, 3 criteria. One is regulatory and reimbursement. I would say the second one is the incidence of the type of cancer we are trying to detect early in this country. And the third criteria is the implementation of cancer national screening programs. So the market is already created and we don't have to create a new market from the beginning.
Do you perceive that there's the difference between the incidence of cancer, of the cancers that you are approaching, which is it's lung, pancreas, and liver, colorectal?
Yeah.
Do you see that there's a different incidence within the geographic regions?
We see different incidence in the Asian markets regarding lung cancer. I think it's sometimes we were talking before about the food, and sometimes depending on the food, colorectal cancer has different incidence, higher incidence in the US. It wasn't so low incidence in Spain as we think, because we believe the Mediterranean food is really good, but we also eat a lot of smoked embutidos. I don't know how to say that. But yeah, there is really big difference in the incidence of the different types of cancer.
I was really curious, and I think that also affects how you target your internationalization. And what about you, Eduardo? How is it for your market or for Medicsen? How do you plan like growing internationally, and what are you looking at?
Well, I can imagine the pains of structuring a whole business model around reimbursement. In our scenario is a little bit different. We decided to approach the market on our own, not to go to a reimbursement phase until we have enough pharmacoeconomic data on the benefits of the product. So then the national agencies will start reimbursing. That strategy is going to be first Spain, then Europe, then United States, of course. The United States have 1/3 of the diabetic market all around the world. And we see our expansion in a different way as well. We see that our technology can be applied to a wide variety of molecules. Something like what Rocío and Amarix are doing with different cancers, we can do it with different treatments and molecules. That will be probably in parallel with our internationalization strategy. So it's coming a couple of interesting years. As I said, we expect to start in Spain with very, very low in order to make sure that we can prove that we nail it before we scale it. That's the typical one, but it's really important in this one. And then with that data that we have demonstrated that it works, that the patients like it, doctors like it, then scale it to Europe and enter that market and try to conquer it against the current solutions that are infusion pumps.
And for your growth, I was wondering, because as Medicsen, you do have like a double side product or service, because you have the software on one hand and then the hardware in one hand. How do you see the opportunities, like the healthcare, but with the software or the hardware? Is it different? Do they have to go hand by hand? Do you see more opportunities for the hardware or the software?
It's extremely different, extremely different. So the software has always been a way to get more data and prove that we can do something valuable for patients. It's going through a whole restructuring. It has gone through a whole restructuring because we're releasing it officially next week for all the patients prior to the International Diabetes Day, which is on the 14th of November. But the thing around the software is that it has always been difficult to find a business model with it. And the main value that we see is that it will guide the future generation of the smart patch. Once we can integrate both pieces, we'll be able to have an automated device for drug delivery, insulin delivery in this case. And that's something that the market is seeking, that is taking years and years to produce because you need to regulate it as a drug. And it's a fight that we have started by individualizing the product, so we don't add risk to any of them with the other one. The thing is, it's completely different markets. So we have never been focused on having a business model with the software, because we were focused on creating the smart pads and just adding value for patients with the software. but some pharmaceutical companies and medical devices companies started approaching us thanks to the software, because it's good. It has low amount of errors, and it allows for to be used as an API, as a software as a service, for the way that we've built it since we started creating it. So in the end, we might end up licensing the software technology as well, but what we're focused on 100% is the smart pads. That's our key project.
Well, it's amazing because now we see like the opportunities that you're building in many ways. Now like you go like an octopus going all around the world, like with different products and services. And I mean, it really inspires me because even the main thing you're doing, it has a really, really strong impact in the world we are creating. And now that we are shaping our future, I was wondering, like, how do you plan to democratize that impact so everybody in the world, poor, rich countries, can be able to use your products and services? How do you see that future?
Well, we believe that something like 3% of global population worldwide, they have cancer and they don't know it. So what we want to do is develop algorithms to identify all those people and giving them the information and giving them the opportunity to prevent the cancer and live longer. So at the end, Amadix started to avoid chemotherapy to cancer patients, and I think we are on the way to do it. So we're very close to reaching the market with our first product, but there are a long way to go with different types of cancer, with an important percentage of the population with ways to prevent this cancer and even avoid it.
Wouldn't it be lovely that we will end with the cancer, with this type of cancers? And what about you, Eduardo? What is the change you dream, you're imagining as when medicine will grow and will make it available for all the world and maybe many diseases?
Well, mainly prices. One of our main goals is to make it accessible for as many patients as possible. This technology is still expensive, but we are confident that we'll be able to decrease the price range when comparing to current solutions that go above 3,000 euros. Patients cannot afford that. So in the end, we have thought about strategies like offering patients that they can buy one device, and with that purchase, they could be financing a device for one patient that cannot afford it for themselves. And there can be hundreds and hundreds of strategies in there. But the first thing that we need to focus on is make it available for patients that want to buy it, that prove that it works for them and improves their quality of life. And from then on, this is something that can impact in many places of the value chain. So we typically don't think about this, but the needle itself, it's a big bio waste. So it generates huge amounts of waste that is biologically active, which needs to be disposed in a specific way. It generates, for example, in the United States, it generates 2,000 daily accidental injuries due to needle stick. And that creates around 3 billion, I believe it was 3 billion euros in yearly costs just associated to problems with needles. Not only things that happen around your skin when you inject them, but when you accidentally touch one of them. So the World Health Organization started to ask for alternative solutions to needles, to decrease the environmental impact, to come to smarter options. And I believe that most of our potential of equalizing access to these solutions will come by proving that they decrease the contamination. They can even generate CO2 credits for other companies, so it can generate alternative economies around them. And I believe that digital health and health in general needs to go towards that way.
So I'm really impressed. I don't know if the audience is the same, because I'm really impressed with you two, because we haven't seen like for months, and then we realized that you're not only like having really solid investment and really solid businesses and startups, but you're also evolving to bringing a bigger impact in all you are doing every day. So I really I get very inspired by both of you and all your teams. So really, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here with us, of sharing your knowledge, and thank you very much for the change you are making for the world. And I just looking forward to see what happens the next few months and having you back here again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Eduardo. Big applause for all of them.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much, Marta. Wonderful moderation there. We do like to persuade Marta to come out and join us on stage whenever we can. She's a brilliant moderator, and you know, it's fantastic to have her here. So you'll notice that some brand new chairs are coming onto the stage. We're going to have a very exciting panel now. And before we start, I just wanted to reflect on two things that were mentioned in our last session. There were some like stunning facts there. Eduardo mentioned that 10% of global vaccine rejection is because people don't like needles. That's just jaw-dropping. 10%. Oh my goodness. And Rocio mentioned that 3% of the global population has cancer and they don't know it. And so if these are companies that are, you know, addressing that problem and helping people have better lives, longer lives, that is absolutely stunning. And, you know, this is really what it's all about. This is like gathering the best experts in the world, in the best place in the world, the best conference in the world, in the right environment to share their information about how they're doing. And, you know, these are two stellar examples of South Summit Startup Competition winners and finalists. And it's very inspiring for me personally. I've been coming to South Summit for many years. It's great to see folks on the stage at South Summit, then they become a finalist, or maybe they even become the winner, and then they come back to the conference some years later to talk about their scale-up success stories, as we just heard there from Eduardo and Rocio. So that was absolutely brilliant. Okay, I'm just going to check with our stage director over here. Are we ready to go? Fantastic. Muchísimas gracias. Great. Okay, so I'm going to introduce 4 VIP rockstar speakers who are going to now talk about a really fascinating area. It's investment. It's a really important area. It's you know, it's like show me the money, but this is a different kind of panel. It's about an investment in holistic health. So our moderator is the wonderful Paloma Castellano, who is the director of Weira in Madrid. Please welcome to the stage, Paloma. Muchísimas gracias. Bienvenidos, Paloma. Great to see you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Okay, great to see you, Paloma. Encantado. Wonderful. Okay, and joining Paloma, we next have Luis Christoph, who is the head of partnerships at Volava. Welcome to the stage, Luis. Wonderful. Great to see you. Thank you, Luis. And next up, our next rockstar speaker is a co-founder and co-CEO of Humanox. Please welcome to the stage, Ivan Contreras. Ivan, bienvenidos. Great to see you.
Hello.
Excellent. Okay, and completing the rockstar lineup, we have the CEO of MySphere. Please give a big round of applause to Salvador Vera. Welcome, Salvador. Okay, Paloma and friends, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, voy a cambiar un poco el idioma porque como estamos aquí en familia, lo vamos a hacer en español, que nos sentimos un poco más cómodos, yo al menos. Bueno, la verdad es que para mí es un orgullo estar en este panel. Bueno, desde Weira siempre decimos, y cualquier inversor de los que estamos aquí, siempre decimos que nos gusta apostar por gente que lo que quiere es resolver grandes problemas, ¿no? Grandes retos de la humanidad. Yo creo que todos los que estamos hoy en este South Summit aquí en Valencia sobre salud, sabemos que uno de los grandes retos a los que nos enfrentamos siempre es la salud, ¿no? de la población. Y hoy tenemos, desde Weira hemos invertido bastante en startups que resuelven estos problemas sanitarios, y hoy tenemos pues 3 grandes emprendedores que están atacando este reto sanitario desde diferentes formas, ¿no? De diferentes ángulos, pues desde la prevención hasta los deportistas de élite, hasta la gestión hospitalaria, ¿no? Entonces, pues bueno, yo soy Salva, por la parte de CEO de MySphere, Iván, CEO de Humanox, y Luis, el director de Partnerships de Volava. Entonces, yo lo que os voy a pedir a vosotros es que contéis un poco cómo llegasteis a emprender, ¿Qué os llevó a lanzar cada uno de vuestros emprendimientos y qué es lo que hacéis, ¿no? ¿Cómo abordáis estos retos? Pues empiezo por ti, Luis, que te tengo aquí al lado.
Muy bien. Bueno, Volava es una startup que empezó su andadura en 2017. Estuvimos dos años en I+D y el motivo que impulsó nuestro fundador, que es Joel Balaguer, fue el estar en forma. Él quería estar en forma, vio pues, que había opciones muy interesantes de fitness conectado, ¿no? Desconectar los equipos de fitness a una app y que vea tus métricas con clases en directo, ¿no? Y quería hacer algo, quería primero comprar una máquina y luego pues, no estaba disponible y pensó, bueno, voy a hacer esta empresa aquí con el objetivo de fitness for everyone, ¿no? De que todo mundo desde su casa pueda hacer deporte para estar sano, física y mentalmente, porque hoy sabemos que la parte mental del deporte también es muy importante. Entonces, fue ahí que empezó, digamos, la andadura de Volava, con la necesidad de nuestro CEO de ponerse en forma, digamos. Esto es.
Me ha encantado ese concepto es un poco gusto, ¿no? De cualquiera puede cocinar, pues cualquiera puede hacer deporte, sí. Hasta convertirnos en deportistas profesionales, ¿no? Que son más los que estás orientando tú, Iván.
Sí, desde Humanox nosotros identificamos, cuando montamos la compañía, un problema, y es que los atletas profesionales están muy monitorizados y tienen mucha obtención de datos para poder mejorar a nivel de performance. Y dijimos, ¿por qué no? O cuántos datos se pueden obtener en el fútbol base, en el deporte base, donde están nuestros hijos, nuestras hijas, nuestros sobrinos, nuestros nietos, donde está todo ese tipo de personas. Y dijimos, fuimos a preguntar, en este caso a los equipos de fútbol, a los directores deportivos, y nos dijeron 0, que no tomaban datos de ninguno de los chavales que estaban en el fútbol base. Y dijimos, pues ahí es donde queremos estar. Y desarrollamos un dispositivo que es parte de la equipación del futbolista, que es una espinillera, y le incorporamos parte del conocimiento empresarial que tenemos los dos cofundadores. Esta no es nuestra primera startup, es nuestra tercera startup. La primera fue una startup de fibra de carbono, que la llevamos a la salida a bolsa, hicimos fibra de carbono para piezas de avión, para el sector aeronáutico. Y ese conocimiento lo hemos incorporado aquí, en esta cosita tan pequeña. Y después hicimos una compañía que desarrolló sistemas IoT para la movilidad sostenible, con vehículos eléctricos, etcétera. Y ahí hemos metido todo ese sistema de seguimiento aquí dentro. Esto es un dispositivo IoT totalmente inteligente y que se conecta en tiempo real para ver toda una serie de datos de todo ese fútbol base, en concreto, porque esto está preparado para el fútbol base, y poder visualizarlo en tiempo real en tu app, en tu laptop, en tu tableta, en donde sea necesario.
Qué bueno, y ya, además, bueno, estamos hablando, los tres, es curioso porque trabajáis con el Internet de las cosas, ¿no? Las bicis, las bandas conectadas, las espinilleras, y Rafa aplica, Salva, como he liado yo, Salva aplica estas cosas a los procesos hospitalarios, ¿no?
Sí. Sí, nosotros, ¿por qué hicimos MyEsfera? Nosotros veníamos de un grupo de personas que trabajamos en el ámbito de la historia clínica electrónica. Y vimos que había un gap muy importante entre lo que se estaba registrando en esa historia clínica de lo que ocurrió en el hospital contra cuándo y cómo realmente pasaba. ¿Por qué? Porque bueno, cuando el personal sanitario está teniendo que trabajar con pacientes, pues no tiene por qué estar registrando exactamente cuándo ocurre todo. Y vimos que había un gap, por ejemplo, en el proceso quirúrgico de hasta un 30% entre cuándo se registraban que ocurrían las cosas a cuándo realmente ocurrían. Entonces empezamos a pensar que con un sistema, digamos, de localización de pacientes, sabiendo exactamente en qué momento del estado del flujo estaba el paciente, podíamos inferir la realidad de cuándo ocurrían las cosas. Y eso nos permitía, pues tres cosas, principalmente. Una, realmente poder planificar y ver realmente cuándo han ocurrido las cosas realmente, y eso te ayuda a planificar mejor tus recursos y tus procesos. Otra era realmente en tiempo real poder dar visibilidad a lo que estaba ocurriendo y automatizar el proceso. Por ejemplo, bueno, la pulserita que usamos, que es esta, que es una pulsera Bluetooth que se le pone al paciente, pues lo que consigue saber es, por ejemplo, que el paciente ya ha llegado a preparación. Puedes llamar activamente a una enfermera que lo prepare, la enfermera aprieta el botoncito y ya sabe que está preparado el paciente en el sistema, con lo cual llama al celador porque ha comprobado también el sistema que el quirófano está limpio para que lo mueva, y todo eso, que son tiempos de no valor en el proceso, los consigue reducir muchísimo gracias a esa automatización. Y por último, una parte también de experiencia, digamos, del paciente y su familia, ¿no? O sea, el hecho de que tú cuando entras a un hospital hay veces que es una especie de caja negra, que entras a un quirófano y, bueno, tu familiar entra por una puerta y ya veremos cuándo sale, pues poder, con esto de saber realmente cuándo ocurren las cosas, darle información en tiempo real a la familia, vía pantallas y vía apps, ¿no? Y eso fue lo que nos motivó y lo que nos ha llevado pues, a donde estamos ahora.
Qué bueno, ¿no? Y qué importante es la experiencia del paciente cuando entra en un hospital y la experiencia de los familiares, ¿no? Que estamos ahí detrás. Yo es que, Salva, hemos hablado muchísimo de digitalización de procesos hospitalarios y es como eso que siempre va a llegar y ha llegado, o sea, estamos ahí. ¿Cómo ves la perspectiva ahí?
Bueno, ha llegado en parte. O sea, digitalización como tal, España es uno de los países que mejor tiene o más extendida tiene la historia clínica electrónica, que es la primera base para poder realmente digitalizar el proceso, pero bueno, hay muchísimo recorrido, ¿no? Y la pandemia ha hecho que se visualicen ciertas cosas, por ejemplo, cuando hablamos de el paciente no solo cuando está en el hospital o cuando está en la consulta, sino cuando está en su casa, es una persona que también necesita una atención. Entonces ha visto ahora el tema de la teleconsulta, cómo ha surgido con la pandemia, pero no ha dejado de ser más que utilizar una commodity que todos utilizamos en el día a día y en muchos sectores se utiliza en el ámbito de la salud. Eso es digitalizar, bueno, pues un poquito, ¿no? Entonces, si eso, digamos, es algo que ahora las organizaciones sanitarias han ido cogiendo y van a seguir impulsando con los famosos fondos Next Generation y se va a aplicar ahí o se va a aplicar en comprar cacharros o construir nuevos centros, pues son cosas que están por ver. Entonces, yo creo que tenemos una oportunidad muy buena de realmente digitalizar, porque digitalizar no es poner tecnología porque sí, porque es que mole, es porque realmente lo que buscas es eficientar. Tú tienes un sistema sanitario que no es sostenible en el tiempo con el envejecimiento de la población y tienes que hacerlo más eficiente. Y la tecnología lo que tiene que llevarte es a eficientar. Y mientras se busque eso como finalidad, yo creo que trabajaremos bien y si no, pues no.
Claro. Ahora, bueno, cambiamos un poquito de tercio. Siempre que hablamos con Iván de Espinillera, siempre acabamos hablando de Moneyball, ¿no? Pero bueno, no solamente ayudáis, que yo creo que es interesante que es también esa perspectiva, pero no solamente estáis ayudando a esa parte de detección de talentos, sino también a la prevención de enfermedades, ¿no? y de la performance de los jugadores. Entonces, cuéntanos ahí un poquillo.
Sí, el dispositivo nuestro en sí lo que tiene es toda una serie de sensores que miden carga interna, y esto es algo muy novedoso en cualquier jugador de cualquier deporte. Carga interna significa frecuencia cardíaca y temperatura, y la mide en el momento que estás o entrenando o en el partido. Y eso te permite, o permite al entrenador, al que está detrás, tomar decisiones, porque la medición es en tiempo real. El dato se está enviando en tiempo real. Es más, nosotros hemos dado un salto más al Moneyball, que el Moneyball, además, hablan en concreto de la performance y del rendimiento y del resultado, y nosotros hemos dado un saltito más y queremos que esa digitalización que estamos hablando pase a convertirse en entretenimiento. ¿Qué significa eso? Que cualquier jugador de fútbol, de cualquier edad que utilice el dispositivo, puede tener a su padre, a su madre, a su tío, a su abuela, en el campo o en cualquier parte del mundo, monitorizando a tu hijo o a tu hija y ver en tiempo real dónde está, cómo está jugando, qué frecuencia cardíaca tiene en ese momento, qué velocidades está tomando. Y ahí es donde nosotros hemos metido una capa de algoritmos por debajo de la toma de datos para que ponga alertas por arriba, alertas por abajo, y con eso podemos determinar el rendimiento de un jugador, su estado físico, para que tenga o una mejor preparación física o para que pare y evitar lesiones. Y el propio sistema aprende a medida que le vas metiendo más datos porque te compara con tu edad y con tu entorno y contigo mismo en los ejercicios que has ido haciendo al cabo del tiempo.
Pero ¿seréis capaces de detectar al nuevo Messi sin pagar 500 millones?
Vamos a ver. Yo siempre te contesto lo mismo. Está bien y al nuevo Messi se va a detectar no solo con esto. Esto va a ser una ayuda tecnológica y una ayuda que además no es invasiva y que es parte ya del día a día de todo jugador de fútbol, sobre todo de los profesionales. Luego hay otra parte que es lo clásico, pues cuál es su posición táctica y otra serie de factores que afectan a ello. Pero lo importante es que nuestros hijos y nuestras hijas jueguen de una manera saludable a este deporte, que en este caso es el fútbol. Y si mañana Humanox desarrollamos un dispositivo para otro deporte, que nuestros hijos e hijas practiquen ese deporte de una manera segura.
Bueno, pues volvemos aquí con Volava, que también está aplicando esta parte de juego, ¿no? Lo hablábamos en la comida,
Sí.
como esta importancia de convertir los datos en entretenimiento, conseguir que Paloma haga deporte. ¿Cómo lo hacéis en Volava?
Sí, yo creo que
de momento vais mal, ¿eh?
Yo creo que la parte de entretener es muy importante, ¿no? Todo el mundo conoce pues, la bicicleta estática que está en su casa, la compras con mucha ilusión y luego 2 o 3 meses después es un perchero caro, ¿no? Lo que decimos. Aquí lo que se trata es que sea adictivo, ¿no? ¿Y cómo es adictivo? No solo porque tú tienes tus datos, o sea, tanto sin equipo, solo con el pulsómetro, pero también con la bici o la cinta de correr, el boxeo, tú tienes todos los datos, entonces sabes hacer bien los ejercicios del instructor que está diciendo. En este momento, si estás haciendo pues, indoor cycling, en este momento tienes que estar entre 60 y 80. Lógicamente, el usuario puede hacer lo que le dé la gana, pero aquí es nuestra indicación. El instructor también está viendo la pulsación cardíaca y está viendo si te vas de zona, ¿no? Entonces, esto evita pues, lesiones y mejora, digamos, el rendimiento y sabes que tú estás haciendo dentro de tus posibilidades. Otra cosa, es decir, y aparte, tienes una clasificación. Te puedes competir contra ti mismo, porque has hecho esta clase, pues un poco lo que decías tú, Iván. Vuelves a hacer lo mismo y vamos a ver si lo hago un poco mejor. Pero luego tienes tus amigos que están en esta clase en directo y pues también te retas y luego retas en las redes sociales y aquí es donde vemos el gancho de la gente que está involucrada y nuestra retención es de un 80%. Eso quiere decir que bajo suscripción, cada mes 80% de la gente renueva, que están muy contentos con el contenido, con los instructores, pues dan las instrucciones claras y motivan, que no estamos para penalizar a nadie, estamos para animar. Y luego en las redes sociales pues hemos crecido muchísimo también porque la gente quiere participar y quiere enseñar y mira, te he ganado y etcétera. Eso es, y va más, o sea, esto estamos solo empezando, pero esto va más.
Me sorprendió el dato que dabas antes, ¿no? Del número de sesiones de los usuarios por semana.
Sí, sí, son entre 2 y 3 sesiones y cada suscripción, digamos, normalmente son dos personas y media, que tienen 2 perfiles, o sea, marido y mujer o 2 hijos, lo que sea, ¿no? Por cada suscripción que pagan, pues pueden aprovechar hasta 5, pero en este caso el promedio es de 2,5, que para nuestro modelo va muy bien, porque son 2 personas que están soportando, aguantando, sí, no desde baja, porque estamos aquí. Sí,
es verdad, qué buen punto. Yo voy a empezar otra vez ahora a hacer, o sea, una de las cosas que hacemos en Guaira también es intentar que la innovación de las startups llegue a nuestros clientes, a los clientes de Movistar, ¿no? Y estamos trabajando con estas 3 compañías y con otras más en llevar innovación a nuestros clientes. Entonces sí que me gustaría preguntaros cómo estáis trabajando con Movistar, con Telefónica, qué estáis haciendo con nosotros.
Sí, bueno, yo vengo del mundo corporate, he trabajado muchos años en HP y sé lo difícil que es, por ejemplo, una empresa como HP o como Telefónica moverse. Y me he quedado impresionado porque estamos haciendo un piloto ahora de poner nuestros equipos en tiendas de Movistar y también online y la rapidez con que han cogido la idea y que se ha implementado, y no se ha implementado para hacer un piloto a ver qué pasa, se ha implementado para quedarse, ¿no? En un futuro. Y esta rapidez y este apoyo, digamos, que hemos tenido de Guaira, del grupo Telefónica, yo creo que es básico para que nosotros entendamos si tener una presencia física en tiendas pues nos ayuda a vender más. Hasta ahora pues solo tenemos online, ¿no? A través de nuestra web o en Amazon o en Decathlon, pero también ahora nos permite ver pues, cuál es la experiencia que tienen en tiendas. Eso es fundamental para nuestro crecimiento.
Qué bueno, Iván. Y vosotros también estáis trabajando, ¿no? Con algún club de fútbol a través de...
Sí. Déjame contarte lo de Telefónica también un poquito, ¿vale? Si no te importa.
Sí, claro,
no os hago la pelota, pero
o sea,
os cuento algo, porque
es
es divertido. O sea, este dispositivo lleva una tarjeta SIM, en este caso de Telefónica, pero eso nos permite, desde que el minuto que esto lo fabricamos, funcione en cualquier parte del mundo, solo por el acuerdo con Telefónica. Entonces, esto significa que este dispositivo lo podemos poner mañana, que ya está funcionando en Estados Unidos, está funcionando en todos los países donde Telefónica tiene cobertura con sus partners. Eso 1. 2, hemos conseguido cosa difícil con corporate, porque yo no vengo de corporate, yo soy emprendedor por defecto, eso cada uno tiene sus defectos, pero hemos conseguido cuadrar con ellos un technology roadmap donde nos han dicho cuál van a ser las tecnologías de conectividad a futuro. Entonces, ahí hemos hecho nosotros nuestro desarrollo tecnológico para incorporarlas en el dispositivo y poder tener las nuevas tecnologías aquí disponibles. Y tercero, un problema muy concreto a día de hoy, que todo el mundo habla de ello, que es la falta de los microchips. Esto lleva microchips también. Esto no es automoción, pero esto lleva microchips. Con Telefónica hemos conseguido acceder a proveedores del ecosistema para poder tener la parte de los suministros de chips totalmente cubierta y poder hacer las entregas del año que viene. Y trabajamos con equipos de fútbol, ahora vuelvo ya a mi libro, con equipos de fútbol de primera división aquí en España, con Osasuna y con el Cádiz, club de fútbol, sobre todo con las dos canteras, porque es donde nos interesa seguir trabajando. Los primeros equipos, muchos jugadores de ellos ya las utilizan y mejoran con ellos y con sus preparadores físicos. Y hemos saltado a Estados Unidos con diferentes academias en la costa este, donde ahora mismo en total podemos tener en suscripción, porque lleva un modelo de suscripción el dispositivo, alrededor de 10.000 personas, más o menos, 10.000 usuarios.
Qué bueno.
Bueno, en nuestro caso, pues yo creo que dos cosas principalmente. Una, la parte de capilaridad, podríamos decir, o sea, y de confianza, que es el hecho de que cuando tú eres una startup que comienza, que no te conoce nadie, pues trabajar en el ámbito hospitalario, pues necesitas un sello de confianza, ¿no? Entonces, el hecho de que una compañía como Telefónica confíe en ti, pues al cliente final también le da una tranquilidad y una confianza. Obviamente, aprovechas una red comercial muy potente que está en todos sitios, ¿no? Y entonces también te da esa capilaridad. Y después ya, esa sería una parte, digamos, más comercial, podríamos decir, ¿no? En cuanto al alcance de la solución. Y después ya la parte también de propia escalabilidad de la compañía. Tú, al final, un proyecto de los nuestros pues, requiere un despliegue de infraestructura, una instalación, un diseño, después un mantenimiento. Y bueno, una startup o un scale-up quiere un producto y hacer una gestión remota del servicio, pero no quiere estar creciendo indefinidamente en recursos, y la capilaridad que tiene de presencia local de Telefónica pues también te da esa escalabilidad a base de certificar a sus técnicos y profesionales, con lo cual al final es un tema muy sinérgico para nosotros.
Yo, por la parte de Telefónica, ¿no? Una de las cosas que siempre me comentan los comerciales a la hora de trabajar con soluciones como las vuestras, y por eso nos gusta llevar innovación externa a nuestros clientes, pues bueno, nos pasaba hace unos años, ¿no? Que los comerciales de grandes cuentas siempre, cuando iban a hablar con cliente, iban a hablar con el CIO, pero no con el de innovación, sino con el de informática, ¿no? Que normalmente son roles que son de ahorro de costes, nada expansivos, y el caso de el poder llevar soluciones como las que tenéis vosotros cambia de interlocutor también, ¿no? En el otro lado de la empresa hablas con departamentos de marketing que no quieren reducir costes, sino que quieren crecer, ¿no? Y hacer ese crecimiento. Yo tenía también otra duda con vosotros, con Volava. Bueno, estábamos hablando antes de ese Quantified Self. Entonces, ¿cómo gamificáis? ¿Cuáles son las herramientas de gamificación? ¿Cómo conseguís ese engagement de los usuarios?
Bueno, en la app, digamos, hay un elemento que lo puedes esconder si no quieres, es lo de la clasificación. Entonces, entras en una clase en directo, pues ves quién está en esta clase en este momento y puedes hacer un filtro. Porque muchas veces dices, bueno, yo no quiero estar compitiendo contra un chaval de 20 años. Entonces eliges la edad y el sexo y entonces compites, digamos, con tu grupo, ¿no? Más afín, ¿no? Digamos, más de 30, por ejemplo, en mi caso, ¿no? Este es un elemento. Luego hay un elemento que hemos añadido recientemente, pues que si está gustando la clase, pues también le envías un like, digamos, al instructor. El instructor, hay que pensar que tenemos 2 estudios en Barcelona que está solo. Y él se imagina, pues, la gente y imagina la motivación, ¿no? Si vas a un gimnasio, el instructor ve la gente y se motiva más. Entonces, los instructores tienen el reto, ¿no? de estar pensando que hay mucha gente viendo la clase y motivar. Si estás ahí, pues dices, oye, Luis, tu primera clase hoy, enhorabuena, no sé qué. O hay clases número 100, hay clase número 300, enviamos camisetas, la gente en las redes, pues, oye, he hecho 100 clases ya con Volava, publica en Instagram, el otro se pica, pues yo he hecho 300, hay uno que ha hecho 500. Y es lo que decía, o sea, ahora estamos empezando, porque ya tenemos una masa crítica, digamos, de usuarios que empieza a tener sentido hacer esta gamificación.
¿Estáis ahora dentro del piloto este con Movistar? ¿Tenéis alguna tienda aquí en Valencia o es...?
Sí, estamos aquí en Valencia.
Un call to action, aquí para
Creo que
si
es
queréis ver bicicletas de Volava.
Rambla Nova, me parece que es el... ahora iré a ver cómo está.
Invitados todos a probar las bicis de Volava en tiendas Movistar. Y bueno, Iván, nos queda la verdad es que tiempo para una preguntilla. ¿Qué más deportes? Estás muy enfocado en fútbol. A los que no nos gusta el fútbol nos queda una...
Es verdad que el fútbol es un mercado, es un nicho dentro del deporte, pero es un nicho muy grande. Tiene 350 millones de jugadores de fútbol en el mundo. Pero sí hemos hecho un desarrollo, que ya lo hemos anunciado y lo presentamos en el anterior Barcelona Mobile Congress, que es un electrocardiograma que te lo pegas en la piel y sin cables te hace un electrocardiograma en tiempo real. Y esto sí que te da un dato muy eficaz de la frecuencia cardíaca del estímulo eléctrico del corazón para que después un profesional médico pueda interpretarlo y dar pues, un dictamen médico, o nosotros, en función de la variabilidad de la frecuencia cardíaca, podemos saber o podemos determinar su estado físico. Y ese nuevo dispositivo no hace falta que esté vinculado a la espinillera, puede estar, pero no hace falta, puede vincularse a tu reloj, a tu teléfono, a donde quieras, y se puede utilizar para ciclismo, para todo otro tipo de deportes al aire libre, donde, oye, tú salgas a hacer deporte y quieras ver tu electrocardiograma para ti en tiempo real.
Que bueno, vemos al final cómo se va mezclando, ¿no? Todos estos mundos. Pues yo no tenía más preguntas. Yo la verdad es que muchísimas gracias a los tres por haber compartido vuestra experiencia hoy. Y ya antes de que me echen del escenario, pues un gran aplauso para los ponentes.
Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Perfecto. Gracias, Paula, Luis, Ivan, and Salvador. That was so interesting. What a great panel. Namaste. Holistic health. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, just to remind you, if you want to share the love, I'm sure you do, please do. Share photographs, very flattering photographs of all of our moderators and panelists, and publish it on social media and use the hashtag South Summit VLC. That's South Summit VLC. You can find South Summit on Instagram, they're on Twitter, LinkedIn, all the main platforms. Please share the love and share some of the excitement that we're experiencing here with these amazing expert speakers. Speaking of which, I have a power trio of expert speakers who are going to join me on stage now to talk about a very hot topic, a very exciting area, which is all about biotech. And we're going to learn about accelerating biotech. We're going to learn about the overlap between investors and science and collaborative ecosystems and universities and how to make a fantastic success of it, what you need to do, who you need to know, how you need to do it. We're going to have a deep dive. It's going to be fantastic. So I would love for you to give my special guest here. I'm going to moderate. I'm going to welcome up my speakers one by one. And we're going to start with the managing partner at Starlight Ventures, Bioval. Please welcome to the stage, Patricia Wexler. Thank you, Patricia. Big round of applause for Patricia. Thank you so much. Muy bien. Thank you for joining us. Excelente. And next is the president of Darwin Bioprospecting, Manuel Porcar. Please welcome Manuel. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Great to see you, Manuel. And completing our power trio of biotech rock stars, we have the VP of Life Sciences at Health & Code and much more. Please welcome to the stage, Angela Perez. Angela, welcome. Bienvenidos.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great to see you all. Okay. So I am going to ask each of our panelists to give us the elevator pitch for themselves and what they do in time-honored fashion. Now, Patricia, I know that you've got a background. It's not really in biotech, but it's very connected and it's very interesting. So perhaps you could share with our crowd a bit about your background and what's the overlap with biotech.
Perfect. Thank you for having me. Hi, everybody. So I've been a tech investor for about 2 decades, and in 2017, I pivoted away from consumer tech into starting a new fund that was focused on backing the startups working on next-gen technologies to save us from ourselves, to address humanity's biggest challenges, and hence the connection with biotech. If you ask experts, the past couple of decades were the decades of physics, And the most exciting thing going forward is biology. It's allowing us to recreate the world around us. And like some of my panelists, people are doing amazing things with them. So that's the connection. And the kinds of companies that we back are using biotech to recreate our food industry, to extend our health span and our lifespan, and to solve some of our medical challenges that society faces.
Fantastic. That's a great opening statement. Okay, and we're going to go swiftly over to Manuel. Talk to us a bit about the work of bioprospecting.
So our company, Darwin Bioprospecting Excellence, the name Darwin is not chosen just by chance, because what we do is relying on the power of selection and the biodiversity that is on our planet in order to produce, to yield microbial solutions for the industry. So we are maybe a particular case, and when I entered here, they asked me where I was a corporate or a startup, and I was hesitating because I wanted to put my label in both of them. Because we are a 5-year-old startup, and after exponential growth, we are still under exponential growth, but our business model is very well consolidated. And what we basically do is finding out there in the biosphere, in the sea, in the earth, in the artificial environments, everywhere, microorganisms that can either be used for food applications, probiotics, fermentations, drink, beverages, etc., or for coping with the huge problems of, for example, pollution in our planets. So we carry out microbial solutions for biodegradation, which is called bioremediation of plastic residues, for example. This is what we do.
Wow, okay. I mean, Patricia promised us amazing people doing amazing things, and we've already delivered. That's fantastic. Thank you, Darwin Bioprospecting, just amazing. And Angela, talk to us a bit about your two hats, because you're here obviously as a VP of Life Science at Health & Code, but you do a lot more.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening. I have two hats today. I'm a Vice President of Life Science in Health & Code. My company performs genetic testing from samples. We perform the diagnosis of human diseases, genetic diseases, and we are very near of here in Valencia. We are one of the biggest companies in genomic field dedicated to this diagnosis. We perform diagnosis, but also prognosis and treatment of some inherited diseases. So we are this year working and researching in oncology related to genomics. And in the other hand, and with the other hat, I'm the president from last year. And the next 2 years, I'm the president of Bioval. Bioval is the biotech cluster, the biotechnology cluster in the Comunidad Valenciana. And we connect and represent the interests of about more or less 100 companies and dedicated related with biotechnology in health, agri-food, bioeconomy, and industrial related with biotech activities, and also 20 entities like research centers and technology institutes.
Amazing. Wow, fantastic. Well, 3 very impressive opening statements there. I absolutely love it. That's great. Okay, so I'm going to start with yourself, Patricia, and just kind of open up the conversation. Now, historically, investors, analysts, journalists, they would have used a phrase like software is eating the world. And then folks like Andreessen Horowitz, they kind of coined the phrase mobile is eating the world. Do you think we could be reaching a stage where biology is in the same kind of way, it's really dominating the investment and technology field?
Absolutely. I think biology is coming to par with those things. And as I said before, certain things are happening in technology and in biology that are making it permeate beyond the field. So the reason that biology and biotech was a difficult asset class for generalist investors was it was typically a very particular drug. You required deep domain expertise, and it was 15 years in good scenarios to get to a drug that you could commercialize. And it was very hard for a venture fund to have an edge in that space. So there were a very small handful of specialized firms. What's happening now is that biology is permeating all the fields from industrial production to food manufacturing to healthcare very broadly. And as a result, venture has figured out how to play in that game because they can't stay outside of it. And to give maybe two far-flung examples. So a huge challenge that will take up a lot of resources and will bring many new companies to the fore, some of which I'm sure will become unicorns, is weaning ourselves off of fossil fuels. And biotechnology is one of the clear paths that people are pursuing to do that. So that is something that VCs will not leave to a very small, narrow group of biotech investors. And another example that I know has been talked about here and in every other tech conference you could go to, which is artificial intelligence. And as people talk about that, the typical analogy, I heard a great panel earlier today, is to say, so far we've been telling computers rules, and then they execute on those rules. And the power that we're unleashing now in computing has to do with, we don't know why you do this thing, we're just going to give you a lot of patterns, and you will figure it out. And the perfect example people give is how children learn a language, for example. They just learn it because there's a lot of examples around them rather than abstracting from rules. And when you think about what the processing power is, people would say, we need a computer the size of Valencia to solve the convoluted algorithm to figure out the perfect answer of every language. But if you're using the conception of a brain can clearly do that with a lot less processing power. And so as people work on next-gen computing, they are using biological models to develop the future of neural computing. So I think those are just two examples of why biology is permeating everywhere else and not just this narrow little field as it was before.
Fantastic. My key takeaway from that statement is we all have supercomputers in our heads that are better than a computer the size of Valencia because of biological technology. I love that. That's a keeper. Thank you so much. Right. And we just, coming over to yourself now, Manuel, we just heard from Patricia about, the fact that VCs are very interested in this area because there's a lot of acceleration and obviously the returns are going to be huge. And you mentioned that your own company has been enjoying exponential growth, I think, for over 5 years. So, like, in your practical experience, because you've been there, you're still doing it, what are some of the factors or the key factor that has contributed to this boosted acceleration in this sector in particular?
I think that from our experience, in our case, it was a combination of excellence is also in the name of the company, but excellence in searching the best people possible. So this is central. And excellence in trying to optimize all the processes. So by optimizing the staff, the people, which is the most important resource of any company, of course, and all the processes, you get the excellence. And something I wanted to add to what you were saying that I totally agree, because you were mentioning about the important role biology is going to have in these days and in the close future. What I would add, the super important role of microbiology. Because if I ask you here, what is the major event that has shaped your lives in the last couple of years? So everybody would say COVID-19, a microorganism, a bloody virus, I would say. So how is this going to be solved? Partially with vaccines made with microorganisms. Mm-hmm. And how are we detected if we have this with a PCR, which is made with a bacterium that was isolated from Yellowstone because it's able to survive at 72 degrees Celsius, and which is used in the PCR reaction. So as you can imagine, bacteria are everywhere, and the future of our society and the future of our economy is going to be bacterial, or if not, it's not going to be any future. So for me, it's absolutely clear.
My goodness, that's absolutely fascinating. And that was a very condensed kind of look under the hood of PCR tests as well, which I wasn't aware of. That's absolutely brilliant. Thank you. And so we're going to come over to yourself, Angela. Now, I'd like you to put on your hat as the chairwoman of BioVidal, or BioVal, which is, of course, a cluster of bio of the Comunidad Valencia. Talk to us a bit. We're talking about acceleration, and we've heard some great examples there. So what kind of measures are the cluster companies that are part of this cluster applying to accelerate their growth?
In our case, it's complicated because we have a lot of companies, small companies, startup companies, also scale-ups, and some of big companies, more related with agro-food or personalized vaccines. In this case, from BioVal, and it's difficult in some cases to have only one key factor for them. So I think we share experience, connect interest from one to others, and in some cases, I think the most common tool for all of this is the internationalization. I think all of them work very strongly to sales outside from Spain. The first one. And from the other side, all of them are always very near from to the academia, okay? We are always looking for new opportunities, and these opportunities are, in some cases, in our research centers, in our technological institutes. We take a profit from all this technology, and we work to get this technology and to go to the market with this technology and to update our products and services.
Indeed, I like the idea that we live in a world of interconnected ecosystems. As much as you have hubs, particularly like Valencia, we do live in a world where we're all connected, and particularly when you talk about microorganisms, etc. But I'd like to come over to your good self, Patricia, and talk to us a bit about the biotech asset class from the VC perspective. Is the biotech asset class appealing, do you think, to a broader set of investors now? You mentioned that VCs don't really just want to leave it to niche biotech investors. It's actually a big opportunity. So take us a bit further down there.
Okay, so just following maybe the thread of what I was saying earlier, it's definitely becoming more mainstream. And if you look at the portfolio of the large generalist VC firms, biotech is increasingly a big part of the mix. Some of it is that biotech is just becoming more understandable and translatable to people who don't have deep tech background. So one example is a company that we seeded many years ago, and the idea was to do animal protein products without the animals, and it's a fermentation approach, and they were going to do chickenless eggs, which is the first product they're launching now. And that really did seem crazy and possibly impossible 6 years ago. They just now closed their Series C, and it's a story that is understandable. There's a product on the shelf that can be bought by the large food processors who have a challenge in meeting consumer expectations on eggless products. So once you can see that in the lab they are able to recreate it, it obviously starts having converts. And then the other thing, a couple of other things is early stage investing is tautological to say is all about backing the best founders. And the new crop of founders really want to invest in their lives in a mission-driven company that is having huge impact. And I think that means they're stopping from just looking at small apps that they can kind of disconnect from the world at large and build in a garage and throw onto a mobile phone. It requires interacting with the world and confronting manufacturing and healthcare and industrial systems as they are. And so as you do that and you sign up to tackle more important problems, the money will follow, because the money will follow the great companies. I think the success of companies like Tesla, SpaceX, and Moderna has opened up the eyes of both founders and consequently investors to tackling harder challenges for a bigger prize and a bigger impact. And then finally, just the fact that technology is advancing to the point that biology has these applications. I mean, some of the, we had biofuels attempt that wasn't as successful 20 years ago, but I think where the unit economics are, where the technology is, and where society's needs are at a new inflection point. And so I tell people who didn't want to invest in the first wave, that would be like passing on Web 1.0 and then saying, I'm staying out of web again because the first time it was flawed. Wow. Now is the time where these things will work. So I think now the capital is flowing to where it needs to go.
My goodness, that's a good statement. How many investors would kick themselves if they missed out on Web 1.0? We're here at this dawn of a completely new market. It's growing exponentially, as we've literally seen on stage. And it's such an exciting space to be in. I think we need to update the old question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? What came first, the chickenness or the vegan egg? The vegan egg, obviously. Take my money. I will have some of that product. Thank you. Now, Manuel, coming over to yourself. We've just heard about a very interesting, I guess you could call it a niche product. The chickenless egg. From your experience, how important is it for startups and scale-ups to find their business niche? We're talking about this global interconnected ecosystems, etc., but what's the role of niches in there?
I think people do not realize how big our niche is.
Right.
So the amount of microorganisms out there is almost infinite. But this is a very interesting and yet challenging thing, is that if you are looking for natural products from plants, for example, you can go to the forest and take the plants directly, and most of the plants you can culture them. Some of them are more complicated, but most of them you can culture them. The equivalent of taming, of culturing plants is microbial culturing. But just 1% of all microorganisms out there can be cultured in the lab. Just 1%.
Wow.
Which means that 99% of the microbial wonders out there that might do things like the PCR, like the vaccines, like the food, cheese products that we eat, 99% is not known to science because you cannot culture that.
Wow.
So if you have mechanism, technology that allows you to rise that level of culturability, if the tip of the iceberg is not that small but can be a little bit bigger, then this opens up a scalability and new possibilities in bioprospecting.
Fascinating. My goodness. That's a big opportunity when you look at it like that. That's brilliant. Thank you for putting it in that perspective. And we're going to come over to yourself, Angela, and I would like to invite you, if that's okay, to put on your other hat, because you're here with two hats. So, you know, you're the VP of Life Science at Health Code. And, you know, can you share with our audience and our audience streaming from home, welcome, bienvenidos, you know, talk to us a bit about some of the key factors that contributed to make Health Code the biggest genetic testing company in Spain and certainly one of the largest in Europe. That's an incredible achievement. So if you could just tell us a few of your inside secrets, that'd be just great. Thank you.
Okay. Health Code is a result of a merge from 3 companies. Imegen, it's well known in Valencia because we founded this company here and 25 years ago. So the other company is the former Health Code, that is in Coruña, and the third is Genicel from Madrid. So the size is important for a biotech company because you need to attract talent, and size is one of the key factors to attract this talent. You need this talent and the engagement of your employees. So in our case, M&A was the tool we used to have this engagement and to have this talent from the academia and from other competitors, of course. M&A and the other, we were the first in Spain performing DNA testing or genetic testing based in DNA sequencing, and be the first is a really good advantage in our case. So if you have this good luck, you need to take profit from this situation. And I think the third factor is the agreement with the providers of technology, in our case with Illumina and with Thermo Fisher, very, very big corporates that provide technology but not the solutions for your country. So if you can have these agreements, you can accelerate your business. And again, your relationships with the academia, with the extremely good quality of our developed centers, technology institutes. I think these are more or less the 3 keys of our accelerating process.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing. That's very fascinating. Those are 2 really interesting hats you brought with you. I like them a lot. Okay, we're going to come back to yourself, Patricia. Now, obviously, there's a lot of investors here. There's a lot of investors watching us via the live stream. A lot of startups want to know what the investors think. So I wonder if you could shine a bit of light on, you know, what do you think makes a biotech idea a good VC investment?
Perfect. Obviously, investment judgment is taking a very complex formula that considers the market opportunity and the differentiation and the team. So kind of very obvious blocking and tackling. But if I could highlight a few things that are different from traditional investing is, first of all, there is typically a deep scientific founding talent. And it's really important to understand if the combination of the founding team has the chops to make it into a company, right? Because it could save the world, but to make a VC investment, it also has to generate financial returns. So understanding the dynamic of the current and projected and expected ability of that team to turn from typically what starts as a research driven approach to a company, that's one key thing. Another thing is, typically the prize, if it works, is very, very, very large. So what matters more is not so much what's going to happen in 10 years if you're successful, but what are the milestones very specifically attainable before you need your next funding round? Because typically you need multiple funding rounds to complete the research and the R&D associated, and there's actually real hardware with pilot facilities and larger scale facilities. So understanding the clarity of the near term, what needs to happen, what is the runway required so that an early stage investor can sign up and make sure that they will actually participate in the further rounds and not be wiped out by a later investor. And then maybe more, typically VC will not invest in like single solution, single drug. So he has a platform that is applicable across industries, it's repeatable. If you have, your technology can work for multiple food categories or multiple industrial categories or multiple processes. That's another thing that, you know, gives it kind of VC power. And then, you know, in the end, you need to feel that there are barriers to entry. So it can be the IP, it can be the know-how, it can be the team, it can be the relationships going to market. But you need to believe that once this thing is proven and amazing, it won't be easy for others to replicate your particular form of fermentation or genetic testing and assessment. So there's some moat over time.
Fantastic. It's some real talk there from the VC perspectives. And if you're watching this on demand, that's the bit, and you're a startup, you can rewind that and watch it again to, you know, tighten up your next pitch to your next VC. So, folks, I'm afraid that's all we have time for. I've learned a ton during that session. That was fascinating. I learned that size matters, people matters, ecosystems matter, South Summit matters, all of you matter. Also, you know, what came first, the chickenness or the vegan egg? It was actually microorganisms. Well, thank you so much. Ladies and gents, please give a big round of applause to Patricia Wexler, Manuel Porter, and Angela Perez. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much. Okay, folks, now we are going to move on to our next rock star speakers. We have a fantastic session lined up for you. We're going to do a little change around on the seats, which is when I get to remind you to install the South Summit app, because we can connect there. I'm happy to connect on LinkedIn. I'm happy to connect anywhere. I love connecting. We're building this global South Summit family through all the different events, all the different verticals, and this, you know, as we're enjoying this beautiful, dramatic sky outside. So make sure you get onto the Wi-Fi here, download the South Summit app, connect with everybody you want to connect to. You never know. One of these connections, one of these VCs, these investors, these startups, they could change your career. They could redefine the rest of your life. I can't stress how amazing an opportunity it is to be here and how wonderful it is that the South Summit has gathered such a fantastically curated group of thought leaders and doers who can actually change the world. And when we're talking about healthcare, we're talking about health tech and wellness. This is changing the world and changing everyone's life for the better. These are people who can improve your years on the planet and maybe even give you a few more. Okay, so we are now going to step into the world of pharma. And we have a fantastic fireside chat now, which is going to be moderated by a great friend of South Summit. He's somebody who, if you've been to these events before, I'm sure you'll know him. He's the managing director of the Venture Lab at IE Business School, and it's a great pleasure. I want you to give him a very, very warm round, a loud round of applause. Please welcome to the stage, Paris de Letras. Thank you, Paris. Big round of applause, please, for Paris. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bienvenidos, Paris. Great to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Okay, and do you know what? I'll just, I probably should have read out her name because that deserves a round of applause. We are now going to welcome to the stage the International Vaccines and Infectious Disease Medical Director at AstraZeneca. Please give a very loud round of applause to Carmen Moreno. Thank you so much, Carmen.
Thank you.
Bienvenidos. Thank you. Great to see you.
Thank you. Carmen, isn't the sun
Hello,
great?
Paris. The sun is wonderful.
It's great.
In
Yes,
Valencia
we're
today.
very lucky to be here in Valencia. So, Carmen, you told me earlier that you're the head of the innovation hubs in healthcare around the world. Is that true?
Yes. So I'm here representing the International Health Innovation Hubs at AstraZeneca, and also as he mentioned, I'm also the medical director for vaccines and infectious diseases in the international region at AstraZeneca.
So you've been pretty busy over the last 2 years.
Yeah, a little bit busy over the last 18 months.
I can imagine. So, okay, so innovation hubs in healthcare. Tell me what's happening in that space. What are the trends? What's new?
Yeah, absolutely. So we at AstraZeneca, so we have created, and if I may, I would like to introduce the Catalyst Network. So this is basically an interconnected, dynamic, global network of more than 20 AstraZeneca Health Innovation Hubs. So this is made of physical locations, but also virtual partnerships. And basically the network is acting as a catalyst to be able to accelerate the development of new solutions for patients, but also is also wanting to address some of the healthcare challenges, and at the end of the day, co-create solutions for patients through partnerships within the health ecosystem. So that's what is going on at AstraZeneca in the innovation space with our international health innovation hubs.
Okay, I heard earlier you talking about the patient journey. What is that? I mean, what is different about the patient journey than, 20 years ago? Why is this now a trend?
Yeah, absolutely. So we truly believe, we cannot predict the future for sure, but we truly believe that the future of healthcare is really is going to be about the patient journey. It's going to be about transitioning and shifting from the traditional focus on treatment to really shape the whole patient journey from prevention, education, diagnosis, treatment, to post-treatment and wellness. So we definitely have an important role to play across the whole patient journey to be able to make an impact in our patients, but also our people's life. And also would like to mention that at AstraZeneca, we are committed to putting people at the center of everything we do. So we really want to achieve the best possible outcomes for our patients, but also for the general population, people that are really looking after and taking care of our patients. So that's basically what is going on there, and how it's so important to really focus, bringing the patient at the center of everything we do, bringing the voice of the patient to be able to understand what is the patient experience, to be able to co-create solutions with the patients, for the patients, to ensure we make an impact, not just in the treatment, but we want to bring value beyond treating illness. We want really to deliver solutions, as I say, with patients, for patients, that can make an impact in disease prevention, in post-treatment, as well as wellness. And we have a number of examples of different innovations that we have been doing. And if I may, I can share an example.
Sure.
So basically, this year in 2021, we have co-created an early detection of lung cancer ecosystem, basically in partnership with a couple of startups in India, Cure AI and Predible. And this ecosystem is basically taking artificial intelligence and is within the early stages of lung cancer patient journey. So what we are basically doing, and the solution has been designed to be able to be integrated in the clinical workflow and to be working with all the ray machines and CT scanners to be able to allow us early detect nodules of lung cancer in the Indian population. So the solution is ready, and it's going to be implemented in about 56 sites, private and public hospitals in India. And these sites are basically amounting 80% of the early lung cancer that is being diagnosed in India at the moment. So this is just a wonderful example of what innovation can do, and the power of partnering and collaborating.
So was this a startup? from India. And did they like get together with your innovation hub?
Exactly, yes.
So and that's one of the 20 that makes up the 8 catalysts.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Earlier, you talked to me about the movement from pill to platform, because, I mean, we've been living in a world where every time you go to the doctor, they, prescribe you a pill. Is that changing?
Absolutely. So I think, in general, many companies across industries, and in particular the pharma company, is transitioning from a pill model to a platform-based model. And again, our platform is really the patient journey, is really to be able to deliver the best possible value for our patients across the entire patient journey. So that's basically what is happening at the moment. And this transition in the business model from the product-based model to a platform-based business model is being quite successful in general across industries. So yeah, absolutely.
So how does that work? Because I have I go to my doctor and he's prescribing pills. Where is the doctor in this platform?
Absolutely. So I think this doctor is definitely is part of the ecosystem that we are creating and the partnerships that we are creating.
With the hospital?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we want to really improve at the end of the day is by impacting in disease prevention, we are prolonging the wellness of the population. By an early diagnosis or early detection of a medical condition, we will be able to treat earlier, and then the patient is going to be able to go back to the wellness post-treatment as soon as possible, and the outcomes will be, at the end of the day, much more positive. So at the end of the day, patient experiences and patient outcomes are our shared responsibility. And innovation cannot happen in isolation. We need partners to be able to work together and really deliver the best possible solution for our patients. And we always say, and we truly believe, that our future belongs to founders.
And does this make business sense for a big pharmaceutical company?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all are wanting to really contribute to population wellness. And at the end of the day, another important point to mention is, what do people want from the healthcare? Is this really about a new pill? Not really. What people really want is really to live long, healthy, disability-free lives, and then die fast, painlessly. Yes. That's the reality.
Die fast.
Die
like
fast after a very long life.
Yes, long life.
But disability-free and painlessly. That's what people really want. So we really need to make that happen for people and to be able to, through partnerships and bringing the patients in, co-create fully integrated healthcare ecosystems that again are going to be helping us moving away from the volume-based and fragmented system to a more value-based model.
Okay, and I said it this morning when I was interviewing somebody else, that we're in a post-COVID world to an extent now. I mean, I still see a lot of masks, but we're able to live our lives almost normal again. What have you noticed post-COVID in terms of behaviors? Do people worry more about their health? Have they changed their priorities? How has the post-COVID world affected the pharmaceutical or the healthcare industry in terms of, priorities?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, again, going back to wellness, and we discussed before about mental health, I think we have been completely isolated, working from home, all of us, for 18 months, not interacting with people, just talking with a laptop many hours during the day, many days, many months. So it's really important to be able to, again, going back to the patient journey and that framework in mind, definitely mental health and is really part of that, is an integral part of that. And we are, of course, very interested in making sure that we can develop solutions that can help people to really go back to our normal life, recover lives, social lives, and we can, again, as one of the speakers this morning mentioned, go back and smile, because we need to smile again.
Yeah, well, I'm always smiling, so COVID has not affected me. Although I did get sick with COVID for 4 months. I was testing positive in 2020. I was one of the first.
Oh my God.
But I didn't go to the hospital, so I wasn't good, but it was okay. But it was a good experience, and I think many people have lived this experience where they started looking at their lives differently, and they saw how important healthcare is.
Absolutely.
You know, and how important, as we said, mental health is. And I saw it with my students. A lot of students were really struggling, young people. And I think we're going through a lot of this today. So I want to get back to startups, because, you know, this place is probably full of startups, and people are being watching this online or later. And the reality is that when you're a startup in the healthcare industry, there are two things I want to talk about. One is, if you're a startup in the healthcare industry, I would think that you could get really intimidated by these big pharmaceutical companies. I mean, how could I get close to a company like yours? How could they even care about me? How could I maybe pilot my product there? You know, how easy is it for a startup today to reach out to your company?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question, Paris. And I just touched before a little bit on the A-Catalyst network that we have, which is composed of more than 20 AstraZeneca Health Innovation Hubs.
You have one in Spain?
We do have, in Spain, no, but we do have in Europe, in the UK. So it's all over the world, from North America,
Europe
South America.
Europe is not the UK anymore.
Yeah, I know. So basically, our A-Catalyst network is offering a framework to a range of stakeholders, including governments, including academia, including startup companies, including technology partners, including AstraZeneca, to be able to come together, to work together, to collaborate, to be able to accelerate innovation, improve healthcare challenges, and improve healthcare access, and again, deliver the best possible outcomes for patients and society. So definitely that's the way to go, is the A-Catalyst network. So we do have, it's a platform, and it's just available in the AstraZeneca website. So it's very easy to connect with us, and definitely this network is offering a number of initiatives, including mentorship programs for startups, stimulation programs, incubation programs. It's including as well, of course, the opportunity of co-create new solutions for patients.
Do you invest in startups?
Yeah, absolutely. And also we are offering the opportunity to scale potential new solutions as well. So definitely that is the opportunity, and we have identified a number of gaps within the across countries, within the healthcare infrastructure, across our main areas of focus, which include oncology, respiratory immunology, vaccines and infectious diseases, as well as cardiovascular, renal, and metabolic, and we want to address those gaps. And we are really looking forward to partnering with the startups around the world to be able to solve those gaps.
And are you the head of this innovation network?
I am not, but I'm close to the head of the Health Innovation Hubs.
Okay. And so you do invest in startups?
Yeah, absolutely. We partner with them. And again, funding is a key pillar of our A-Catalyst network platform. So what we have across the Health Innovation Hubs, we are establishing venture capital connections to make sure that they are part of the broad ecosystem partnership that we have created.
Okay. Well, now let's come back to Valencia. I mean, look at that view.
It's wonderful.
I mean, it's priceless, that view. So here we are in Valencia, and we've been talking a lot today about how Valencia is wants to become a bit of a hub for healthcare and well-being. What is your company doing with Valencia? Is there anything that you can talk about there?
Yeah, so I'm seated in the international region at AstraZeneca. I'm not belonging to the Spain AstraZeneca marketing company. I have colleagues here that are part of the AstraZeneca Spanish team. So I'm sure they are looking after and they are looking at Valencia to make sure they can do something here.
Yeah, and as we heard this morning, Valencia is attracting all kinds of companies and startups, and it's got great universities and all kinds of. It's really creating an ecosystem in this health and well-being area. So I want to go back to the patient journey because I think that I talked about this earlier this morning that the user experience is so critical. And the user experience in medicine, and when you have a medical problem, I think before, and there's a lot of people here, I have this discussion always with my wife. I believe in going to the mechanic with my car before I have a problem. And she's like, why? I'm like, well, she goes when the car breaks down. And I feel the same way about hospitals. I don't mind going to the doctor. And I like preventive. But I think most Spaniards, you go when something breaks, right? So is that, do you think, and you're Spanish, maybe you can tell me, do you think that's because the user experience hasn't been traditionally great? Do you think we can change that mentality? Because I think what you're talking about with the patient journey, it's about prevention. Absolutely. And we need to get people to be thinking that way. Otherwise, they're only going to go there when it breaks. Yeah.
Absolutely, Paris. And I think it's about prevention. It's about, making an impact in disease. In disease prevention. It's really about disease education. So people understanding what are the risks. So solutions can be put up front to be able to delay the medical condition coming. So absolutely, I think that's basically the purpose of this. And for us understanding, that's why we always say it's really important to bring the patient's voice, to bring people's voice, to really understand what is the patient experience, what the patient is feeling. Try to put ourselves on the patient's shoes to understand how they feel, what they feel, what is the journey they need to follow to be able to make that journey, and how we can help them in that journey. So
great.
That's the purpose.
Well, Carmen, I want to thank you for coming here today, and I want to congratulate any of your colleagues that are here as well. You guys, work at a great company, and we look forward to getting more and more great things from you guys in this area.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you allow me, I'd like to close probably with a couple of messages for our audience. The first one is that we really want to know more about what are the barriers that startups are facing at the moment for when they try their innovations, but also to accelerate the development of their solutions. So we really need to understand better what are the barriers that you are facing in this space. So large corporates, as we are, can better understand and can better support you all. So you will be receiving a survey next week. So I really encourage you to provide your feedback so we can better understand what are those barriers, and we can help you. And then the second point is, you have mentioned before, Paris. So if in case you want to reach out to us directly and get in contact with us directly, please, you can go to AstraZeneca.com, and under the partnering section, you can find the A-Catalyst Network. You can directly go there, get all the details, information, and get in contact with all of us in AstraZeneca.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Paris and Karen, muchas gracias. Perfecto. Okay.
We need a selfie.
You guys are going to do a selfie? Okay. I am just...
with the crowd here, with the crowd.
Okay,
yes.
with the crowd. Okay, that's... Okay, nice. There we go. That's it. The South Summit selfie. Hashtag. Get it trending, folks. Look out for a LinkedIn. Muy bien. Is the magic part of the South Summit family. Thank you so much, Paris and Carmen. That was great. What a great session. Absolutely. So now we are going to move into a session which is about a very, very important topic. It's about bringing healthcare to everybody. It's about democratizing access to health. And this is a fantastic success story, and it's a fireside chat with two exceptional individuals who are going to have a bit of a deep dive into the area for your pleasure. I can't wait to see what they're going to come up with. So I'd like you to give them a warm round of applause when they come up onto the stage. First, I'm going to welcome the partner for SoftBank Investment Advisors. Please welcome to the stage, Javier Villamizar. Javier, are you in? Javier, amigo.
Let's go.
Muy bien, okay.
Dale, gracias.
Javier is going to come and join us on the stage. And we're
you.
also going to welcome the founder of Dr. Alia and Dr. Marek, Frederic Jordax. Welcome, Frederic. Hey, dude.
Man,
Good to see you,
how are
buddy.
you? Nice to
Welcome.
see you.
Bienvenidos. ¿Qué tal?
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
amigos. Folks, the stage is yours. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to learn about democratizing access to health right now. Remember to share the love, South Summit VLC on social media.
Thank you. And thank you, Maria, for inviting us, having us in this amazing place here in Valencia. It's always a pleasure to be part of South Summit. And we're going to talk about democratizing healthcare. And this is one subject that is pretty close to my heart. I was precisely discussing that with Frederic in the last 20 minutes. Because, as you know, providing primary healthcare is incredibly complicated in terms of scaling the service that you can provide to customers. If you think about it, the key supply to provide healthcare is doctors. And you're a doctor, right?
Yes, yes. Well, I used to be. I don't know if I'm a doctor now, but so if you have any problem, please call an ambulance and don't ask me.
But how long does it take to actually produce a doctor? To make a doctor?
Well, they say about 10 years, so it's but it's not only the time you are in the university, but also the practice that you have as an intern and the experience that you must have in order to be able to attend any question, anything, no?
Correct. So we have limited supply because it takes time, If we were talking here about ride sharing or food delivery, supply will be easy to scale, Teaching somebody to drive, patinete, like you guys call it, or a scooter, it takes basically 20 minutes, and then you give them a bag and you're up and running. But creating a doctor is more complicated. Now you think about it, the day has 24 hours. A doctor will work probably for, 10 hours a day? Maybe 12?
Probably. In bad days, yeah. But,
let's say 12. An average consultation time for a doctor, a decent one,
in decent, it would be 10. Here in Spain, GPs are asking for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. So you can do 6 per hour, and you can do 60 patients a day. That's it. That's the maximum that a doctor can do, working hard, every day. So how you scale that? That's the question that a lot of people have been asking themselves for years. There are companies around the world that have been using technology to try to improve that. There are companies that are using artificial intelligence, chatbots, machine learning to try to figure out, ways to triage patients in a way that the doctor can be more efficient. But as we all know, healthcare, as well as transportation and logistics, is a very complex and regulated industry. So even bringing those technologies into healthcare is complex. Getting Ministry of Health of a country to approve an artificial intelligence bot to diagnose a patient. Like we saw this morning, we had a startup here early this morning that created this application, this algorithm to detect dermatologic problems. They can take a picture of the patient's face and in a matter of seconds decide if it is eczema or acne or dermatitis. But the first thing that they said is, we need to go through FDA trials and approvals and CE stamps, and it takes forever. So there is people that are looking at, bringing technology in a way that will make it easier and will make it affordable. Because that's the other problem. Technology, for people that can afford it, will help with healthcare. But when we're talking about the bottom of the pyramid, how we're going to bring technology to that part of the society so they can get really the benefits of healthcare. So that's what we're going to talk about here. We want to pick, Frederick's brain. He has been doing, tech and medicine for the last
10 years.
10 years.
10 years.
Successful founder. His first company was?
Well, the Doctoralia, let's say. So that's a success now, and we merged in 2016 with Doc Planner, and now it's a massive company, so larger than ever we thought when we were three guys in a table talking about in the future people will look for doctors in the internet. So it's crazy. 1,600 employees and growing.
Wow, that's huge. And now you are second-time founder.
Yeah.
Serial entrepreneur, as they call it.
Well, if the second one is serial, yes, I'm serial, okay.
I don't know, with killers, you have to be like 15. But for entrepreneurs, with the second one, we call you serial. Okay.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about Doctomatic today, and then kind of we use that as set the stage for the next part of the conversation.
Well, Doctomatic makes all the sense that what you're talking about. So it's not doing things complicated, so it's trying to doing things easier. It's trying to make that the doctor can have a tool to control remotely a patient without having to send him any device or having to send, but using the devices they have already at home and being able to get the data from the device that they have been using for the last years. And that means that we have a patient app that gets with artificial intelligence the data from the
standard devices that they have at home.
Standard device.
The scale that they have to weigh themselves, the blood pressure monitor,
the pulse oximeter, whatever. So thermometer, whatever you want.
So we're not talking about Bluetooth, we're not talking about BLE, nothing like that.
No, nothing like that. It has to be easy. So then once we have the data, the data goes digitalized to a platform where the doctor can manage the information. So if it's out of the physiological range, they have an alert, or if the patient is not doing the homework, taking the medicines, then we also send an alert. And this has to be easy to be done and cheap for everybody and, well, convenient. So at the end of the day, the medicine has to be convenient for everybody. The business has to be good for everybody.
So you're reducing the barrier of entry because you're not requiring a specific hardware that is Bluetooth enabled or Apple HealthKit enabled or things like that. You can use any device that people have at home.
That's it.
You will capture the data, put it into the cloud, and make it available to the doctor.
That's it.
So this is one of the most complicated things that happen today in healthcare. You go to the doctor, you spend your 10 minutes with the doctor having a conversation about your problems, and then he gives you a prescription or he gives you analysis, and then you come back next time that there is an appointment available. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
6 months.
6 months. And nobody knows what happened with you during that time.
It's a tunnel. It's a tunnel when, well, the patient never came. Why? Because he died, or why? Because he moved to another city? You never know. And, well, there is not a real follow-up in most of the times, especially, let's say, for the GPs or for people that really has a lot of patients to manage. So it's not easy to manage 2,000 patients for anybody. So then, okay, they didn't came. What a pity. And this is about that. This is about having this. We're living in the 21st century, so I always talk about Formula One cars are tracked.
Very close to my heart.
Yeah. Well, the Formula One are tracked for thousands of data 2-3 times per second.
3,500 sensors in a Formula One car.
So then, and we are not able to track 10 parameters for one person that has a smartphone. 90% of the population has a smartphone, so we are not able to do something about that. And there are 50 million people dying yearly for non-communicable diseases that can be prevented or followed up with easy devices. So what are we talking about? No?
So let's talk about emerging markets. So going back to my my comment about, supply of doctors and the way that a doctor, time is managed. Now you have a doctor that is good, that lives in a capital city, but normally the healthcare system in a capital city is relatively good. What happens with tier 2, tier 3 small towns? How can you get doctors into those places?
Well, here in Spain, we luckily have a strong public healthcare system, but most of the countries, this is impossible. So when you leave the university and you are a good doctor, people tend to be trying to work and live in the capital cities. So nobody wants to go to the border of the country or to the rural areas. So one of the, coming from the States, that's very difficult, very hard to find a doctor in a rural area and in the States. And we're talking about the States, that have a strong, the most
logistics
expensive,
and connections.
and good connections and the most expensive system in the world in healthcare. So it's not about the money, it's about the willing of the people. So then we should have tools to help these people that's out of the center of the places. No? So there is a concept here in Spain, very popular from time to time, that is la España vaciada, the empty Spain. No? That is the people that is not living in large
major
cities. No? And it's about that. So how can we take care of these people? How can we monitor them? How can we track their diseases, their conditions that are the same conditions from the people that are living in big cities? So, well, we should have technology that could help us to manage that. And probably, in my opinion, technology is good for doing giving a better healthcare with a cheaper cost in terms of hours of time of doctor, but also in time of movement and especially in time to be attended. So you can't go with an ambulance to a hospital for a condition that can't be tracked. You shouldn't do that. Okay?
Sure, and I think, going back to, using technology in this kind of scenarios, during COVID, we all learned about telehealth. We all learned about, talking to your doctor through FaceTime and WhatsApp and Zoom and all that. But again, we're just replacing the conversation with a doctor that we used to have in the real world face-to-face for a virtual conversation on the phone. It's still the vacuum that exists in between one consultation and the next continues. So your solution is really how you bring that, process more of a continuing relationship in between patient and doctor, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm thinking about that. You're talking about telemedicine. That is a tool that we have seen that with the COVID crisis, we have seen that it was a tool that has been around us for years, like telework or like so many other expressions of whatever. So doing remotely things. And we are not still, we haven't learned nothing about that. So we're still seeing governments and hospitals still reluctant to use these kind of tools that are very easy and very cheap nowadays. So it's not like 20 years ago when having a Cisco connection was only
complicated and expensive, yes.
Yeah.
So how do we get, solutions like Doctomatic or any other, tech enablement for doctors to really democratize healthcare? What is, from your point of view, what is the channel? Is it the medical system? Is it the insurance, the payers? Is it the doctors by themselves? Is it a combination?
It's a good point. So we have the experience in Germany. The government was advanced enough 2-3 years ago to launch an initiative to try to have digital therapeutics and digital tools available, so they paid for that to the startups. No? And it's a process that is not easy, but there are about 30 or 40 companies joined on that. And the first companies realized that they had a problem because instead that they were selling it to the patients, commercials, whatever, and selling it to the government, so there was a payer. They never talked to doctors. And doctors are very conservative, believe it or not. Okay, so they are not innovative. Oh, big surprise! Most of you have interacted with them, and they are not changing with the drugs they use
Prescription.
to prescribe.
Their prescription, they prescribe the same thing forever.
When they leave the university, since they retire, they are using 80% of the same drugs. Okay? All their professional life are working with the same drugs. And this is the reason because pharma pushes to try to put the drug into their pen, in the prescription. And so this is the context. So you must convince also the doctors that your tool is good enough to have better results than doing nothing or that doing the thing that they used to do. And this is the point that most of us here are forgetting. So trying to go to convince the doctor. No one doctor, all of them. No? And this is expensive, oh yeah. But is the way, is the thing that you need to succeed, in my opinion, in this arena. So all of us must get advantage, the patient, the doctor, or the healthcare system, and the payer, if there is one, but they must be convinced of that this is good for them. And
is there a way to force adoption, like push it hard, make it like a requirement? Like if you are a doctor and you work in a major practice or a hospital or a system, or you're covered by insurance, is there a way to push that?
Experience in Spain, the government forced the generification. That means that the government paid in bonuses to the doctors that changed prescription from a pharma brand to a generic brand. Okay? And things went well. So at the end of the day, where you put the carrot is where you get the result.
Okay.
As usual. The other thing is that they must be convinced that it was the same formula. Okay, so, the same solution, but I have something, so good medicine, and I get money, bingo.
So there is a way to create an economic incentive for the doctors,
and
for the system.
And legal, that is also very important. So trying to bribe a doctor is punished and is a crime in all of the countries in the world. So it's not about bribing, it's about having a partnership and convince them with good tools.
Yeah, but it's like telling the doctor, you know what, instead of using an analog blood pressure monitor, you have to have a digital one. Like, if the regulation creates an incentive for that, we give you a subsidy to you buy it. Yeah. In this case, will be something similar.
It's Medicare, no? It's Obamacare at the end of the day. Obamacare paid 50Ks to the doctors to buy electronic health records. So then suddenly, in 2-3 years, all the states are digitalized. So all the doctors have an electronic health record. Is this because they were good guys? No, it's because the government was paying, subsidizing that.
So how difficult is for a startup like yours that has a tool that could completely transform, disrupt, and democratize and improve the quality of healthcare to get that government support?
Well, the point is, most of the people here know that the rule is the same for the digital tool or an app than for a medical device. So at the end of the day, you must get, if you are very risky for the patient, you must pay for having the authorization, having clinical trials to have that. So this is a lot of money. If you want to launch a device, you know that it can be 1K, 2K, no? 2 million, easily with a medical device. So we must struggle trying to convince investors to help us in this long way and trying to make it shorter, so by taking advantage of these changes in regulations, like in Germany or soon in Belgium or in other countries, or moving to the States and going to FDA that has also a short track.
The PDT regulation for prescription digital therapeutics.
Or even trying to go to other countries. So I really like a lot Latin America and how things can go faster, because they have a look. In Latin America, doctors have a look to the States about the technology, and about how things must be done, but they do good medicine. So I think that, and there is a lot of people needed of tools to help them. No? So I really like Latin America.
We'll keep an eye on you. We wish you luck in this journey. It's not easy. As I said at the beginning, this is a regulated industry, difficult to move, very like mammoth style kind of industry that it takes time and years to transform, but what you're doing is definitively disruptive. And it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for the time. And again, thank you for the invitation here to South Summit.
Muchas
Have a good rest of the day.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you, Javier and Frederick. That was a great talk. You know, it's a talk that really I could listen to for a lot longer, but you know, we got to crack on. We got to give out some prizes
We'll do part
today.
2 next time.
Very excited. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. Okay. So we have 2 guests on our next panel, but as you can see, one of our chairs has magically disappeared. Where did it go? So what that means is one of our guests is joining us virtually. So we're very delighted to welcome back to the stage our dear friend of South Summit. He's the Managing Director at Venture Labs for IE Business School. Please give him one more round of applause. We're going to welcome back Paris de Letras, man of the South Summit selfie. A big round of applause for Paris. Thank you so much. Great to see you. Excellent. And now we are going to invite Paris's virtual guest. He's going to be joining us by the screen. Yes, we're beckoning down Christopher Gavigan, who's the CEO of Prima. Hello, Christopher. Welcome. A big round of applause for Christopher, please. Thank you for joining us.
How are you?
Great to see you. Okay, Paris and Christopher, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Christopher. How are you?
Good to see you.
Okay, so Christopher, we're going to talk about stress. And I know
Yes.
you know quite a bit about stress. I think we all know quite a bit about stress, but you're an expert on stress management. So why don't we start off by telling us what's happening in the world of stress today?
Well, look, I think now more than ever, we are realizing that the epidemic of stress is pervasive, it's social, it's physical, and it's here, right? And how we choose to intentionally accept that, but also make daily ritual, routine, and tool-based solutions, what we choose to accept is up to us. Stress is the forever constant, from doom scrolling to the cult of busy to how much we can actually access and bring into our lives with supercomputers in our hands and access like this. We need to be very selective and choiceful. And so I believe that now more than ever, we really need to address stress, social anxiety, and it's critical for the health of each other, for our social relationships, and for the planet in general.
So tell us about Prima. I mean, you've spent quite a bit of time dealing with how to help people with stress, right?
Yeah. So I've spent my career on these epidemics, and as I said, I've created a company prior to this one called The Honest Company that was really addressing chemical toxicants, but these social toxicants, i.e. this inability to manage relationships and inability to really manage our social situations is more pervasive than ever. And so 70 to 90% of all doctors' visits globally are attributed to some type of stress-related ailment or complaint. And so well over 60% of the audience that is listening to this is really suffering some adverse health impacts. So hormonal dysregulation, intestinal dysregulation and leaky gut syndrome, hormone imbalance, cognitive delays and cognitive challenges, brain fog in general, poor sleep, that's all stress related. And so what we need to do is we really need to address that in a way that addresses the body system that is the master regulator of that. And so this master regulator system has only been discovered in the last 25 years. It's called the endocannabinoid system. And we have the tools, we have the access, and we've got the understanding now. And we really need to address that type of those solution-based tools. And so what Prima is a set of products, both ingestibles as well as topicals, that you can leverage and use. And so yes, it does leverage one of the most powerful plants that we know across the globe, cannabis. It's the sober, non-psychoactive side. So we use hemp. But these cannabinoids are essentially there as master stress modulators. And so if you're bringing the body out of the state of stress, it's actually going to sleep better. It's going to be able to heal itself. It's going to be able to do its reparative and restorative function called autophagy. And so Prima is really a plant therapeutics and functional medicine brand that has really been thriving since, yes, COVID. but it's really been thriving because I think now more than ever, people are seeking, we're all citizen doctors and they're seeking solutions for themselves.
So did you just say that Prima has CBD in it?
Yes, Prima has cannabinoids in it.
Okay.
So cannabinoids get a really bad rap. Globally, they're misunderstood. They've been under really this fear-based prohibition, but we natively make cannabinoids in our own bodies. Mom passes cannabinoids on through her breast milk. We make them in there, and this cannabinoid network, this receptor network, is the largest cellular receptor, larger than the central nervous system inside the entire body. It's in the glands, it's in our tissues, it's in our organs, it's in our dermis, it's in our immune cells, it's all over the body, and it's really involved in so many complex interactions. And so what it is really, it's really, think of it as the bridge between body and mind. And so again, 95% of doctors, which is sad, still are not understanding or really don't have the language and the physiological understanding of the mechanisms. So that's why they don't talk to you. The first thing they should be to do when you walk into any doctor's office, how's your sleep? How's your water intake? How's your exercise? Are you getting outside? They're not asking those questions. They're really talking about solutions and symptoms. They should be thinking about the system, the body system, and systems that are involved in stress management, but also involved in so many other inflammatory responses. And so it's really exciting to start bringing in the credibility, start bringing in the integrity, start bringing in the quality into this category, because it's been stigmatized for so long. A lot of great market economy folks have done not a good job at education, and it is a long conversation, and it's a lot of bias breaking, and it's a lot of destigmatization that needs to happen, and it's a lot of work that needs to be happening at the medical level. But cannabinoids are probably one of the most powerful tools that we have in our arsenal for just overall body health and wellness, because there are two ways to manage pain inside the body: opioids and cannabinoids. We know what the opioid epidemic is doing, and it's wreaking havoc on humanity. And cannabinoids are natural, native. Humans have evolved over eons and eons with these molecules inside of our body. And so connecting them back into the body, we see them in black pepper and turmeric and curcumin, and like all these other cannabinoids are found in other plant varietals, and they're the highest concentration in cannabis. And so it's been a fascinating time to, again, break stigma and bring in a level of sophistication and care into the category.
And so this, I mean, most of us know this as CBD. CBD is not addictive.
Non-addictive. It's not addictive. Not a single human over the course of humanity has ever become addictive or died. You can't overdose on CBD, which is one of the cannabinoids. THC is one of the cannabinoids, but there are 120 others. And so there's so much incredible mystery and magic still being discovered by big pharma, by big CPG, by governments, by research, by medicine, by so many people. And so we're very early days, but we know that they are not toxic in the body. We know that they are highly therapeutic and anti-inflammatory in nature. And we know they support other very critical functions like digestive function, neural function, immune function, hormone balance. We know they do that inside the body. And so they're very, very functional in nature.
So the other day I was at a cocktail party, and there was a guy there that was, getting on his age. He was a bit senior, maybe in his late 70s. And he had been suffering from arthritis for a long time. And now he was taking CBD drops.
Yep.
And then he was just rubbing them on his arm and places like that. So how does that work? What is that all about?
So again, CBD, we think that it's bad. Okay. My contention is alcohol is the #1 poison we all socially accept and put in our bodies every day.
Even a glass of red wine?
Even a glass of red wine. There's so many inflammatory markers. That is big wine and big alcohol telling you a story. It's not true. I mean, you'd have to drink there's in wine, there's resveratrol, and that is like a positive compound, but you'd have to drink 50 glasses of wine in order to get the actual therapeutic dose of that. That's not a good idea. But what this gentleman's doing is he's saying, okay, my body's in pain. What's going to work? What's actually going to work? What's not going to numb it? What's actually going to heal it? So what the cannabinoids are doing in this case, it's that they're being absorbed through the dermis, and they're reducing the body's inflammatory response. The body goes in with inflammation because it's in pain. There's been a trauma moment, and it actually swells up to protect itself. So if you're reducing that pain response, then those healing factors, those enzymes, those tissues are actually able to respond to other therapeutics that you're actually putting in there. So cannabinoids do a heavy lift in the healing process, but they don't do it all. They reduce the pain, they reduce the inflammatory response, and then we're healing machines. Think of us as that. And so we want to be able to heal, but when the body's, again, in a state of fight or flight, in a stressed state, it can't do its healing functionality.
But what's happening there is more than just pain relief. It's actually helping the cells, right?
Yes, it's bringing the body out of inflammation. And when you do that, these other immunomodulating properties, it's called, they come in, they modulate, and they help with the healing function and reparative and restorative function of the body.
All right, let's go back to stress, because I'm a firm believer that you need a limited amount of stress in your life. Otherwise you're not alive. You know, when people tell me, you know, I have a sign in my office that says, "Good morning, let the stress begin."
Yeah.
Because I really feel that you need a little bit of stress to keep going. And you got to be on your toes. And a lot of people have trouble with that. What are your thoughts on that?
I agree with that. I agree that stress is we've evolved through time because stress has put pressure on the system to create us to be agitated enough and alert enough and aware enough to be engaged, right? I don't think that life happens in your comfort zone. It happens on the edge. And but too much on the edge and too much being on the edge creates the body to be overtaxed. And so feeling taxed and feeling overwhelmed creates the body, especially it happens we're talking cellular level here. And if that everyday stress is what you're talking about becomes chronic and continuous, the body becomes really exhausted. And so there's emotional stress, there's physical stress, right? Physical stress is digestion and appetite and fatigue and working out. Like that's some stress on the system is good, but again, too much. And so rest is required for the body, right? We've evolved out of a state into really understanding that sleep is one of the most important clinics that you go to every single night. And if you're not getting anywhere between 5.5 to 7, 8 hours of sleep a night, you should really look at what's going on, because that is essentially wreaking havoc on the lymphatic system, which is essentially cleaning out. Think of it as the natural digestion of the brain and the blood. And if you're not resting and sleeping in a deep fashion, your body can't do that work. And so stressors are here, they happen all the time. They're in our hands, they're in our relationships, they're in our worlds, in our professional world. But we've always got to be in, again, I believe that there's no balance of life or work-life balance, but we have to be aware that our body needs rest, and that those moments to be choiceful in rest and to reduce stress, particularly at a cellular level, is critical for good health and longevity.
Yeah, well, let's talk about sleep again, because I love those 4 questions that you think the doctor should be asking, and they're actually not asking today. If you're not getting those at least 5.5 hours of sleep, what do you think is the problem?
Okay, I've got so many different tools, but one of the tools I like to talk about for good sleep is 10, 3, 2, 1. 10 hours, you should stop. My belief, and through great research, Dr. Matthew Walker in England has just written a book, Why We Sleep. It's a phenomenal read. I believe it's a master class. Listen to podcasts he's been on with Dr. Matthew Walker. But this concept of 10 hours before you need to go to sleep, so choose your time, stop all caffeine. Caffeine has a half-life in the body of 12 hours, and so stopping caffeine.
10 hours?
10 hours before you go to sleep.
That means, I mean, the average Spaniard, what time do you go to sleep? Midnight?
Midnight.
A las 12, no? So it means that Spaniards should stop drinking coffee at 2 o'clock.
Stop. So I'm gonna disrupt your whole social norm. Sorry. So 10 hours, 3 hours before bed, stop working. Just give yourself a break. 2 hours before your bed, stop eating. Digestion is really a disruptor of the body's able to get deep sleep. And 1 hour before bed, try to shut screens off, computers and otherwise, because of the blue light is known and has been really well demonstrated in numerous research studies to really impact the optic nerve, which is telling the body to be awake as opposed to go to sleep. So that 10, 3, 2, 1 is critical. But there's so many different thoughts on sleep these days, but hydration is super critical. Turning out the light, turning out the lights. We've only evolved in the last 150 years to have bright lights around us all the time. But, as the sun is setting, the body needs to be on a good cycle and rhythm with the sun, right? So in the morning, you should be getting outside at least 10 to 15 minutes, getting the early morning sun between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. That early morning sun tells the body to be awake. It's melatonin suppressing. So melatonin is a hormone in the body that says, okay, shut that down. You're awake. We're not diurnal, we're not diurnal creatures, where we're only available to night and day waking. It's called crustacean. We're much more available to many, many different cycles, but the best time to be awake is obviously with the sun. That's how we've evolved through time. And so outdoors in the morning, at night, try to even get outdoors at the sunset time, turning the body's systems down and off, lowering lights, and definitely trying to stop the food intake. Every major body organ and system is on this circadian rhythm with the sun. And so when you're turning the body's digestion down, especially late in the evening, what you're telling the body to do is start going into a sleep rhythm and cycle. So that's a challenge in your culture as well. I was there about a month ago. Those late night meals, they're not serving you. It's a challenge. I try to stop my feeding window, as they call it within the scientific and research community, after 8 p.m. It's very hard.
That would be pretty rough here. Christopher, thank you so much for so many insights, and thank you again for joining South Summit after you've just been in Madrid. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much again.
Fantastic. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Paris. Thank you, Christopher. 3 words to sum up that last session. Take my money. Absolutely, yes. Such a believer in those fantastic, the use of CBD. Now, you may notice that a lot of our speakers are very healthy looking and very youthful looking. Maybe that's because they're healthy and youthful, but maybe it's because they are practicing what they preach. And, I'm a fan of red wine, but, I often think about drinking a bit less and eating a bit earlier and all that kind of stuff. So this is great. This is a chance to power up your personal routines and really kind of level up in terms of your own health and wellness. So that could be for you. It could be for your colleagues, your company, your family. I'm getting so much good information here. And we do have a fantastic closing keynote from a biohacker par excellence, none other than Teemu Arina, who is a legend in biohacking. And we're very grateful that he's going to join us here. He's come here in person from his home in Estonia, although he's originally from Finland. Okay, so now you may notice some books being placed upon the stage. We have a very intriguing session now. I'm so interested in it. And you know, we got a collection, a power trio of rock star speakers, and they are going to be talking about death to death and asking the question, are we reaching the end of human death? So this is amazing. This is a session about longevity, a session about cutting-edge news from the sector, and a session about what this all means to us. So I'm going to welcome our speakers on one by one. They are just fantastic speakers. We're going to welcome to the stage the author of The Death of Death, Jose Luis Cordillero. Welcome, Jose Luis. Gracias. A round of applause for Jose Luis. Thank you so much for joining us. Brilliant. Excellent. And I like the tie. Very good. Muy bien. And now we're going to welcome to the stage the chair of London Futurists. Please welcome David Wood. Welcome, David. Thank you. A round of applause for David. Wonderful. And there are three speakers. I mentioned it's a power trio. So we're going to now welcome, via the magic of technology, the CEO of BioViva Science. Please welcome to the stage Liz Parrish. Liz, are you here?
I'm
Fantastic.
here. Thanks
Welcome,
for having
Liz.
me.
Awesome. Okay. Ladies and gents, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Well, it is so great to be here for almost the closing of the South Summit about the most fantastic topic in humanity, health and well-being. And I am so proud to be with my dear co-author of the book, The Death of Death, David Wood. He also studied in Cambridge, but University of Cambridge, England. I studied in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And we have another friend also joining us from the USA, Liz Parrish, who is patient zero. And she will talk a little bit more about patient zero, what it means, what she has done, and what she hopes to see in the future. But talking about the future, I like to say that in the next 20 years, we are going to see more changes than in the last 2,000 years. I repeat, because this is difficult to understand, in the next 2 decades, we are going to see more technological changes than in the last 2 millennia. This is truly the best time to be alive, to remain alive, and maybe to live indefinitely. So much so that we are probably between the last mortal generation and the first immortal generation. Isn't that exciting? Isn't this really a fantastic opportunity all of humanity has to improve our health and well-being? And so we have this session about the end of human aging. And I am going to ask a few questions to my colleagues here. First of all, I want them to introduce themselves very briefly. So let's move to the USA. Liz, how are you doing, Liz? Good morning in the USA, and tell us who you are.
Hi, my name is Liz Parrish, and I'm the CEO of a company called BioViva, and we are looking for genetic cures for biological aging. So we want you to live a very long time in very good health based on your genetic profile. And so we specifically look at genes that will increase your healthy lifespan, making more time on this fabulous planet to enjoy all the things that you love to do.
Liz, you look so beautiful, and you have rejuvenated 20 years. I hope you will tell us about your secrets later.
Okay.
And now here I have my fantastic British co-author, David. So David, who are you?
So my name's David Wood. My professional career was 25 years in the mobile computing and smartphone space in the days before there was Androids or iPhones. And from that, I saw the pace of technological change, slow, 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 fast, fast, fast. I've been chairing London Futurists since 2008. I have had nearly 300 public meetings in which we have often discussed the subjects that we're going to be talking about now, the prospects for having the same sort of thing happening with the technology for anti-aging. Slow, 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 followed by rapid transformation.
Well, talking about that, actually, in the time of the Roman Empire, life expectancy, average life expectancy, was about 20 years. A century ago, it was 40 years, so it doubled. It took almost 2,000 years. Now it has doubled again, certainly in England, in Spain, it is about 80 years. And we believe that maybe in 2 decades, it's going to double again. So my question, Liz and David, my first question is, how do you see longevity research and longevity trends in the last 30 years, 20 years, 10 years? What has changed? So Liz, what do you see changing?
Oh, well, that's a fabulous question. So, you know, since 1944, when the first term of DNA was coined, we've come a long ways. And I know that's going back farther than you wanted to, but we're in the gene therapy space. And so, you know, the double helix is essentially exhibited to the world in 1953. But things really start taking off around in the 1960s when the first mediated transfer of genetic material via a virus is actually shown. And since then, the anti-aging or the aging treatments in gene therapy start to expand with the development of gene therapy itself. So Michael Rose starts to show through evolutionary biology in the 1970s that aging itself may be malleable, how we age and how long we live. And Cynthia Kenyon in the 1980s shows that you can double the lifespan in model organisms via the changing or modification of genes. And so since then, 5 gene therapies have been approved for monogenic diseases, rare diseases like severe combined immune deficiency. And in the meantime, other groups like Maria Blasco and Ron DePino started to show that aging was malleable in organisms such as mice. Even our company BioViva in the last year has released a paper that shows that we can increase the lifespan of mice by 41% just by the addition of a simple gene that we already naturally have, but we upregulate through gene therapy. So in the area of gene therapy in the last 30 years, things have changed dramatically and will continue to do so.
Beautiful. And David, how do you see this progressing, changing in the last few decades?
30 years ago, you had to be completely crazy to work in the field of anti-aging, directly trying to make changes in organisms that would cause them to live longer. Everybody said, don't work in this, it's the end of your career. It's impossible to extend the lifespans of organisms. Don't you know evolution has done the best possible job? You can't possibly be cleverer than evolution. But as Liz mentioned, a few really crazy people like Michael Rose and Cynthia Kenyon proved that you could extend significantly the lifespan of some organisms by small interventions. And more people started to think this could be a field worth studying. So what's happened since the 1980s is an exponential growth in the size of the community of people doing serious work in this field. In the 1980s, it was about 10 people at most. By the 1990s, maybe 100 people. By the 2000s, 1,000 people. And now we're approaching 10,000 people in various ways working on this. And it's not just individuals. It's not just academics. It's not just bold startups like Liz Parrish's own company. It is also increasingly some of the largest, most powerful, most capable companies in the world, or their founders. So recently, we have seen Jeff Bezos funding significantly a startup called Altos that aims to extend lifespan, healthy lifespan. The Google founders put a lot of money into a startup called Calico, and they've done work in other fields too. And it's not just the great Western companies. Increasingly, some of the largest Chinese technology companies are strongly interested in healthcare too. So what we've seen is that aging has changed over this period from being a fringe activity, mainly something you had to come to terms with. You could be poetic about aging, you could be philosophical about aging, but now aging is increasingly seen as an engineering problem with an engineering solution within our grasp. And it's a difficult engineering problem, very difficult. It's going to require huge numbers of people to come up with the right solutions, but more and more people are engaged, And in the future, I see this tenfold increase in the size of the community each decade is likely to continue to be the case.
Wonderful. Now let's move from the past into the future. So Liz, what do you think will happen in 10 years, maybe 20 years, even 30 years into the future, if you dare to see that far away?
Well, we're getting published this month for a paper that shows that gene therapy may actually improve the cognitive scores of a population with dementia. We'll continue to see the gene therapy space start to tackle one aging disease after another, which is fantastic. In 20 years from now, we should start to see this technology disseminated to the average person. We hope to be the company behind democratizing it, meaning making it inexpensive so that everyone can afford it. And in 30 years from now, we should start to see these gene therapies being used in much younger people as immunizations against aging itself. So you would take the therapy to stop the damage that you're incurring with time, which is what aging is, cellular damage over time, and keeping your body in a safer position. Then, you know, it really comes down to your lifestyle to increase your lifespan in maximal ways. Over 30 years, we're going to start to see the modification of much better therapies than the ones that we've started with today start to be disseminated around the globe that will have just a much greater impact on aging itself.
In the last 5 years, you have rejuvenated yourself 20 years. Can you tell us about that and what does it mean to be patient zero?
Yeah, absolutely. So in 2015, when I started the company, I took 2 gene therapies, telomerase reverse transcriptase, which is a gene therapy that lengthens the ends of the chromosomes that are called telomeres. It also has an impact on the epigenetics of the chromosome, basically making it more stable. This gene therapy has continued to work in my body. And the other gene therapy that I took was one called follistatin. Both of these gene therapies are associated with extending lifespan, but follistatin itself increases muscle mass. So my muscles got stronger. Today I'm 50, but my telomeres in my white blood cells, those are the cells that are tested, are much younger than my biological age. And we're going to release a paper on that. I have done more than one gene therapy, just so people know. And so it made it so we had to wait to get the data from the latest gene therapy that was over a year ago now. I'm really excited to be part of that. I've also taken a gene therapy called Clotho, which is associated with longer lifespans and better cognitive performance, and a gene therapy called PGC1 alpha that helps to turn white fat into brown fat and increases biogenesis of your mitochondria, which are your energy cells. So today our company works with 4 gene candidates, and we're starting to put those together this year into drug candidates for humans.
Fantastic, Liz. And you certainly don't look over 30 years of age.
Oh, thank you.
And now let's ask David. So David, what do you foresee happening in the next 10, 20, 30 years in terms of longevity?
So I'll start looking forward by looking back, because I believe as a futurist, you get better foresight from better hindsight. So I want to start with the year 1900. What did most people die of in the year 1900 in countries such as Spain or the UK or the USA? It was influenza, tuberculosis, pneumonia, gastroenteritis leading to diarrhea. And there was not much that people could do with these diseases. People prayed, people hoped to get natural balance, but people died in vast quantities at early ages. And then there was a crazy new idea called the germ theory of infectious disease, something that people couldn't easily see, but it was increasingly understood from the 1870s onwards. And people found a common approach that, by this single method, addressed all of these infectious diseases, and many others too. by improving hygiene, by developing vaccinations and antibiotics, and so on. That's why the diseases I mentioned from 1900 are nothing like as serious today. Today, what do people die of? They die increasingly of heart disease, cancer, stroke, and complications from diabetes and from dementia. And in the same way that the biggest causes of death in 1900 had a common underlying cause, namely germs, these same diseases I mentioned today, the chronic diseases, have a common cause, which is aging at the cellular level. And that is the change that is increasingly developing over the next 10, 20, 30 years. More and more of the funds that are currently going into individual diseases will change and will go into addressing the root cause, aging. But in order to turn that from an idea into practical reality, you need better tools. The only reason scientists from the 1880s onwards can make progress with the diseases of infections is they had better microscopes. They had better methods of synthetic chemistry. They had better ways of manipulating simple drugs. Well, it's the same today. We will need to take advantage of new tools and techniques of the fourth industrial revolution. And the story of the next 10, 20, 30 years will increasingly be AI everywhere, doing much more things more powerfully than before, nanotechnology interventions everywhere, biotech interventions, and neurotech interventions. And they are going to come of age in the next 20 years, so much so that I can say there's about a 50% chance that by 2040 there will be widely available, low-cost, high-quality rejuvenation therapies for everyone. It's not a done deal. There are many future scenarios in which this will not come about. But if humanity gets behind this great project, if we throw off some of our other distractions, if we apply the research funding wisely on this new paradigm, then we can make that progress. And we will look back at the current time and say, why didn't people see this sooner and act sooner?
Today, there is a lot of discussion about aging being considered a disease. Obviously, 30 years ago, this was impossible. Aging was natural. But now more and more people are beginning to say that aging should be considered a disease. One of them is my friend David Sinclair, who also studied at MIT, but now he's at Harvard. And he published a fantastic book that I highly recommend, Lifespan, Why We Age and Why We Don't Have to. I recommend his book almost as much as you should read our book, The Death of Death. Almost as good, right? But the point is that David Sinclair, he says that we should declare aging a disease. And he's working with several governments in Australia, where he was born, in the United States, where he lives, in Singapore, in other places, to see which is the first country that will declare that aging is a disease, but a curable disease, a curable disease. So I want to ask you, Liz and David, what is your take on aging as a disease? Liz, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sure. So I absolutely believe that aging is a disease. I've said that since 2013. It follows a pathology perfectly, signs and symptoms, and then the bringing together of all those signs and symptoms into a state of disease. So proof and point. So what are the biggest killers on the planet today are aging-associated non-communicable diseases. Non-communicable diseases, as David was alluding to, kill 74% of the population. The top 4 non-communicable diseases are aging diseases. If you cured one of the diseases of aging, it only increases the lifespan of that person by a couple years, because they will die of another disease of aging. So, you might think that your grandfather has heart disease and that he died of heart disease, but he actually had a lot of parallel symptoms that would have just taken over after the heart disease was the most evident condition that he had. So if you cure cancer, you only extend the average lifespan of humans by about 4 years. So it really is the process of biological aging underneath these aging associated diseases that is the disease itself. And the sooner that we decide that as a society and at the government level that aging is a disease, we can pour more money into that research. So aging really is mitochondrial dysfunction, telomere attrition, stem cell depletion, nutrient sensing issues, genomic instability. These are some of the hallmarks of aging that actually drive the processes of aging that lead to things like inflammation and the problems that we eventually lead to the diseases that we die of. Those diseases are merely a symptom of the aging process. So it's very important that we consider aging, biological aging itself, a disease.
How about you, David?
So aging is something that can be medically addressed and medically treated. This is absolutely clearly the case. And there is going to be a trial very soon of an anti-aging drug. You may have heard of it. It's called metformin. Some of you might take metformin for diabetes, or you may have relatives who do. People noticed a funny thing, that people who took metformin tended to live longer than people who didn't take metformin, including people who didn't even have diabetes. So why was this? That has now been investigated. Some of the changes that metformin make are similar to some of the genetic changes that have been made in some of these other organisms we spoke about already. So after a lot of discussion in America with the Food and Drugs Administration, they agreed there can now be a test to see whether, if we give lots of people in their 60s and 70s metformin, how long will they live? How long until they get these major diseases of aging? This is a big step forwards. It's a sign that governments are prepared to get behind interventions that will make this kind of difference.
Well, as you see, there is still discussion, even among people like us that are on the field of proposing and working towards anti-aging real technologies. But we will soon know, because this is moving so fast, this is accelerating very fast. So, a quick question. Give me your top 3 treatments that you see coming up in the next 5 to 10 years, Liz. Just name the treatments, therapies that you would like to take in 5 to 10 years.
I will continue to take the gene therapies. I probably will take, again, the gene therapies that I already did. I'm very excited about the general population getting more access to things like metformin, things that will slow their aging whilst they wait for these bigger technologies that are in more of an experimental phase now. And I look forward, of course, to the combinatorial gene therapies that will be coming out that a myriad of companies are working with. I'm looking forward to seeing what Altos is going to do with the Yamanaka factors, which reprogram cells to be youthful, because of course we would like to create less expensive, more democratized versions of those therapies. So I'm going to continue to watch the space, and everyone out there, you should, eat healthy and exercise and be really excited about your future.
Fantastic. And your top 3 therapies, David?
Well, in the short term, it's continue to eat less, intermittent fasting. That puts the body into a mode in which it does some repairs. So that's something which I do 5 days a week, except when I'm in Valencia, when the things get away from me. But that's a good step forward. Having plenty of sleep is important as well. But we're looking to the new interventions that are possible, and I'm sure that in 5 years' time there will be new interventions that AI has discovered which are not yet on anybody's drawing board. And the way AI can do this is it can figure out the likely interaction of drugs in lots of new circumstances. We've got lots of information about thousands and thousands of drugs that failed in their original purpose, but there's enough documentation about them so AI can now investigate, could they be used in new circumstances. The company In Silico Medicine, which is headed by Alex Zavaronkov, is breaking new grounds with discovering new drugs in this method. And as the AI becomes more powerful in hardware and software, it is very likely that many more new drugs will be found. Not just the drugs we know of today, but drugs that have the same effect, but without accidental bad side effects. And all of that can increasingly be modeled by better deep learning, machine learning, artificial intelligence.
And I have a final question, which is, why do you want to stop aging? I mean, after all, we have aged and died until now. Why do you want to stop death and aging? Why do you want to make it optional? So Liz, what is your take on that?
So I got involved in this area after my son was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. I was immersed in the world of childhood disease, and I wanted to find cures for kids. It just so happens to turn out that every gene that my company works with will also treat a childhood disease. And so we feel that using these technologies and people who understand the risk will help to develop them more quickly and create longer lifespans for children. And therefore giving these kids not only a normal life in which they live at a normal rate as everyone else, but a much longer life in which they get to gain back those years, and we get to spend that time with them. You know, if you're 80 years old, you're only 80 decades old. We're still children when we die. And I think that human civilization could do so much more. We have so much more expanse. We can go to outer space. We can go to the depths of the sea. We have so much more to learn and to care for here on our planet and to care for each other. And that really takes lifespan.
Can I be a bit controversial? I think today's acceptance of aging by most people is comparable to most of history, most societies accepted slavery. They said, it's not very nice to have slaves, but we need slaves to organize society. You can't organize society unless there are lots of people who are treated in this way. And most holy books, most religious books, didn't seem to mind slaves very much. They sort of said, well, we'll take it for granted. Well, people realized, due to Christian inspiration, due to people from lots of different persuasions, we could organize society in better ways without slavery. In the same way, more and more people are saying, it's time to stop accepting aging. It's time to seek to abolish aging, because that will lead on to so many more good things.
And I want to close with a final thought about this. Why should we stop aging? Because it is the noblest thing we can do. The number one human right is the right to life. Actually, it should be the only human right, because without life, there is nothing else. So this is the most humanitarian thing we can do, stop aging, so that people live in a fantastic world in the future. Because remember, we are between the last mortal generation and the first immortal generation. So where do you want to be? Thank you so much.
Sign me up. Fantastic. Thank you so much. My goodness, what an amazing session. Wow, how inspiring is that? And I can promise you it's only going to get better. Do not move that dial. Stay right here. We've got some fantastic stuff coming up for you. It's going to blow your mind, I promise you. That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much to Jose, to David, and to Liz for that fantastic session. Their book, The Death of Death, Muerte de la Muerte, is out now. It's available in Spanish. They have copies available, I believe, or go and chat to them. Maybe you can get it signed. Absolutely brilliant. And I must say, I hope it's okay to say this, but Liz is looking amazing for 50. Okay, so before we reach our grand finale of South Summit Valencia, which is worth waiting for, I promise you, we have a little surprise, and we're going to roll a VT. Thank you.
The roots of the stress are in the culture.
It's just go, 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 go. And many of us get caught in that trap where we sort of want to out-hustle or outperform. We have to be productive all the time.
Well, chronic stress, that's kind of like a disease or a plague.
My mind made me sick. I pushed myself over my own limits.
Negative stress is something that breaks things down, while the beneficial stress that makes you grow challenges you enough so that you actually get to your peak performance.
You're not only seeking help when you get sick. You actually create your resilience to different kind of challenges that we are facing as a humanity, but also in your personal life.
Technically speaking, everybody's a biohacker. Everyone's performing biohacks on a daily basis, whether they know it or not. Drinking a coffee in the morning, that's kind of biohacking. Caffeine to stimulate you, to wake you up and get you in this more active state and be alert and show focus.
Individually, it is the way of living. Collectively, it is the preventive healthcare system.
All the available tools that we can use from nature, from science, from technology, from all kinds of possible ways that we can enhance our self-consciousness.
It's kind of sad that most people don't ever truly get to understand how amazing their bodies are and what they're capable of.
We can live in the desert, we can live in the Arctic, we can live in the rainforest. So that's been, I think, one of the biggest reasons to our success as a species so far.
Physiologically, we've been actually domesticating ourselves.
We are basically looking at diversity and how that supports resilience and your health.
Just to be able to feel good, you need to pay attention to several things at once. Eating better, sleeping better, moving constantly.
Stressors and environmental disasters, they're not going to go away. They're going to keep happening and we can't really avoid them. The only thing we can do is to keep ourselves more resilient, keep ourselves more adaptable, and to prepare for those things in advance.
Amazing video. That was so cool. How cool was that? Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Look out for it. It's coming soon. Okay, I just want to give a brief introduction to my friend who's going to come on stage now. We've known each other for some years now. I used to work for a Finnish company, and I learned many things when I was in Finland, and one of them was the concept of sisu. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Absolutely.
Oh, wonderful. And
resilience, basically.
Yes, absolutely. It's resilience. It's this kind of very understated power. It's this integrity. It's this inner strength. And I want to say our next speaker has sisu absolutely up to here, and he's going to show you how to rediscover yourself. He's going to teach you how we're all biohackers, and I can't wait to see. Oh, hello. What's this?
It's medicinal mushrooms grown in Finland with some of the cleanest air, cleanest water on the planet, and the most potent ingredients for boosting your immunity. You have been hosting this whole session. You've been exposed to all these people. Like, it also increases neural growth factors in the prefrontal cortex. So here you go.
Sign me up. Okay, I'm going to go and have some drops of this. If you want to get some medicinal mushrooms, you know who to call at South Summit Valencia. But first, ladies and gents, please give a big round of applause for our final keynote speaker, Teemu Arina. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. All right, the next session is about maximizing human performance. If you look at chronic diseases, 27% of people live with multiple chronic conditions. If you're over 65 years old, 64% will have more than 2 chronic diseases. If you look at the leading causes of early death and disability at workplace, like, the list is what it is. There is chronic respiratory disease, heart disease, diabetes, all these things we've been discussing in this conference. So we have to do everything we can, right? But this is not going to get easier. If you look at long COVID and all these things that are kind of a side effect of going through a horrible disease, like, we're going to have more, multiple overlapping chronic diseases in, throughout the world, and that's going to be a huge problem. But that's not the only problem. I mean, we have had a problem already for a long time related to lifestyle. If you look at, for example, the Spanish population, over 60% are overweight. The predicted obesity in Spain by 2025 will go from 20% to 30%. And you have probably heard throughout the pandemic that if you are, obese or you have overlapping chronic conditions, you are in a high risk group. I have some news for you. You are in a similar way in a high risk group for any other type of disease like influenza. If you look at any of the statistics done in Spain or Mexico or US, UK, whatever, you know, the statistics is clear. Your likelihood of being hospitalized in intensive care goes maximally up with any type of disease you might get. And for that reason, you know, I just took, you know, a nasal spray that's going to block the entry of over 200 different viruses, including influenza, into my system, including Delta variant as well. So I'm not just relying on one single method through which I'm, you know, tackling with this situation myself. But in the end, it really boils down to lifestyle factors. You know, the things that you learn when you grow up, you know, what you eat, what you drink, whatever, how you sleep, all that. Somehow, you know, we forget how to be humans. We don't sleep enough, we stress, we don't breathe normally, we sit too much, you know, we eat a poor diet, all these things. We have different substance abuse, coping mechanisms, some of them stemming back from childhood, whatever, you know. Lifestyle factors. All of those boil down to your genetics, into your blood work, into your physique, all of that. And that is the real killer that's going to kill you in the end. Now, health is to be in balance. You have to restore that balance. Imbalance leads to disease. This is what you know, when I studied, you know, many of these things, it really boils down to how do you restore the ebb and flow, the homeostasis, you know, the equilibrium in your body. That's where real health comes from. But, you know, we are not human beings, we are human becomings. We are learning to be humans, you know, and every day, you know, you grow wisdom. You kind of know what you need to do in terms of your diet and lifestyle and all of that, but it's very, very hard to change those patterns of behaviors because we are robots. We are programmed in so many different ways, even through our mobile devices and, you know, how it releases dopamine. It makes you kind of addicted to patterns of behavior that are not good for you, you know. You're just staring at this, you know, artificial sun all day long. You wake up with it, you go to sleep with it, you're depressed when you look at other people's vacation pictures. Now, I wrote the Biohacker's Handbook together with my colleagues. The trailer that you just saw is pretty much my team that I work with in the Nordics, and the imagery is from the land from which I come. Now, this book is over 500 pages or 1,500 medical references, mainly meta-studies published in the last few years, and we look at, you know, how do you build like a manual for the human body. So it is kind of the missing manual of the human body. How do we learn to exercise, eat, sleep, work, and take care of our mind with biological and technological tools? We take a systems perspective. We look at the human body as a computer. If you look at the inputs and processes and outputs, how you can optimize this system? That's what we are looking at. Biohacking is the art and science of optimizing performance, health, and well-being. It's science because we look at the latest studies, we look at, you know, test results and biomedical tests, we might do a gene therapy, but in the end it's an art. Just like any healing art is an art. You learn it through practice. You have to just like do it many, many times. That's why great doctors, you know, are sought after, who have, you know, the wisdom, the experience of amusing the patient while the body takes care of the healing. Now, health and performance optimization, that's, I mean, what biohacking is. It's all about utilizing personal data and health science and self-experiments. Like many people come to biohacking because they want to perform better, you know, they deal with stress, they want to perform better in cognitively or physically or something, they need better energy management. But in the end, it's all about metabolic health, nervous system health, cardiovascular health, preventive healthcare, and so on. In business, you know, we have key KPIs, key performance indicators for your business. Do you have KPIs for your body? Peter Drucker, who was the founding father of knowledge management, said that what gets measured gets managed. And here is some of my own data from the last 10 years or so. So I've been able to reverse risk factors related to heart disease, to diabetes, to kidney failure, which is a genetic risk factor for me, and also the risk of becoming an old man. I'm 40 now, but 10 years ago I looked like 10 years older than I look right now. And I have more work and more stress than I had 10 years ago. So this is not random variation, just some like, you know, accident. This is systematic health optimization by using biological and technological tools. Biohacking is personalized predictive prevention of disease. So current healthcare is reactive. It's not really healthcare, it's sick care. True healthcare is predictive and preventive. You take action now. Because the moment when you get Alzheimer's, the moment when you get diabetes, it's kind of almost already too late. You have to start now. And we have now the computer models and data to predict that if you continue doing this, that might happen 10, 20 years down the road. So it's about taking all the population studies and the data that we can mine from large populations and to personalize that specifically for you, like targeted precision therapies and nutrition. The idea is not to live forever. I like the idea of escaping the aging trajectory, but for me it's not really about living long, because I don't want to live long in tubes in hospital. I want to live long being able to move myself around my body and stay healthy cognitively and physically, and it's all about health span. It's not about lifespan. And with current medical intervention, we might be able to push that envelope a little bit, but in the end, like if you really want to push that, you have to take lifestyle choices seriously, and biohacking helps us to push that envelope even further. And we have this black box. So do you really know what's going on here? Quantified self-knowledge through numbers makes it much more easier today to figure out what's going on in your body. We're kind of not just, blood donors, we are data donors. There's so many different biometric information, biosignals that we're gathering and analyzing for better prediction and understanding of what's going on. The early wearables were all about tracking a certain number, like how many steps you take, like a pedometer. But now they are becoming intelligent coaches, like an Olympic coach in your pocket that knows you better than you do, even how you slept and how you recovered, and maybe might know a couple of days before you had a specific disease that starts with C that might be in your system as we speak, like what Aura, which the Finnish company that produces this smart wearable, has been able to show together with universities in the last couple of years. By just looking at basic biometrics like activity, movement, sleep, recovery, heart rate variability, and body temperature fluctuations, they build this kind of readiness or recovery index that gives you an idea how well you're recovered. Now, we have been told that you are well rested if you sleep like 7 to 8 hours, but we can look at the data and we can see that that might not be the case. So, like, if you eat too late, or you exercise too late, or you had some alcohol or something, it might be this kind of downward, going slope. And the idea is that your heart rate kind of starts to increase in the morning hours because you release cortisol, and that increases your heart rate. That already the body is telling you that, hey, it's time to wake up, you got enough sleep. So you need this kind of hammock to really feel fully recovered. Now, Spock in Star Trek has this tricorder, which is kind of a multi-use device that gives, all the data. And this is what our mobile devices are pretty much becoming. And I believe the future of health is in the data, in mining this data and combining that not just with the health information, but data from the environment, data from your activity, data from your behavior, and combining these, because currently many medical tests are snapshots of what is going on right now. What I'm interested in, what is happening between those snapshots, and increasing the resolution of that. So every morning, for example, you could go to the toilet, and the toilet could take all these measurements and different samples and send them to the cloud, and AI would analyze them, and based on that, it decides what you're going to be ordering from Amazon, or if it's going to lock up your refrigerator, or order some drugs, or I don't know, maybe a truck to take you into the mortgage. Now, maximizing human performance, in my experience, and health, in the end, is not really about maximizing performance. It's about maximizing recovery. The faster you recover, the faster you bounce back, the better the health. Optimal stress leads to peak performance. You don't want to be overstimulated and not either understimulated in terms of exercise, work, whatever you do, but the peak performance is eustress. It's somewhere in between. And so there's all these different things that are kind of weakening, this balance, and things that are enhancing that balance, that are related in the end to lifestyle. It's not really about the drugs that you take, it's in the end all about lifestyle. If you take, for example, stress, some people are stressed, some are not. Some people burn out easily, some don't seem to burn out. Now, stress management is a learnable skill. What you can see here is in red, the activation of the sympathetic nervous system, and in green, the activation of the parasympathetic nervous system. Now, if you continue like this, like most people do, like every single moment you have a moment, you look at your phone and you get, some notifications, some dopamine release, so your sympathetic nervous system activates. You're not really resting and recovering. in comparison, if you have really a break, just close your eyes, take a deep breath, you're going to get some parasympathetic nervous system activation. And this is kind of the balanced state where you want to go for. And I have a watch that basically gives me an idea of every single day how I'm resting. And here you can see 2 days in a conference. The first one, many presentations and meetings. The second one also, but what I did differently was deep breathing techniques before every single session. So breathing and meditation is very key, like learning to deeply breathe, and nature connection is one thing that really activates your parasympathetic nervous system. I've noticed that when I go to the forest, I don't need any gadgets, any breathing techniques, nothing. My stress levels just drop, even if I'm like fully stimulated. Now there's people like Wim Hof, who is going into ice baths.
I'm so sorry. We've actually run out of time, and we have a certain amount of time in the venue. Where can people find this? Have you given this presentation online? Can I speak to you later? I feel terrible because this is a great presentation, but
there's one slide if I can show that.
There's one slide. Okay, one slide. The last slide.
If you guys okay. let me
super quickly.
Just
we are going to get kicked out.
One slide.
Thank you. Okay. Or maybe it's gone. But anyway, where can people see that slide? Can you share it online? Can you post it on LinkedIn? Can they speak to you later?
Oh, they cut me off. All right. Yeah. Hey, it's almost coming back. I saw just the blinking moment for it.
I think the doors are going to close and we have to wrap up. I'm so sorry.
So pretty much what is, in the end, what I recommend you guys to do is no drugs, nothing, it's in the end things that are hormetic stressors. Exposing yourself to cold, to heat, to sunlight.
We got to give him a big round of applause. We have actually run out of time. I'm so sorry, Timu, man. That was brilliant.
All good.
Absolutely brilliant, man. If you want to get the rest, speak to Timu later. He's an absolute biohacking rock star. I promise you, he lives what he talks about. He's been speaking about biohacking for longer than anybody I know. Right, we are going to change over the room. We're going to play some music. We need you to stay in your seats. There is glue on the seats. You can't leave. I'm a hypnotist, because we are going to give out the prizes now for the South Summit Startup Competition. We have VIP guests to give out the prizes. Are we going to change over? I'm just going to talk while you do your thing. And we got some amazing guest presenters. We have 5 prize winners from the startup competition. We have Maria is ready to rock the stage now, and we are absolutely going to kick off and welcome our startups, welcome our winners. Okay, and we have our staff. They're coming here to do stuff. Right, I'm going to get off the stage. All of you, tell your friends to come down. Tell everyone to come back. We are going to be kicking off in less than 2 minutes. Thank you. and gentlemen, we've reached the grand finale of the South Summit Valencia Startup Competition. I am so excited. Yes, absolutely. We're here to see some winners. We're here to give out some prizes. We're here to recognize excellence in the startup ecosystem in Valencia. This is a big deal. You've seen some of the amazing startups that were winners and were finalists from the earlier years. They're now incredibly successful scale-ups. This is where success stories are born. And we're very grateful to our amazing judges for selecting 5 category winners from our competition based out of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pitches. We saw the folks upstairs pitching, and we've selected from the 3 heats 4 category prizes and 1 grand prize winner. Okay, are you ready to see some winners? See? Okay, muy bien, excellent. Right, we are going to move swiftly on, and we're going to announce the first category, which we're going to be celebrating here on the stage. The first category is for the Most Sustainable Award. And this is going to be given out, each of our awards is given out by a visiting VIP, and we're very grateful to have from the Ayuntamiento de Valencia. Please welcome to the stage, Julio Olmos. Julio, welcome to the stage. A round of applause for Julio. Thank you so much. We're very grateful to have our VIP guests to give out these great prizes. Okay, right, and I am going to tell you a little bit about the winner of the Most Sustainable Startups. Maybe some of you will guess. They make fast and accurate visual function explorations. Does that sound familiar? Yes, the winner of the Most Sustainable Award at South Summit Valencia 2021 is Dive Medical. Give it up for Dive Medical. Thank you. Congratulations, Dive Medical. Okay, now, of course, some of our winners are virtual. Some of them have dialed in from Zoom. Do we have somebody from Dive Medical here?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh, geez, there we are. It's fine. It's like a pantomime. I love it. They're behind you. Welcome from Dive Medical. Thank you. So listen, we're going to virtually give you this beautiful award. You can see the tree there. There's got a lovely engraving on the front. It's totally sustainable. Oh, thank you. Okay, we hope you're going to party there. Congratulations, Dive Medical. That's an amazing achievement. Ladies and gents, once more, a big round of applause for Dive Medical. That was absolutely great.
Thank you.
Okay, congratulations. Muchas gracias. Okay, absolutely brilliant. So we're going to move on to the next category. Oh yeah, sorry, we have a paparazzi moment. Very important. We got the paparazzi moment there. Thank you again and many congratulations. Okay, this is just fantastic. This is like the bit that makes me so happy. We recognize excellence. We reward people for those months and months of training for the pitching competition. And it's just brilliant. What's not to like? Okay, remember to take photographs, share with the tag South Summit VLC, tell all your friends. Right, the next award is for the Most Scalable Startup. And we are going to welcome to the stage a VIP guest who we're very happy to have here. I would love you all to give a big round of applause from Startup Valencia. Please welcome to the stage, Nacho Mas. Thank you. Welcome, Nacho. Muy bien. Woo. Hey. Okay, awesome. Thank you for joining us, Nacho, good friend of South Summit. Okay, and I'm going to give you a little clue now. The winner of the Most Scalable Startup category is a company that uses AI voice-based digital health platform that humanizes and scales virtual care. Okay, does that ring any bells? I think it might do. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to announce the winner right now. The winner is Tukuvi. Congratulations, Tukuvi. Congratulations, and we have a representative from Tukuvi right here coming to collect the awards. Big round of applause. Fantastic for Tukuvi. Congratulations. Oh, great job. Well done. Fantastic. Okay, so fantastic. We're going to have a paparazzi moment here for Tukuvi. Today I learned how to pronounce that properly. I'm not going to even tell you what I said earlier, but it's pronounced Tukuvi, and thank you for being patient with me. Okay, congratulations, Tukuvi. Well done. Thank you, Nacho. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, muy bien. Okay, while we're doing a little handover here, I just want to tell you on behalf of Timu, our previous speaker, he didn't quite get to the last slide, but if you want to buy his book, please do visit biohackingcenter.com. I have ordered a copy. I can't wait to get into that and extend my life and make it better. Okay, we are going to move on to the next award. It's a great award because it involves a lot of people. It's the Best Team Award. Okay, and to present the award for the best team, we are very grateful to be joined from the Generalitat Valenciana. Please welcome to the stage, Teresa Garcia. Welcome, Teresa. Muy bien. Fantastic. Teresa, thank you so much for joining us. Muchísimas gracias. Okay, I am going to just say a little bit about the winner of the Best Team Award. Now, if I said the words, the Wearable Ultrasound Imaging Company, who would you think of? Of course, you would be thinking of Dawako MedTech. Congratulations, Dawako. Welcome. Woo! The best team. Outstanding. Okay, congratulations. And we have a representative from Dawako here. Congratulations for the award. We're going to have a bit of a paparazzi moment there. If you're connected, you can come to the stage, take a photograph. Absolutely brilliant. Many congratulations to you and the team, which is brilliant, brilliant. Okay, we got our winners there. We're going to have a group photograph later, so you will all get a paparazzi moment there. Okay, now we're going to move on to a very exciting category. It is the most disruptive startup. There's an old saying, disrupt or be disruptive. It's never been more true, and it's not getting any less truer. Right, the most disruptive award. We're going to welcome to the stage a great friend of South Summit to give out the award. Ladies and gents, please give a big round of applause from IE Universidad. Please welcome Paris de Letras. Welcome, Paris. Gracias, Paris. Good to see you again. Thank you for joining us. That was a great discussion on CBD earlier. I loved that. Absolutely loved it. Okay, so the most disruptive startup. I'm going to tell you a little bit about them before I tell you their name. So there's a little bit of suspense even, not for too long. Right. So the most disruptive startup is a biotech company that develops cross-biological barriers using an innovative peptide-based patented platform. Okay, when I say that, who do you think of? Drum roll. The winner of the most disruptive award at South Summit 2021 is Gate to Brain. Congratulations, Gate to Brain. Awesome.
Thanks.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm here. So I'm
Felicidades.
really
fantastic. Nice. Okay, we need a paparazzi moment here.
Yeah.
This is such a great. Oh, if you guys, could you just come in and stand under the logo? You know. Oh, I beg your pardon. On the screen, I'm so sorry.
Don't
I beg your pardon.
No.
Okay,
I'm just
there we are.
taking the train. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Right, we have the
Thanks
screen.
To all of you.
We have in the real world. That's absolutely brilliant. Many congratulations. The most disruptive startup. Okay.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Gracias. Right. So now we've reached the grand finale of the grand finale at South Summit Valencia. We are now going to give out the winner of the Health and Wellbeing Award for South Summit Valencia 2021. And really, there could be nobody better to give out this award than the founder of South Summit from Spain startup. Please give your biggest, warmest welcome to our very own rock star, Maria Benjumea. Woo! Okay, gracias, Mira. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, I'm so excited. This is like opening the envelope at the Oscars. It's brilliant. Right. Okay. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the winner here. Oh, we have something there? Is that important? Do you need to bring that on stage? Oh, so, okay, to point it out. Okay, gracias. Thank you. Right. Fantastic. I'm going to tell you about the winner of the grand prize. They are building DNA-based digital twins. Ladies and gents, from the United States, please welcome the winner of the South Summit Health and Wellbeing Valencia Grand Prize, Predictive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great honor to be here. Yeah.
Hey, welcome. Congratulations. Felicidades. Oh, look at that. Fantastic.
Thank you very much. greatly appreciated, and it's a great honor to be here. Thank you.
That's wonderful. The grand prize, that is a big deal. Okay, can we just get all of our winners to line up on the stage? We're going to have that paparazzi moment. If you're connected, if you're part of the team, if you just want to be part of it, come up and you can take your selfie here. You can take a photograph of Maria and these beautiful trees here, all these wonderful awards, these brilliant, brilliant startup winners. Okay, we got some room over here. Come over here, that's it. We need our VIPs who gave out the prizes. We need our winners right here. And yeah, Assis is doing an amazing job there, moving everyone around. You can see he knows all about choreography. Okay, look at that. So folks, take your selfies, take your photographs, share it on social media. Use the hashtag South... Oh, sorry. Oh, we gotta wait. We gotta wait for folks to join us on the screen, of course. Good point, Maria. Thank you so much. Okay, amigos in the AV section, can we have our winners? No? Ah, there we are. There we are. Okay. Okay. ¿Todo bien? Okay, muy bien. Okay, okay. So are we in the... You get... Okay, fantastic. Look at this attention to detail. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. Maria. Okay, are we listos? Are we ready? Un poquito. Okay, so folks, I just want you to, to say a big shout to all of the team here. Maria, of course, our leader, absolutely brilliant, always to see you. We also like to say a big thanks to the team, Marta, Maria, and Assis, Andreas, Marcel, Beatriz, Vero, Saimar, Katrina, Maricada, Carlos Borja, all of the startups, all of the speakers, all of our partners who are very, very valuable, and all of you for coming here and joining us virtually through the live streams on southsummit.co, on the YouTube, on the social media. We really do hope that you will build the South Summit family. It's a strong tree and it's growing through its ecosystem in amazing places like Valencia. So folks, are we we're ready? We're ready for our moment. I think we have all of the winners. Okay, say cheese. Yes, a big round of applause. Fantastic. Thank you all so much for joining us. Now, would you believe next year is the 10th anniversary of South Summit? It's a big celebration next year. And now we're going to hear from the woman who started it all. Ladies and gents, a big round of applause for Maria Benjumea. Thank you. Sí.
Solo daros las gracias a todos. Daros las gracias por este día tan increíble, por esta Valencia tan maravillosa que ha acogido pues este encuentro de lanzamiento de Health and Wellbeing que, bueno, no ha hecho más que empezar y fundamentalmente para mí ha sido una experiencia increíble ver cómo aquí hemos estado todos los actores representados, todas las administraciones, autonómica, local, también la administración central representada, pero además con todas las diferentes áreas y departamentos, las startups, los inversores, las corporaciones que son nuestros actores clave, pero la universidad ha estado súper representada, los centros tecnológicos, científicos, los hubs, los investigadores. Esto es una maravilla, realmente el apostar por Valencia ha sido lo mejor. Yo ya me siento absolutamente valenciana y además vamos a seguir y a empezar a construir a tope juntos y no puedo más que deciros que a partir de este momento empezamos ya a trabajar para lo que va a ser la gran primera edición del 2022. Un placer estar con todos vosotros, muchísimas gracias y a tomarnos todos una copita que tenemos mucho que celebrar y dar la enhorabuena a todas las startups que han pitcheado, a todos los speakers y a todos los que habéis venido y al equipo de South Summit que es lo mejor que me ha podido pasar en mi vida. Un gran aplauso para todos.
Maria Benjumea, muchísimas gracias. Yes. Woo! Sí. Okay, amigos, I have a really important announcement. There's cocktails. The cocktails are just over there. It's thirsty work, right? Now it's time to kick back, enjoy a cocktail, and build the South Summit family. I'll see you out there. Thank you so much for joining us. Muchísimas gracias. Muy bien. Ah, dude, amigo. Hey, ¿qué tal? Fantastic. Oh, Ireland. Oh. Yeah, Irlanda. But I live in Catalonia. Oh. So, well, yeah, Spain, obviously. Gracias. As we say in Irish, good a meal, American. Oh, thank you, man. Okay.